Chapter 401. Thinking about the young man in white who had appeared in Lianyan Castle, Lian Haolong hurriedly bowed to the sky. Many people were curious about what he was bowing to, but Lian Haolong didn't stop bowing. He bowed 9 times in a row before finally standing up. Lian Haolong wasn't the only one who was excited. All the human clans in this huge mountain range couldn't contain their excitement. For the past 2 years, the Demon Palace had done many evil things and bullied them. Facing the Demon Palace, they didn't dare to say anything. They wanted to see the destruction of the Demon Palace even in their dreams, and they never thought that they would be able to witness it today. Who did it? Who did it? How could they destroy the Demon Palace? Our Savior. This is a great favor to our generation. Now that the Demon Palace has been destroyed, we won't have to worry about being bullied anymore. I wonder which hero destroyed the Demon Palace. If I know who it was, I'll definitely worship him. Could it be that the humans of the southern continent are going to start a war with the demon clans? Although the Demon Palace hasn't been established for a long time, it was still under the jurisdiction of the Demon King Palace. Now that the Demon Palace has been destroyed, I don't think the Demon King Palace will let it go so easily. I'm afraid the southern continent will be plunged into chaos in the future. Everyone was excited, but some of them couldn't help but worry. The humans of the southern continent and the demon clans were irreconcilable enemies, and they were like fire and water. The demon clans in the southern continent were very powerful, and the eastern continent couldn't be compared with them. The Profound River Palace was the strongest among the humans, and the Demon King Palace was the strongest among the demon clans. It was because of the support of these 2 peak powers that the southern continent hadn't been plunged into chaos. However, no one knew if the destruction of the Demon Palace would be the trigger for the war between the 2 clans. As for the consequences of this incident, it wasn't Jiang Chen's concern anymore. At this moment, Jiang Chen was already thousands of miles away. In the same quiet valley, Jiang Chen was sitting on a white boulder with his legs crossed. After regulating his breathing, he opened his eyes once again. Right now, Jiang Chen's aura was much stronger than before. After absorbing the demon souls of those 3 guys from the Demon Palace, I now have a total of 4,950 dragon marks, and I only need another 50 dragon marks to break through to the combat soul realm. With these 50 dragon marks, as long as I want to, I can break through to the combat soul realm. However, I'm currently cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and when I'm about to break through to the combat soul realm, I suddenly feel a bit depressed. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. His current path of cultivation was the same as walking the path of his previous life. The bottlenecks that others would encounter along the way didn't exist for him. As long as he had enough energy, he would be able to break through to the combat soul realm without needing to comprehend anything. Initially, Jiang Chen was planning to break through to the combat soul realm in one go after absorbing the 3 palace masters' demon souls, but in the end, he stopped himself. This was because when he tried to break through to the combat soul realm, he could feel a stifling aura. This stifling aura was preventing his divine core from transforming into a combat soul. What shocked Jiang Chen even more was that this depressed aura wasn't unfamiliar to him at all. It was the same feeling he felt when he broke through to the Saint Realm in his previous life, right before he attracted the heavenly tribulation. Damn it, don't tell me Daddy is going to face the heavenly tribulation when I break through to the combat soul realm. Isn't that a little too ridiculous? Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse out loud. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Heavenly tribulation, it was something that was far away from him, and it was going to strike him again so soon. In the entire Saint Origin realm, there were very few people who were qualified to face heavenly tribulation. However, heavenly tribulation was something that every peak combat emperor warrior longed for. Once they experienced heavenly tribulation, they would immediately become a saint. However, the meaning of heavenly tribulation was also something that could make all peak combat emperor warriors tremble in fear. 9 out of 10 chances of survival, one would be reborn into a butterfly. Once they passed through the heavenly tribulation, they would become a saint. If they failed, they would be turned into ashes. However, facing heavenly tribulation while breaking through to the combat soul realm was something that had never happened before. Jiang Chen had seen the flood dragon go through the 3 minor tribulations, but that was only a transformation of its essence. Only when something that defied the natural order appeared would it attract the punishment of the heavens, and the heavenly tribulation would descend. The heavens ruled over everything, and they would never allow anything that defied the natural order to appear. Since the moment Jiang Qin started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, he had decided to walk a path that defied the natural order. Now that he was about to form a combat soul, he had to shake the heavens and earth, and the heavenly tribulation would descend upon him. I have a very strong feeling about it. I think the heavenly tribulation will descend within the next 2 days. Although it's a bit ridiculous to face the heavenly tribulation while breaking through to the combat soul realm, I'm still looking forward to it. An excited expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Although the heavenly tribulation was terrifying, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. Even though he was the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, he had never faced a heavenly tribulation while breaking through to the combat soul realm. After that, Jiang Chen left the valley and flew toward the nearest city. He was going to face the heavenly tribulation soon, so Jiang Chen decided not to give himself any pressure, and he wanted to relax for a while. Dancing Sun City. This city was quite famous in the southern continent. Of course, it was only famous. Compared to Nangong City, there was still a huge gap between this city and Nangong City. Today, the Dancing Sun City was extremely lively. The city was filled with people. After leaving the valley, Jiang Qin immediately arrived at the Dancing Sun City. In the center of the Dancing Sun City, there was a gigantic square. Today, on this square, there was a towering golden altar. On top of the altar, there was a dazzling golden light. On top of the altar, there were countless treasures that were emitting a dazzling light, dazzling everyone's eyes. There was still an hour before noon, but the square was already filled with people, and the place was filled with noise and excitement. Jiang Chen didn't know what was going on, but he still came to the square to join in the fun. "Brother, what's going on with this altar?" Jiang Chen cupped his fist toward a warrior standing next to him and asked. "Little brother, are you kidding me? How can you not know what's happening in the Dancing Sun City today?" The warrior stared at Jiang Chen with a surprised expression, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. "I've just arrived at the Dancing Sun City, that's why I don't know." Jiang Chen replied with a smile. "I see. Today is the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony, and Wonderhand Thousandton's Wu Ningzhu personally came back to organize it. Of course, it's going to cause a commotion," the warrior said. When he mentioned Wu Ningzhu's name, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of infatuation. "Wonderhand Thousandton's Wu Ningzhu? Who's that?" Jiang Chen asked in a serious manner. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, countless people rolled their eyes at him. It was as if they were looking at an idiot. "Fuck. Brother, are you kidding me? You don't even know who Wonderhand Thousandton's Wu Ningzhu is. Are you even human?" The warrior had an urge to rush forward and beat up Jiang Chen. Not to mention in the Dancing Sun City, even in the entire southern continent, there were only a few people who didn't know who Wu Ningzhu was. Ugh, Jiang Chen was stunned. He knew that he shouldn't look down on Wu Ningzhu, but he really didn't know who this Wu Ningzhu was. The Profound River Palace's Holy Maiden, the Southern Continent's #1 beauty, the Profound River Palace's #1 genius, the Wonderhand Thousandton's Wu Ningzhu. Who doesn't know her? Someone said with a look of admiration in his eyes. The southern continent's #1 beauty, the dream of countless men. Jiang Chen was enlightened. He never thought that he would be able to meet someone like her while passing through the dancing sun city. The profound river palace's holy maiden, the #1 genius, the southern continent's #1 beauty, Wonderhand Thousand Tune, each of these titles was enough to push a person to the peak, and make them the center of attention. Furthermore, the profound river palace was the name that attracted Jiang Chen the most. The profound river palace was involved in the Nangong family's rebellion, and since he was here today, Jiang Chen decided to take a good look at this profound river palace's holy maiden. The Wu family is really lucky to have given birth to such a genius. This city wasn't originally called the Dancing Sun City, but because of young Miss Wu Ningzhu, the name was changed. That's right. The Wu family's young miss is extremely talented, and she was recruited by the profound river palace when she was very young. I heard that not long ago, Wu Ningzhu has broken through to the late combat soul realm, and she came back to pay her respects to her ancestors. This is a great honor for the Wu family. Amazing. That Wu Ningzhu is only 20 years old, but she has already broken through to the late combat soul realm. Such a monstrous talent, it's unimaginable. Discussions could be heard everywhere. When the Wu family was mentioned, everyone's faces were filled with envy. The Wu family used to be a small family in the Dancing Sun City, but with the rise of Wu Ningzhu, the current Wu family had become the overlord of the Dancing Sun City, and they had even changed the name of the city. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to the heavens. This was vividly demonstrated by the Wu family. As for Wu Ningzhu herself, she was the dream of countless men. The main reason why the ancestral worshipping ceremony was so lively was because Wu Ningzhu was going to show herself. In order to see Wu Ningzhu, many people had traveled thousands of miles to the Dancing Sun City. No one was willing to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wu Ningzhu, what a nice name. Since she has the title of the prettiest girl in the southern continent, I'm sure she's pretty as well. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Initially, he wanted to rest in the city and prepare for his heavenly tribulation. But now that he had come across such an important event, he decided to stay in the square and wait for the arrival of the prettiest girl. Time passed by, and it felt like a long wait. However, none of the people in the square seemed impatient. Let alone a short wait, it would be worth it even if they had to wait for a few months in order to witness Wu Ningzhu's beauty. Soon, an hour had passed. The scorching sun hung high up in the sky. It was noon, and it signaled the start of the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony. Suddenly, a loud sound could be heard from the sky. In the next moment, the sky was filled with golden lights, and many gorgeous figures appeared. Look, the people from the Wu family are here. The ancestral worshipping ceremony is about to begin. Wu Ningzhu is here as well. Where is she? Why are you panicking? Wu Ningzhu is the most important person, how could she appear so soon? Just wait patiently. Chapter 402. They were all dressed in luxurious clothes, and the sky was filled with bright lights. Every single person who appeared had a superior and arrogant expression on their faces. They were the nobles of the Dancing Sun City, and they were supposed to be superior to everyone else. A total of over 20 muscular men wearing luxurious clothes appeared in the first batch. They slowly landed on the huge altar, then they stood in 2 rows in an orderly manner. After these 20 muscular men appeared, more and more men started appearing in the sky. Each of these men were the upper echelons of the Wu family. Today was the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony, and those who were qualified to stand on the altar were all men with high status. The man who led the group looked to be in his 30s. He had a graceful and luxurious face, and he had both hands placed behind his back. He was walking calmly in the sky toward the altar. Look, that's Wu Tianyang, the chief of the Wu family, and Wu Ningzhu's father. This guy really has a good daughter. That's right, and his cultivation base isn't weak either. I heard that he just broke through to the mid-combat soul realm not long ago. A mid-combat soul warrior, and with Wu Ningzhu's help, Wu Tianyang can really do whatever he wants no matter where he goes. The appearance of Wu Tianyang immediately attracted everyone's attention. This chief of the Wu family was the true ruler of the Dancing Sun City, and even a fart from him could cause the entire city to tremble. Jiang Chen nodded his head. This Wu Tianyang did have an extraordinary bearing, at least not someone ordinary could compare with him. However, if Wu Tianyang was the strongest warrior in the Wu family, then the gap between the Wu family and the Nangong family was huge. However, if the genius Wu Ningzhu was taken into consideration, and the relationship between the Wu family and the profound river palace was taken into consideration, then the Wu family's status wasn't any lower than the Nangong family's. Therefore, in the southern continent, the Wu family was an exception. They didn't have the same overall strength as the Nangong family, but they had the same status as the Nangong family. After Wu Tianyang appeared, all the upper echelons of the Wu family arrived one after another. The Wu family had a strong foundation. They had 4 combat soul warriors, and nearly 20 late divine core warriors. All of them were standing on top of the altar. At this moment, everyone's eyes were still fixed on the sky. Everyone knew that the main character today was not the people on the altar, nor was it Wu Tianyang himself. It was Wu Ningzhu. The ancestral worshipping ceremony would not begin until the eldest daughter of the Wu family appeared. Right at that moment, a melodious sound of a zither could be heard. Before anyone could even see the silhouette of a person, the sound waves were already rippling in the air. Right after the sound waves were heard, the entire Dancing Sun City became completely silent. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be moved. The sound of the zither seemed to have some kind of magical power. It was as beautiful as a stream flowing in his heart, clear and transparent. The sound of the zither was neither fast nor slow, permeating every part of the void. It was as if it had become one with nature. It was too wonderful for words. It was too beautiful. Just the sound of the zither alone was so beautiful. One could only imagine the person who played the zither. Wonderhand Thousand Tune, Wu Ningzhu, definitely lived up to her reputation. Look, young Miss Wu Ningzhu is here. Someone shouted out. All the people who were immersed in the sound of the zither immediately opened their eyes. After that, the scene once again fell into an unprecedented silence, because right at this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the lone figure in the sky. Jiang Chen opened his eyes as well. The first thing that came into his sight was a beautiful woman who was sitting cross-legged while playing the zither. Although the woman was just sitting there, it still couldn't hide her impressive figure. She was wearing a tight-fitting black dress, revealing a large part of her snow-white neck. Her proud twin peaks were filled with a wild beauty, and her black hair hung down to her waist like a waterfall. Her face was covered by a thin black veil, which made her beautiful face faintly discernible. However, with Jiang Chen's eyesight, he was able to see through the black veil and see her impeccably beautiful face. The woman's eyes were very bright, like the stars in the night sky. No dazzling colors could cover her dazzling brilliance. Even the knowledgeable Jiang Chen couldn't help but admit that the #1 beauty of the southern continent truly lived up to her name. Wu Ningzhu's beauty was different from Yan Qinyu's. Yan Qinyu was like an ice lotus, holy and ethereal, and could penetrate the heart. On the other hand, Wu Ningzhu was filled with a wild beauty. Every single movement of hers carried a hint of feminine charm. She was like a lone rose that could bloom with endless colors at any time. A woman like this was simply a fatal attraction to men. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu was sitting cross-legged in midair. Her slender jade-like hands were constantly plucking the strings of the zither in her bosom. It was a black zither, and even the strings were black. It matched her style perfectly. The sound of the zither was like jade beads falling onto a plate. It was clear and melodious, and it made people feel refreshed. That pair of jade-like hands were dancing on the zither like butterflies. Beautiful, she's so beautiful. Wonderhand Thousand Tune truly lives up to her name. Her zither music is so mesmerizing that I can't help but feel refreshed after listening to it. However, rumor has it that Wu Ningzhu's strength lies in her ability to change between the notes of her zither. Her beautiful zither music can soothe people's souls, but it can also change into a demonic tune that can kill at any time. It's impossible to defend against it. To be able to see such a beauty in the Dancing Sun City, this trip has not been in vain. The only flaw is that Wu Ningzhu is wearing a veil on her face. Damn it, why are you still so unsatisfied? Isn't it enough to see such a peerless beauty? As far as I know, no one has ever removed Wu Ningzhu's veil before, because no one has the right to do so. None of the men could move their eyes away from Wu Ningzhu. To them, being able to look at this legendary figure from afar was more than enough. They would never dare to have any improper thoughts. Wu Ningzhu's zither music lasted for a few minutes before it slowly faded away. The zither in her arms turned into a black light and disappeared. Wu Ningzhu slowly stood up, revealing her tall and proud figure. Such a marvelous figure was enough to make people's noses bleed. Wu Ningzhu raised her beautiful eyes and glanced at the crowd below. Her star-like eyes were filled with a demonic charm. After that, Wu Ningzhu walked towards the altar with light steps. Right when Wu Ningzhu was about to reach the altar, an old man appeared in the sky and arrived next to her. This old man wore a gray robe, and he wore an indifferent expression. Without saying a word, he just followed behind Wu Ningzhu. When the people of the Wu family saw this old man, they immediately bowed toward him. Even Wu Tianyang had to greet him with a smile on his face. Look, that man is an elder from the Profound River Palace, and he's a late combat soul warrior. A mighty warrior like this is going to attend the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony. The Wu family is so proud. That's all because of Wu Ningzhu. Not only is Wu Ningzhu the Wu family's eldest daughter, she's also the Profound River Palace's #1 genius. She's highly valued by the upper echelons of the Profound River Palace, so it's reasonable for them to send a late combat soul warrior to accompany her. Look, the ancestral worshipping ceremony is about to begin. Many people were talking and laughing. Everyone threw their gazes onto the altar. Haha, the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony is so lively. I wonder if I, the guardian, will be welcomed. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. An incomparably loud voice could be heard coming from afar, followed by a series of rumbling sounds. A dark cloud appeared in the sky above the Dancing Sun City. Such a huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of everyone. When the crowd's gaze fell upon the dark cloud, they could clearly feel the monstrous demonic chi that was being emitted from it. Ha! Swoosh! The dark cloud dispersed, revealing 4 figures in the sky. All 4 of them were wearing strange clothes, and anyone could easily tell that they weren't humans. The leading man was holding a feather fan in his hand, and he was wearing a raincoat. A long feather was tied to his head, and he wore an evil smile on his face. The other man looked like a gigantic pagoda, and he was extremely muscular. Although he looked like a human, he looked no different from a bear. The third man was skinny and straight, and he had a pair of sharp eagle eyes. His eerie face also had an eagle's nose. The last man was wearing a loose black robe that was embroidered with bats. Both of his black ears were covered by his face, and he looked extremely ugly. However, the aura emitted by these 4 men was extremely powerful, and all 4 of them were late combat soul warriors. In the southern continent, the human race and the demon race were like fire and water. Since the Wu family was holding their ancestral worshipping ceremony, it was obvious that these demon warriors didn't come with good intentions. When the old man standing next to Wu Ningzhu saw these 4 men, his expression instantly changed. Yun Zhanghe, Baoshan Xiong, Iron-Winged Eagle, Heixin Fu, 4 out of the 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace are here. May I know why the 4 of you are here in the Dancing Sun City? The old man said with a loud voice. The Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace were rivals, and the upper echelons of both sides were very familiar with each other. The 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace were very famous, and almost everyone knew about them. Today, the Wu family was holding their ancestral worshipping ceremony, and the Demon King Palace had actually come here. Shaning, we're not here for you today, we're here for young lady Wu Ningzhu. Our palace chief has been drooling over young lady Wu Ningzhu for a long time, so I wonder if young lady Wu Ningzhu can come with us. Yun Zhanghe, who was holding a feather fan, threw his glance at Wu Ningzhu and spoke with an indifferent tone. Presumptuous. The Profound River Palace's holy maiden is not someone you demons can touch. The old man's name was Shaning. When he heard that the Demon King Palace was planning to touch Wu Ningzhu, he immediately became furious. Today is our Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony, but I never thought that the Demon King Palace would be here. 4 out of the 8 great guardians are here, and judging from your appearance, you're probably here for a fight, right? Wu Ningzhu spoke. Her clear voice was filled with power, and it seemed like she was a woman who was not inferior to any man. Ha, young lady Wu Ningzhu is indeed smart, but you're only half right. We're not here to fight, we're here to kill. Today, we're going to kill everyone in this Dancing Sun City, and we'll bring young lady Wu back to our palace chief. Yun Zhanghe said without beating around the bush. Right after he finished speaking, dark clouds began to rumble in the sky, and an endless amount of demonic energy filled the air. Humph. Don't say that the Demon King Palace started a war. Not long ago, a genius of your human race annihilated a major power of our demon race. Our Demon King Palace isn't a pushover, so we'll use this opportunity to slaughter everyone in the city and teach you a lesson. Yun Zhanghe coldly harumphed. Chapter 403. What? A human genius annihilated one of the demon race's major powers? Who did it? Could it be Wu Ningzhu? When did this happen? The annihilation of a major power of the demon race should have caused a huge commotion, but why is there no news at all? Why haven't we heard anything about it? That's right, who is that human genius? Today, the 4 great guardians of the demon race came to the Dancing Sun City at the same time. Are they here for revenge? Oh heavens, look at that demonic energy, it looks like the Dancing Sun City won't be peaceful today. Everyone was shocked. A major power of the demon race had been annihilated, and none of them knew about it. Of course, no one would pay attention to the human genius who had done this. Now that the Demon King Palace's army had arrived, the Dancing Sun City had fallen into a dangerous situation. With the ferocious and brutal demonic beasts, if a fight broke out, the Dancing Sun City wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Among the crowd, Jiang Chen's expression changed. After annihilating the Demon Palace, he had come to the Dancing Sun City after absorbing the demon souls. The news of the Demon Palace's annihilation hadn't spread out yet, but the Demon King Palace had already found out about it. From this, one could see how powerful the Demon King Palace was. Rumble, dark clouds covered the sky, and the entire Dancing Sun City looked like it was doomsday. The once bustling city was now filled with panic. It looked like a war was about to break out. The faces of the people from the Wu family darkened. Today was the day of the Wu family's ancestral worship ceremony, and they had never expected something like this to happen. It was just as Yun Zhanghe had said, the 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace had come personally, and they definitely didn't come here just to chat. Not good. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He had a very sharp sense, and he could sense that as the demonic energy in the sky continued to spread, the aura in the city was being isolated from the outside world. In other words, the four great guardians of the Demon King Palace had used a secret technique to seal off the entire Dancing Sun City from the outside world. Even if a great battle broke out here, no one would be able to hear it. If that was the case, by the time the Profound River Palace realized what was going on, the entire Dancing Sun City would have been slaughtered and turned into a ghost town. Shan Ying's face turned extremely unsightly as he stared at the dense demonic aura that looked like a spider web in the sky. Yun Zhanghe, do you really want to stir up trouble? He shouted at the four great protectors. I've already said that you were the one who started this. We didn't come here today to chat. Yun Zhanghe's eyes were already filled with killing intent. I'm afraid the four of you aren't enough to destroy my Dancing Sun City, right? Wu Ningzhu opened her mouth to speak. Even in the face of such a situation, she did not show the slightest bit of panic. Just this temperament alone was worthy of respect. I've heard that the miraculous Thousand Sounds Wu Ningzhu's Thousand Fantasy Zither melody is a unique skill. Daddy would like to experience it today, and see how powerful this so-called number one genius of the Profound River Palace is. Heixin Bat spoke. His voice was hoarse and gloomy, and it was extremely unpleasant to hear. Right after he finished speaking, a pair of black wings suddenly appeared on his back. With a flap of his wings, he dashed toward Wu Ningzhu with incredible speed. Following Heixin Bat's attack, the battle immediately broke out. The demon aura in the sky above the Dancing Sun City started to spread out. Numerous demon beasts covered the entire sky and covered the earth as they let out ear-piercing howls. A bloodthirsty gleam could be seen in their eyes as they charged toward every corner of the Dancing Sun City. Swoosh! The entire Dancing Sun City had fallen into an unprecedented crisis. Those unprepared warriors quickly reacted and took out their combat weapons to fight against the demon beasts. No one had expected that the Demon King Palace would suddenly attack the Dancing Sun City. Furthermore, there was no warning at all, and such a large-scale attack had never been seen before. Blood splattered everywhere, and a massacre instantly took place. Jiang Chen just stood there and didn't do anything. He had been paying attention to the defense mechanism in the sky above the Dancing Sun City. At this moment, the defense mechanism had been completed, and the Dancing Sun City was completely sealed off from the outside world. Before the defense mechanism was removed, no one would know what was happening here. At first, Jiang Chen thought that the Demon King Palace was enraged because he had annihilated the Demon Palace. That was why they had sent their four guardians to attack the Dancing Sun City. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. His annihilation of the Demon Palace was just an excuse for the Demon King Palace. Even if he didn't annihilate the Demon Palace, what was happening in the Dancing Sun City today couldn't have been avoided. The Demon King Palace had clearly planned this for a long time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come with such a large-scale attack. That defense mechanism was the most important part of the Demon King Palace's plan. It hadn't been long since he annihilated the Demon Palace, and no matter how fast the Demon King Palace reacted, there was no way they could have done this, and they wouldn't have specifically chosen the Dancing Sun City. Obviously, the Demon King Palace's target was Wu Ningzhu. In the southern continent, Wu Ningzhu's reputation was simply too big. She was known as the number one genius of the younger generation, and her dazzling talent was more than enough to make the Demon King Palace feel a sense of crisis. Once Wu Ningzhu was eliminated, the Profound River Palace's future would be destroyed. Therefore, the Demon King Palace had sent out four guardians to attack during the Wu family's ancestral worship ceremony. Roar! The roars of demonic beasts could be heard everywhere. Some of the demonic beasts had extremely strong bodies, and they were as big as small hills. Wherever they went, all buildings would be destroyed and turned into dust. A fierce battle had unfolded without any warning. The Wu family wasn't prepared for this, and the Wu family's ancestral worship ceremony hadn't started yet. Perhaps there was no chance for it to start, because the altar had been turned into a fierce battlefield. Such a large-scale war was something that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine, let alone experience. Facing these ferocious demonic beasts, no one could remain calm. Only someone like Jiang Qin, who had seen the world, wouldn't take any battlefield seriously. Dong! A huge golden lion suddenly landed on the square. Just the shockwave alone was enough to turn 5 or 6 men into blood, killing them on the spot. Roar! The golden lion was extremely ferocious. It had transformed into its true form, and it was a late divine core warrior. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it was filled with killing intent. Bang! Just as everyone was panicking, a gigantic crimson dragon claw descended from the sky and landed squarely on the raging lion, shattering it into pieces. Swoosh! Many people were shocked by what they saw. Some of them were looking around, but they had no idea who did it. The one who killed a late divine core demon lord with a single slap was definitely a mighty warrior. Everyone, listen up. Follow me and fight these demonic beasts to the death. Wu Tianyang held a huge golden sword in his hand. His voice was like a clap of thunder, and it unleashed a powerful shockwave that resounded throughout the entire Dancing Sun City. The Wu family wasn't prepared for this, but they were still a big family. Therefore, they could still deal a fatal blow to the Demon King Palace if they attacked at the critical moment. Above the altar, Wu Ningzhu was dancing around like a black butterfly. She had fought dozens of rounds with Heixin Fu, and every single time, she was able to force Heixin Fu to back off. Damn it, this little girl is really strong. Heixin Fu couldn't help but curse out loud. Even though he was one of the 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace, he had to admit that Wu Ningzhu was really strong. She hadn't even used the zither that he was so proud of, but she had already defeated him. On the other side, Yunzhonghe and Shaning had started fighting as well. Both men had similar cultivation bases, but Shaning was much older, and his body couldn't be compared with a demon's. Yunzhonghe was an immortal crane, and his speed and attack were both extremely strong. Therefore, after a few rounds, Shaning was completely at a disadvantage. The mighty warriors of the Profound River Palace are nothing more than this. Yunzhonghe kept waving the feather fan in his hand, causing bright lights to shoot out from it. Shan Ying's eyes were bloodshot. He glanced at the dancing sun city below him, and when he saw the tragic scene, he couldn't control his emotions anymore. Yunzhonghe, how dare you slaughter a human city? This is a huge provocation to the Profound River Palace. The Profound River Palace will soon find out what happened here. Today, all 4 of you will die here. Huh, is that so? I don't mind telling you this, the entire Dancing Sun City has been sealed off by the 4 of us. This place is completely isolated from the outside world. Even if we overturn this place, the Profound River Palace will never find out. Yunzhonghe burst into laughter. What? Shaning cried out in shock. Only now did he notice that there was indeed a faint layer of light hovering above the Dancing Sun City. When he noticed this, Shan Ying's heart sank. It looked like all of this was part of the Demon King Palace's plan, and their goal was to kill Wu Ningzhu. Now that the Dancing Sun City had been sealed off, no one would be able to spread the news. Soon, this place would be massacred by the Demon King Palace, and blood would flow like a river. Furthermore, if something were to happen to Wu Ningzhu, it would be a huge blow to the Profound River Palace. But, with the current situation, the Dancing Sun City was completely defenseless, and they were no match for the Demon King Palace's army, which was led by the 4 great guardians. Therefore, today, this place will become a living hell. All of the living beings here will be killed under the iron hooves of the Demon King Palace, and no one will be left alive. A cruel smile emerged on Yunjonghe's face once again. He turned around and looked at the two men who were watching the show, then he said with a loud voice, Lao Xiong, Lao Ying, work together with Hefei and Hefei, we'll capture Wuningzhu. Remember, don't kill her, the palace master is still thinking about this little girl. Let's end this quickly. Jie, all right. Baoshan Xiong and Iron Winged Hawk immediately joined forces with Hefei Shu. The three of them formed a triangle formation, surrounding Wuningzhu in the middle. Humph. The three great guardians of the Demon King Palace are ganging up on a girl like me. You really don't know how to feel ashamed. Wuningzhu coldly harumphed. You won't feel ashamed if you win. Wuningzhu, if I were you, I'd surrender obediently, so that I won't have to suffer any pain. Baoshan Xiong said. Don't even think about it. You three can just join forces, but I'm afraid we still don't know who will win. Chapter 404. Wuningzhu stood alone, holding the zither with one hand and placing the other on the strings. With a slight movement of her fingers, 3 substantial sound waves were unleashed. The sound waves turned into 3 sharp swords, slashing toward the 3 great guardians. Not only did the sound waves unleashed by Wuningzhu possess an extremely powerful offensive and destructive force, the quality of her sound waves was also very hard to defend against. Every single note could seep into the deepest part of one's soul, causing them to be unable to free themselves and be deeply affected by it. Be careful, this little girl's sound waves are extremely powerful. Don't be careless. He Xinfu warned. The 3 great demons attacked at the same time, unleashing a series of dazzling energy waves to block Wuningzhu's sound wave attack. Humph. Illusionary Zither 1000. Wuningzhu coldly harumphed. The black zither in her hand floated in the air, and it was as big as her head. After that, Wuningzhu placed both of her hands on the strings of the zither and danced around like a butterfly, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Ding ding ding, all of a sudden, the entire sky above the dancing sun city was filled with mystical musical notes. Each musical note represented a different type of energy and attack power. The sound waves were constantly changing, and every single one of them was emitting a different color. Blotting out the sky, the sound waves enveloped the 3 great guardians. Facing an attack like this, even the 3 great guardians were shocked. This Wonderhand Thousand Tune, the number 1 genius of the Profound River Palace, truly lived up to her reputation. Wuningzhu's sound waves could change at will, from gentle to wild, from ear-piercing, from elegant to barbaric, from the sound of nature to the sound of evil. Every change was natural, and it could directly affect the minds of those who heard it. Roar! Baoshan Xiong let out a furious roar. His body instantly grew to 3 meters tall, and his pair of iron fists glowed with a bright light as they collided with the incoming sound waves, shattering them into pieces. The iron wings of the iron-winged eagle were incomparably terrifying, and could be said to be indestructible. At this moment, the iron-winged eagle was dancing in the air, and not a single drop of water could escape from it. Heishin Bat kept roaring, and also released ear-piercing sound wave attacks. However, compared to Wuningzhu, his attack power was still lacking. However, Wuningzhu was, after all, fighting against 3 of them at the same time. Moreover, her opponents were the protectors of the Demon King Palace. Even if she was extremely powerful, her strength was still scattered. It was impossible for her to defeat all 3 of them. For a moment, she couldn't even break through the defense of the 3 of them. It seemed like this was destined to be a long battle. Jiang Chen could tell that Wuningzhu was indeed a peerless genius, as she had reached such a high cultivation at such a young age. The 3 great guardians of the Demon King Palace were not easy to deal with, and their combat strength was greater than Shan Ying's. No ordinary late combat soul warriors could compare with them. The fact that Wu Ningzhu was able to remain undefeated despite fighting against 3 of them at the same time was more than enough to prove her strength. If this was a one-on-one fight, none of the 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace would be a match for Wu Ningzhu. But, if they were to fight together, it would be a different story. Wu Ningzhu unleashed her illusionary zither melody, and she was in a deadlock with the 3 great guardians. On the other side, although Shaning could only defend himself, he was still a late combat soul warrior, and a respectable elder of the Profound River Palace. He still had some trump cards up his sleeves, and it was impossible for Yun Zhonghe to kill Shaning in a short period of time. Shaning and Wu Ningzhu were fighting against the 4 great guardians, but the situation in the Dancing Sun City was not looking good. The most powerful family in the city was the Wu family, and when Wu Ningzhu came back to participate in the ancestral worshipping ceremony, she only brought back Shaning, who was from the Profound River Palace. Clearly, the Demon King Palace's attack had been planned for a long time, and it was a huge-scale attack. The Dancing Sun City was completely unprepared, and there was no way they could defend against the crazy attacks of the demon beasts. With the Wu family's strength alone, there was no way they could fight against these violent demon beasts. All the men from the Wu family had joined the fight. Including Wu Tianyang, all the combat soul warriors were tied down by the demon beasts of the Demon King Palace, and they couldn't do anything for the time being. As for those innocent people in the Dancing Sun City, they had become the food of the demon beasts. Some of the weaker ones didn't even have the strength to fight back, and could only become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Oh, blood-curdling screams filled the air, and the sounds never stopped. The entire sky was filled with the battles between the demon beasts and the human warriors. Below them was a battlefield as well, and all kinds of buildings were being destroyed. This place was isolated from the outside world, and no one outside of the Dancing Sun City could see what was happening. This was an extremely cruel massacre. Jiang Chen glanced at the scene, and he couldn't help but shake his head. The situation between Wu Ningzhu and Shaning was going to be broken soon, and it didn't matter if it was Wu Ningzhu or Shaning, it wouldn't take long before they couldn't hold on any longer. Even the men from the Wu family were going to be defeated soon, and there would be a huge number of casualties. As for the other battles, they were all extremely brutal. If this situation continued, Jiang Chen had no doubt that, after today, the Dancing Sun City would become a dead city. Just like what Yun Zhonghe said, all the holy spirits here would die, and the entire Dancing Sun City would be slaughtered by the Demon King Palace. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen to the Dancing Sun City today, just like what happened to the Demon Palace. Roar! A demon beast descended from the sky. With its mouth wide open, it charged toward Jiang Chen. Sigh! Jiang Chen lightly shook his head. When the demon beast was about to reach him, he casually pointed his finger forward, and a golden beam of light shot out from his finger, instantly slicing the demon beast in half. It looks like I have no choice but to do something today. As a member of the human race, I have to do something. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. In the next second, a sharp screech resounded through the sky. The screech was extremely ear-piercing, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. When they raised their heads, they saw a gigantic golden sword that was tens of meters long appearing in the sky. It was an extremely mystical sword. Although it wasn't being controlled by anyone, it was still flying in the sky. Shoo! As if someone was controlling the golden sword from the dark, it began to rampage across the battlefield. Wherever it went, all the demon beasts would be sliced in half. It was as if the golden sword had a mind of its own. It didn't attack humans, but instead, it only targeted the demon beasts. Wherever it went, it was like a hot knife through butter. None of the demon beasts were able to withstand the attack of the golden sword. Look! What's with that sword? It's so mystical. That golden sword killed so many demon beasts. This is great. There are so many demon beasts here. That sword is so powerful. It looks like there's a powerful warrior hiding in the Dancing Sun City. The owner of such a powerful sword must be an extremely powerful warrior. I wonder who he is. When the humans who had lost all hope saw the golden sword, their faces were filled with joy. Many of them were saved by the sword when they were on the brink of death. Shoo! 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 The golden sword flew back and forth in the sky above the Dancing Sun City, killing a large number of demon beasts. Countless demon beasts' corpses fell from the sky, bringing hope to the humans who had lost all hope. However, none of them noticed that there was an inconspicuous young man in the crowd who was secretly controlling the golden sword. Ha, good. Wu Tianyang couldn't help but laugh out loud while fighting with a mid-combat soul demon beast. The sudden appearance of this sword was really exciting. At least, Wu Tianyang knew that there was a powerful warrior hiding in the Dancing Sun City. Wu Tianyang wasn't an idiot. With his experience, he could easily tell how frightening that sword was. No ordinary man would be able to possess such a mystical sword. Wu Ningzhu and Shaning, who were in the middle of a fierce battle, also saw the sudden appearance of the golden sword. All the guardians of the Demon King Palace also saw it. This sword is pretty good, I want it. He Xinfu's eyes lit up. He flapped his wings and grabbed toward the golden sword. Don't. Wu Ningzhu wouldn't let him get away with it. She immediately unleashed a mysterious sound and blocked He Xinfu's path. He Xinfu, there can't be a real powerful warrior in the Dancing Sun City. Let's take down Wu Ningzhu first, then we'll deal with that sword. Yunzhong, he said with a loud voice. He once again waved the feather fan in his hand, causing Shaning to vomit blood. He staggered back and said, "Old fool, I don't want to play with you anymore." Crane cry. Yunzhong, he had gone mad. He wanted to end the battle quickly and kill Shaning. Swoosh. An illusionary giant crane suddenly appeared above Shaning and forcefully rammed into his body. Shaning was already injured, so there was no way he could withstand such an attack. He was instantly knocked flying away, and blood was shooting out from many parts of his body. This time, his injuries were extremely serious, and he had lost at least half of his combat strength. Swoosh. After Yunzhong he injured Shaning, he didn't chase after him. Instead, he turned around and charged toward Wu Ningzhu, joining forces with the other three guardians. With the addition of Yunzhong, Wu Ningzhu finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her zither tune started becoming chaotic, and she couldn't maintain the balance of the sound waves anymore. Roar! On the other side, a powerful demon lord suddenly jumped out. This demon lord was a mid-combat soul demon lord, and he immediately transformed into his true form and dashed toward the golden sword. Humph! My sword wants to move as well. Right at this moment, a cold harumph sounded out. A man suddenly appeared in the sky, and with a wave of his hand, the golden sword landed in his palm. Many people threw their glances at this young man in white. Many of them could tell that he was just a young man, but they couldn't see his real face. The young man's face was covered by a layer of golden light, concealing his true appearance. This young man was none other than Jiang Qin. In order to alleviate the pressure on the human army, he had decisively struck. Bang! When the demon lord saw that Jiang Qin was only a divine core warrior, he immediately leapt toward him. His mouth was like a black hole, and it looked like he was going to bite Jiang Qin to death. Die for me. Jiang Qin raised the heavenly saint sword high up into the air, then he swung it down toward the demon. The sword beam swept across the demon's body like a waterfall. The mid-combat soul demon had no way to resist Jiang Qin's attack, and was instantly sliced in half. Jiang Chen waved his hand and grabbed a golden demon's soul from the demon lord's corpse. This was a mid-combat soul demon soul, and as long as he absorbed it, the number of dragon marks he needed would be enough, and the heavenly tribulation would arrive. Chapter 406. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook violently. The intense heavenly pressure caused everyone to panic. Regardless of whether they were demon beasts or humans, they all left this place. Jiang Chen slowly raised his head and looked into the sky. He saw the second red line wiggling, and in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a gigantic lightning dragon. This lightning dragon was twice as thick as the previous one. 3 minor tribulations would descend, and each one was more terrifying than the previous one. The second heavenly tribulation was much more frightening than the first one. Crackle, 7 colored lightning interweaved and wiggled like snakes, producing a sound that could numb anyone's scalp. Soon, the lightning dragon locked its gaze onto Jiang Chen, then it swung its sturdy body and dashed toward him. Everyone looked up at the sky and looked at the lightning dragon in horror. Even their breathing was about to stop. They had no doubt that if this lightning dragon attacked them, their bodies and souls would be destroyed and they would die miserably on the spot. There would definitely not be a second ending. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's eyes lit up like torches. Right when the lightning dragon dashed toward him, he turned his gaze toward Bao Shanxiong. Not good. Bao Shanxiong had an ominous feeling, and he immediately flew far away. He could tell what Jiang Chen was thinking. If he ran any slower, he would end up like Yun Zhanghe. It's too late. Jiang Chen Lengleng said. With a sway of his body, he immediately turned into a trail of light and dashed toward the fleeing Bao Shanxiong. Although Bao Shanxiong was a late combat soul warrior, Jiang Chen's current strength was equivalent to an early combat soul warrior. With his incredible strength, Bao Shanxiong was no longer a match for him, let alone when it came to speed. Rumble, the lightning dragon descended from the sky and smashed into Bao Shanxiong, who Jiang Chen had just caught up to. In an instant, the lightning dragon exploded and turned into a net of lightning, covering both Jiang Chen and Bao Shanxiong. Arg! Another miserable shriek was heard. Not long after that, Bao Shanxiong's gigantic body fell from the Thunder King's net. He was dead, and even his head was split open. His demon soul was taken away by someone. Rumble, thunder and lightning raged and flashed. The sound of thunder constantly came from the sea of thunder. No one could see what happened to the white-robed youth inside, but the thunder was still restless, which meant that the youth's life was not in danger. Heavens, this is too terrifying. That's right. What an eye-opener today. A powerful protector of the Demon King Palace died in such a way. He didn't even have the ability to resist. Who exactly is that white-robed young man? He can actually trigger the heavenly tribulation and use it to kill people. Who knows, but we really have to thank him. If it wasn't for him today, I don't know what would have happened to the Dancing Sun City, and Miss Wu Ningzhu would have been in real danger. Everyone were still in a state of shock. If they didn't witness it with their own eyes, none of them would believe what they were seeing. A heaven-defying existence from the human race had been born just like that. Facing a heavenly tribulation when breaking through to the combat soul realm from the divine core realm, this was the first time in the history of the southern continent that such a heaven-defying existence had appeared. This time, the Sea of Thunder lasted much longer than the first. It lasted for a few minutes before it gradually disappeared. The white-robed young man once again appeared in everyone's eyes. Right now, Jiang Chen's aura was in a mess, his black hair was messy, and his white clothes were no longer as clean as before. Obviously, he had suffered some injuries from the second heavenly tribulation. However, these injuries weren't enough to cause any real harm to him. The dragon transformation skill had the ability to heal itself, so these injuries were nothing to him. Rumble, after failing twice in a row, the heavenly tribulation was immediately angered by the fact that it couldn't destroy the man who tried to provoke the heavenly tribulation. The third heavenly tribulation appeared, and an even bigger lightning dragon was formed. Right when the lightning dragon was formed, Iron-Winged Eagle and Heishin Fu looked at each other, then they cried out at the same time, "Run!" After saying that, both men immediately increased their speed to the maximum, and started fleeing in different directions. That young man was too cruel. He had killed Yunzhong-he and Bao Shanxiong with the heavenly tribulation, and if nothing unexpected happened, the next heavenly tribulation would be their turn. Today's plan to massacre the entire Dancing Sun City had obviously failed, as it had been ruined by this young man who came out of nowhere. They had lost 2 great guardians and some combat soul warriors of the Demon King Palace, and this was a huge loss for the Demon King Palace. Facing the arrival of the third heavenly tribulation, the only thing Iron-Winged Eagle and Heishin Fu could do was run for their lives. If they were any slower, they would be killed by the heavenly tribulation. Let's leave one behind. It seemed like Jiang Qin had long predicted their actions. Without hesitation, he chased after Heishin Fu. Although Iron-Winged Eagle and Heishin Fu were both demon beasts that specialized in speed, Heishin Fu was much slower than Iron-Winged Eagle. Since Jiang Qin had to face the heavenly tribulation at the same time, he didn't have the ability to kill both of them. However, he could still kill one of them. With the help of the 9 phantom wolves and the dimensional shift, Jiang Qin caught up with Heishin Fu in the blink of an eye. Heishin Fu turned his head around and saw the huge lightning dragon coming toward him from the sky. No! An unprecedented fear emerged in Heishin Fu's eyes. He knew he was going to die, and he immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. He wasn't afraid of the young man in white who was facing the heavenly tribulation, but the real heavenly tribulation. But too bad, fear couldn't change anything. When the lightning dragon came crashing down, Heishin Fu's fate was sealed. Arg! As expected, Heishin Fu let out a miserable scream and died within the ocean of lightning once again. His demon soul was forcefully dug out by Jiang Qin. It was a late combat soul demon soul, and it would bring him unimaginable benefits. On the other side, seeing Heishin Fu being killed as well, Iron-Winged Eagle was so scared that he shrunk his neck. Without hesitation, he threw his head back and let out a loud cry, then transformed back into his true form, a 30 meters long Iron-Winged Eagle. He flew into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Roar! After the 3 great guardians were killed and the Iron-Winged Eagle fled, the rest of the demon beasts started fleeing the Dancing Sun City as if they had gone mad. Each of them ran at a faster speed, as if they were afraid that they would be roasted by the heavenly tribulation if they were any slower. 3 of the 4 great guardians had died, and one of them had escaped. How were they supposed to fight this battle? To these demonic beasts, the moment the Huangjian Great Sword appeared, their will to fight had been extinguished. If the battle continued like this, the Demon King Palace would be the one that would be slaughtered, not the Dancing Sun City. The demon beasts of the Demon King Palace left as fast as they came. In just a few breaths' time, all of them had left, and the Dancing Sun City had returned to its peaceful state. No, the Dancing Sun City wasn't peaceful at all. The violent ocean of lightning in the sky was still there. The demon beasts had disappeared, and the Dancing Sun City had been saved. Normally, the people should be cheering and jumping for joy, but no one was cheering right now. Everyone was staring at the ocean of lightning, including Wuningshu and Shaning. Inside the ocean of lightning, there was a hero. Without him, the Dancing Sun City would have been completely destroyed. Now, everyone could feel that the 3rd wave of heavenly tribulation was much more terrifying than the previous 2 waves. They had no idea if the white-robed young man would be able to survive it, so they were all worried about him. Jiang Chen, who was inside the ocean of lightning, had blood dripping down from the corner of his mouth. This was also the reason why he didn't chase after the iron-winged eagle. He knew very well how powerful the third wave of the Minor Three Tribulation was. After he killed Heixin Fu, he would have to use all of his strength to resist the heavenly tribulation. Roar! As the lightning entered his body, Jiang Chen raised his head and let out a dragon's roar. One after another, the lightning entered his body, and every single dragon mark in his Qi was undergoing a transformation. It was a transformation of his very essence. Gradually, the divine core in Jiang Chen's Qi shattered. A palm-sized blood-red dragon appeared above Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the little dragon. In an instant, he had a feeling that this little dragon was a part of his body, as if it was a part of him. So this is my battle spirit. Jiang Chen's eyes revealed a look of amazement. In normal circumstances, a person's battle spirit would be a little person similar to a nascent soul, representing their source. In his previous life, his battle spirit was a little person, which was equal to a smaller version of himself. But now, his battle spirit was actually a dragon. However, Jiang Chen was well aware of the special nature of his cultivation method, so he wasn't too surprised by this little dragon. At this moment, Jiang Chen was carrying his own battle spirit with him, undergoing a qualitative transformation within the lightning. The transformation of thunder. With a thought from Jiang Chen, the little blood-red dragon drilled into his body from the top of his head and steadily fell into his Qi. At the same time, changes began to occur within Jiang Chen's body. New dragon marks began to form. This was a transformation from his source, and the amplification brought about by this transformation was unimaginable. The power of thunder tempered Jiang Chen's body to an even more indestructible level. At this time, every muscle and cell in his body was restlessly absorbing the power of thunder and tempering his mortal body. Jiang Chen's background was constantly deepening as new dragon marks formed. Soon, 1,000 dragon marks were formed. Within Jiang Chen's body, there were now 6,000 dragon marks. Such a massive increase was something that even he hadn't imagined. Even so, the help of thunder still hadn't ended. New dragon marks continued to form. At this time, Jiang Chen really didn't wish for the heavenly tribulation to disappear so quickly. If it could continue for a bit longer, then that would be a good thing. Everyone feared heavenly tribulation like a tiger. It was rare to see someone like Jiang Chen who wholeheartedly wanted to cross tribulation. It could even be called a marvel. After tempering my body with thunder, my background has become even deeper. I can borrow the power of thunder to refine Jiang Chen's 3 demon spirits and push my boundary to the peak. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. With a flip of his palm, 3 demon souls appeared in his palm. Chapter 407. These 3 demon souls were not ordinary demon souls, they were all late combat soul demon souls, and they could provide Jiang Chen with an unimaginable boost in strength. Together with the lightning, if Jiang Chen were to completely absorb these 3 demon souls, he might be able to form another 1,000 dragon marks. Once the heavenly tribulation ended, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body would reach 7,000. Since he had a strong foundation, he wasn't afraid that absorbing these demon souls would affect his foundation. Therefore, without hesitation, Jiang Chen absorbed all 3 demon souls. The dancing sun city had fallen into a dead silence. No one was talking, and they were all staring at the ocean of lightning. All of them were longing to see the white-clothed youngster once again. They didn't know this white-clothed youngster, but he had saved their lives. Therefore, all of them hoped that this white-clothed youngster would be safe. Furthermore, it was a great thing for the human race to have such a heaven-defying genius, as he would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the demon race in the future. Which family does this genius come from? How can he be so frightening? Why haven't I heard of him before? Shanning said with a shocked expression while pressing his chest. He saved all of us. Wu Ningzhu said. For the first time, a gentle look could be seen in her eyes. Another 10 minutes passed, and the lightning finally disappeared. The white-clothed youngster once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He didn't look as battered as the crowd had imagined. Instead, he seemed to be in high spirits, and he looked even better than he did after the second heavenly tribulation. Good. Seeing this, the people of the Dancing Sun City immediately burst into cheers. Even Wu Ningzhu had a smile on her face. The beautiful face underneath the veil was like a melting glacier, and a strange smile blossomed on her face. Wu Ningzhu and Shanning immediately flew toward Jiang Qin. However, before they could say anything, Jiang Qin had already turned into a beam of white light and disappeared into the distance. Ugh, Wu Ningzhu and Shanning were startled. They never expected this youngster to have such a strange temperament. After doing such a big thing, he didn't even give them a chance to repay him, and just left like that. What a young man. Shanning couldn't help but praise. However, he wasn't too surprised by the white-robed youth's departure. If the white-robed youth wanted to show himself, he wouldn't have used the golden light to cover his face. It was obvious that he didn't want anyone to know his identity. It's a pity that I can't get along with such a person. It would be great if the Profound River Palace could use him. Shanning shook his head. Wu Ningzhu furrowed her brows. She couldn't help but complain about that young man in white. With her beauty, which man wouldn't drool over her? Even in the Profound River Palace, there were countless geniuses trying to get close to her. However, when this young man in white saw her, he just turned around and walked away. What was the meaning of this? Am I not charming enough? Damned brat, how dare you ignore me? Under the veil, Wu Ningzhu pouted her lips. She didn't realize that the white-robed youth had occupied a very special place in her heart. That special place made Wu Ningzhu want to look at a man's face for the very first time. She really wanted to know what that face looked like when it was covered by the golden light. Sigh. The hero has left, and we didn't even have the chance to thank him. That's right. I have no idea where this white-robed youth came from, but he just left after saving the Dancing Sun City without asking for anything in return. He is a true hero. His heroic image will forever stay in my heart. All the people of the Dancing Sun City were extremely grateful toward Jiang Qin. Some of them even bowed toward the direction where Jiang Qin had disappeared in a pious manner. Not long after Jiang Qin left, 4 powerful figures arrived from afar. All of them had formidable cultivations, and their auras were no weaker than Shan Ying's. They were the late combat soul warriors from the Profound River Palace. When Jiang Qin triggered his heavenly tribulation and destroyed the defense mechanism that sealed the Dancing Sun City, the commotion had spread out. Everyone in the Profound River Palace knew that today was the day of the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony, and when they sensed the aura of war, they immediately sent some mighty warriors to investigate. When these few men saw the miserable state of the Dancing Sun City, their expressions instantly changed. They arrived next to Wu Ningzhu and Shanning. Then an old man who led the group asked, what happened here? Elder Lu, the Demon King Palace suddenly attacked the Dancing Sun City, and they sealed the entire city. 4 guardians led a large number of demon beasts from the Demon King Palace, and they're going to slaughter the entire city. Wu Ningzhu said. What? 4 guardians? An old man cried out in shock. When he heard about the 4 guardians, his expression immediately changed. As a power that was hostile to the Demon King Palace, the 8 guardians of the Demon King Palace were their sworn enemies. Naturally, they knew how frightening these 4 guardians were. That's right. If it wasn't for that young man in white, the entire Dancing Sun City would have been slaughtered and turned into a city of death. Shanning said. Young man in white. Elder Lu was startled. I have no idea where this genius came from. He destroyed the entire demon palace, and now he's facing his heavenly tribulation in the Dancing Sun City, killing 3 guardians of the Demon King Palace. Shanning dared not waste any time. He immediately told Elder Lu everything that had happened, including how Jiang Qin faced his heavenly tribulation, and how he used it to kill the 3 guardians. I can't believe someone is facing his heavenly tribulation at the Combat Soul Realm. I've only heard about such a monstrous genius in the legends, and I never thought I'd see one in real life. Such a monstrous genius has appeared in the southern continent, and we, the Profound River Palace, didn't even know about it. We'll have to find out more about him. This man has severely damaged the Demon King Palace, and he has made a great contribution to the Profound River Palace. If we find him, we'll definitely reward him well. If we can recruit him into the Profound River Palace, that would be even better. Elder Lu couldn't help sighing. If these words didn't come from Dan Ning and Wu Ningzhu, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. After today's calamity, it looks like we need to rebuild the city. Let's cancel the ancestral worshipping ceremony. Wu Ningzhu shook her head and said. Humph. Looks like we're going to have a fierce battle with the Demon King Palace. Shanning coldly harumphed. The Demon King Palace has lost 3 great guardians, and that's a serious loss. I don't think they'll make any moves in a short period of time. However, we still need to prepare ourselves, and prepare for a war with the Demon King Palace. Ning, both you and Elder Shanning are injured, you should go back and rest. Elder Lu said. His words were filled with concern for Wu Ningzhu. As the Profound River Palace's holy maiden, Wu Ningzhu was the Profound River Palace's hope for the future. Therefore, these old men were naturally worried about her injuries. Wu Ningzhu nodded her head. She couldn't help but throw another glance at the direction where Jiang Qin had disappeared. Right now, Jiang Qin had already traveled more than 1,000 miles away. He was standing on a cloud, and he was slowly flying toward the Nangong family. After coming to the southern continent, Jiang Qin had experienced such a huge transformation in such a short period of time, and this made Jiang Qin feel very satisfied. Jiang Qin flipped his palm, then an azure flame that looked like a lotus started dancing on his fingertip. The flame was filled with a masculine aura, and crackling sounds of lightning could be heard coming from it, giving it a mystical feeling. The purest lightning flame between the heavens and earth, it's the true heavenly flame, and its level is even higher than the true dragon flame. I now possess both the true dragon flame and the lightning flame, and after fusing them together, it will become the strongest flame between the heavens and earth. There's nothing that it can't burn, and it's the nemesis of all evil beings. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Qin's face. He had obtained this lightning flame when he was facing the heavenly tribulation, and it was his biggest gain. In the future, no matter if it was used in battles, pill concocting, or weapon crafting, it would bring him unimaginable benefits. After going through the minor 3 tribulations, I've experienced an unprecedented transformation. I now have a total of 7,000 dragon marks in my body, and my cultivation base has completely stabilized at the early combat soul realm. However, in order to break through to the mid-combat soul realm, I'll need 10,000 dragon marks, and I'm still short of 3,000 dragon marks. Looks like I'll have to work harder. Luckily, I have a strong foundation, and I'll be able to quickly break through in the future. Jiang Qin thought to himself. Although he had obtained the approval of the dragon transformation skill and had full control over it, he still had to wait until he broke through to the next realm before he could find out what he needed to break through to the next realm. For example, right after he broke through to the early combat soul realm, he immediately found out how many dragon marks he needed to break through to the next realm. From the early combat soul realm to the mid-combat soul realm, he would need 5,000 dragon marks. With 7,000 dragon marks, and having been tempered by the heavenly lightning, it'll be hard for me to find a worthy opponent in the combat soul realm. Only a true combat king warrior will be able to suppress me. Jiang Chen was extremely confident in himself. The further he cultivated the dragon transformation skill, the more monstrous it would be. He knew this since a long time ago. The heavenly tribulation caused a huge commotion, and I had to hide my identity. If not, it would be hard for me to have a peaceful life in the future. Jiang Chen sighed. He recalled what happened in the Dancing Sun City, and how he had to hide his identity. If not, the Profound River Palace would definitely try their best to find him. After all, no one had ever attracted a heavenly tribulation when they were only at the combat soul realm. The reason why Jiang Chen hid his identity was because he didn't want to attract too much attention in the southern continent. In the southern continent, he was just a passerby, and once he settled the issue with the Nangong family, he would return to the eastern continent. Therefore, he didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace. He just wanted to live in a carefree and unrestrained manner. As for the prettiest girl in the southern continent, Wu Ningzhu, Jiang Chen didn't want to have anything to do with her. However, just because he didn't want to, it didn't mean he wouldn't have anything to do with her in the future. Of course, that was for the future. There's not much time left. I need to return to the Nangong family and check on Brother Nan's progress. Chapter 408. Jiang Chen took a few breaks along the way. While enjoying the scenery of the southern region, he continued his journey toward the Nangong family. When he arrived at the Nangong city, including the time he spent leaving the Nangong family, it had been exactly 2 days. There were still 12 days left until the duel with the Nangong family. After arriving at the Nangong city, Jiang Chen went straight to the Nangong family. Since Nangong Yunfan had personally arranged for Jiang Chen to be the Nangong family's esteemed guest, he was allowed to come and go as he pleased. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't encounter any obstacles, and he went straight to Nangong Wentian's courtyard. Just as Jiang Chen expected, Nangong Wentian had yet to break through to the combat soul realm. The step from the divine core realm to the combat soul realm was extremely easy, and not everyone was like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's path of cultivation could be said to have no bottlenecks, but it was different for Nangong Wentian. The transition from the divine core realm to the combat soul realm was the biggest hurdle for any cultivator. However, Jiang Chen was very confident in Nangong Wentian. As long as Nangong Wentian could master the essence of cultivating the 10,000 everlasting elephant skill, he would have a high chance of breaking through to the combat soul realm before the duel. Late at night, the sky was filled with countless stars. The southern continent's night sky was much more beautiful than the eastern continent's, and the moon seemed rounder and bigger. Jiang Chen threw his glance toward the eastern horizon. He didn't miss his hometown, but he couldn't stop worrying about what was happening in the eastern continent. 5 days later. Eastern continent, Marshal Saint Dynasty, Crown Prince Palace. On this day, the commander of the Golden Guards, the Crown Prince, came out from his secluded cultivation. Wu Tsong, why are you in such a hurry to see me? Within the Crown Prince Palace's main hall, the Crown Prince was wearing a golden robe. He was well-dressed, and he had a tall stature. His face was like a piece of jade, and his eyes were like the stars in the sky. He was a handsome man. Furthermore, the Crown Prince had broken through to the late combat soul realm at such a young age, and he was the next Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's cultivation has improved after going into seclusion. It looks like he's getting closer and closer to the Battle King realm. Congratulations. Wu Tsong hastily flattered the Crown Prince and saluted him. Although the two of them were uncle and brother, there was a huge gap between their statuses. Wu Tsong was only an heir, so when he saw the Crown Prince, he still had to salute. The crown prince's lips curled into a smile. It was obvious that this flattery was very effective on him. He had always been extremely confident in his cultivation and combat abilities. You brat, you don't come without a reason. This prince has just come out of seclusion and you're already here. There must be something. Tell me. The crown prince seemed to be in a good mood. His Highness, the crown prince, has been busy cultivating in seclusion recently. He doesn't know that a monstrous genius has appeared in the eastern continent recently. That genius is known as the eastern continent's #1 genius. Wu Tsong said. He narrowed his eyes and observed the change in the crown prince's expression. As expected, the crown prince's expression froze when he heard the words #1 genius. #1 genius. Tell me about it. The crown prince's interest was piqued. This man's name is Jiang Qin, and he has done many big things recently. He killed many geniuses and elders from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. During the trip to the Island of Ice, I was nearly killed by him. He's a proud and arrogant man, and he doesn't even put the Imperial Emperor in his eyes. Wu Tsong told the Crown Prince everything he knew about Jiang Qin, including how Jiang Qin killed the geniuses from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan, how the two superpowers brought the matter to the Imperial Emperor, how Jiang Qin knelt down in front of the Imperial Emperor, and how Jiang Qin sealed the dimensional crack with the formation. Of course, some of the details were exaggerated. The reason why Wu Tsong came to the Crown Prince was very obvious. Currently, the 9th Emperor was protecting Jiang Qin, and Jiang Qin was hiding in the Martial Palace. They had no chance to create a new conflict with Jiang Qin, and in the entire Martial Saint dynasty, perhaps only this young man in front of them had the ability to create a new conflict. Furthermore, the Crown Prince had always thought that he was the #1 genius among the younger generation of the Martial Saint dynasty. Wu Tsong purposely made Jiang Qin sound like a god in order to attract the Crown Prince's attention. Humph. A brat who came out of nowhere dares to disrespect my father. He's courting death. The Crown Prince coldly harumphed. In his mind, the Imperial Emperor's position was extremely high, and he would never allow anyone to disrespect the Imperial Emperor's prestige. That's right, this brat is extremely arrogant and lawless. Right now, both the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect wish they could eat him alive. But too bad, the Imperial Emperor's golden words made all the resentments in the past disappear. Now that Jiang Qin is hiding in the Martial Palace, there's no way for us to deal with him. Wu Tsong sighed. Little brother Tsong, it looks like you want me to deal with this Jiang Qin. The Crown Prince was a smart man, how could Wu Tsong's little scheme hide from him? Crown Prince, you're a wise man. It's not like I don't have a way to deal with him. In the entire Martial Saint dynasty, only the Crown Prince can deal with him. Besides, if this brat continues to grow, he will threaten the Crown Prince's position sooner or later. Wu Tsong said. Humph. He's just a divine core warrior. I, the Crown Prince, am going to be the Imperial Emperor in the future. How can a nobody like him compare with me? However, since my Imperial father has given his golden words, and the Martial Palace is the 9th Emperor's territory, it won't be appropriate for me to interfere. Besides, with my status, if I take the initiative to cause trouble with a divine core brat, it will just bring shame to my reputation. The Crown Prince coldly harumphed and said. He still had to give some face to Wu Zhou. More importantly, the Crown Prince was a proud man, and he didn't take Jiang Qin seriously at all. Of course, with that Jiang Qin's status, how could the Crown Prince take him seriously? The reason I came here today isn't to ask the Crown Prince to deal with that Jiang Qin. I have something good to tell you. Wu Tsong said with a smile on his face, as if the Crown Prince's reaction was within his expectations. Oh. What is it? The Crown Prince looked at Wu Tsong and said. That Jiang Qin has a girl next to him. Her Her name is Yan Qinyu. She is an outstanding beauty, pure and holy like jade. She is a real fairy that descended from the heavens. Only someone like the crown prince is worthy of such a beauty. Who does that Jiang Chen think he is? Wu Zong said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Brother, I think you're exaggerating. I, the crown prince, have seen all kinds of beauties in my life. The crown prince said with a smile. If the crown prince doesn't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. After all, when I saw Yan Qinyu, I was shocked like a goddess. If the crown prince doesn't believe me, you can go to the martial palace and have a look. I'm not going there to cause trouble, and I don't think I'm going to offend the ninth emperor. Wu Zong said. He knew the crown prince's problem very well. Jiang Chen couldn't attract the crown prince's interest, but this Yan Qinyu would definitely be able to. Indeed, after hearing what Wu Zong said, the crown prince's eyes immediately lit up. He slowly stood up from his seat and said, let's go to the martial palace and have a look. If that Yan Qinyu is just an ordinary girl, I won't forgive you. Don't worry, the crown prince. I can guarantee with my head that she is definitely the girl that the crown prince likes. Wu Zong smiled. The first step of his scheme had succeeded. Following behind the crown prince, both men left the crown prince palace and flew toward the martial palace. With their speed, it wouldn't take them too long to reach the martial palace from the martial Saint dynasty. Soon after, both men arrived at the martial palace. With their status and identity, no one would stop them from entering the martial palace. Where is that Jiang Chen? Since I'm here, I might as well meet him. The crown prince said. Over there. Wu Zong had already found out where Jiang Chen and the others were staying. He brought the crown prince and flew toward one of the courtyards. Right at this moment, within the courtyard, Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog were bathing in the morning sunlight. Han Yan wasn't here, as he had gone into secluded cultivation to break through to the combat soul realm. Only Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog were here. Suddenly, the dispirited De Huang Dog suddenly stood up from the ground. Two bright lights immediately shot out from his eyes as he stared at the two men who had suddenly appeared in the courtyard. He didn't know the handsome man who wore the imperial robe, but Wu Zong was no stranger to him. Back on the island of ice, Wu Zong had tried to make things difficult for him several times. Since the man in the imperial robe was with Wu Zong, he couldn't be a good person either. This was De Huang Dog's first impression of the crown prince. When the crown prince landed in the courtyard, he immediately saw Yan Qinyu. After that, he couldn't move his eyes away from her. Pure and holy like the snow, dressed in white like a fairy, her entire body was spiritual, and her beautiful face was flawless. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? In just an instant, the crown prince's heart had been completely conquered by Yan Qinyu. He admitted that he had seen countless women, but he had never seen anyone as beautiful as her. What a beautiful woman! The crown prince couldn't help but praise. The crown prince's gaze was extremely passionate. This kind of gaze made Yan Qinyu feel extremely disgusted. She slightly frowned. Right at this moment, an incomparably majestic De Huang Dog blocked in front of Yan Qinyu. His long tongue kept spitting saliva at the crown prince and Wukong. The beautiful scene was immediately interrupted. Only now did the crown prince notice that there was a dog next to him. Instantly, he had an urge to tear this dog into pieces. Who are you two? What are you doing here? De Huang Dog asked impatiently. Presumptuous. You stupid dog, do you know who you are talking to? This is the crown prince. Wu Zong shouted loudly. Can a crown prince trespass into private property? This is the martial palace. If you have something to say, say it. If not, just leave. De Huang Dog scolded impatiently, but he didn't forget to wave his hooves in the air like a human. "You're courting death." Wu Tsong was infuriated on the spot. His impression of this dog could be said to be extremely bad. Back when they were on the island of ice, he wished he could skin this dog alive. This dog's mouth was extremely vicious. Just as Wu Tsong was about to make his move, the Crown Prince stopped him and said, "Be a gentleman, we are not here to fight." The Crown Prince tidied up his clothes in a gentlemanly manner. Of course, this gentlemanly behavior was only what he thought. Yan Chenyu didn't agree with him. In Yan Chenyu's eyes, there was only one man, Jiang Qin. "Where is Jiang Qin? Tell him to come out, the Crown Prince wants to see him," Wu Tsong said loudly. No one knew that Jiang Qin and Nangong Wendian had secretly left the martial palace for the southern continent. Chapter 409. Jiang Qin isn't here, you guys can leave now, the Huang dog said impatiently. He had always hated that prince, Wu Kong. Back on the island of ice, if it wasn't for Wu Lang stopping him, Wu Tsong would have been killed by Jiang Qin. As for this crown prince, he was looking at Yan Chenyu with a lecherous gaze. Obviously, he wasn't a good guy either. Thus, the Huang dog immediately hated him. "Bastard! You're just a dog, how dare you talk to me like that? Is that Jiang Qin hiding somewhere? Hurry up and tell him to come out and greet the crown prince." Wu Tsong gnashed his teeth in anger. He wished he could tear this dog into pieces. "Damn it, who do you think you are? You're nothing but a defeated opponent of Jiang Qin. Back on the island of ice, if it wasn't for Wu Lang stopping you, you would have been killed by Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin was here, he would have thrown you out like a chicken." The Huang dog's mouth was indeed vicious, but he would never show any mercy to someone like Wu Kong. "You're courting death." Wu Tsong was enraged. Even an ordinary person wouldn't be able to stand such a mean dog, let alone a prince. Wu Tsong reached out his hand and tried to grab the Huang dog. Big Yellow just stood there without moving, but the crown prince moved. He casually unleashed a strong wind and blocked Wu Tsong's attack. After that, he scolded, "Wu Tsong, we're not here to cause trouble, you better pay attention to your image." "Yes, Crown Prince." Wu Tsong hurriedly bowed toward the Crown Prince, but the corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. He knew the Crown Prince's temper too well. If it was in the past, this dog would have already been smashed into pieces by the Crown Prince. But now, the Crown Prince had to pay attention to his image and maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. Obviously, he had taken a fancy to Yan Chenyu, and he wanted to leave a good impression on her. As long as the Crown Prince took a fancy to Yan Chenyu, his plan would be successful. The Crown Prince said to Yan Chenyu in a refined and courteous manner, "I've heard that Miss Yan is a peerless beauty. Now that I've seen you today, I'm sure you're like a celestial being. I wonder if Miss Yan would do me the honor of visiting the Crown Prince's palace." The Crown Prince directly sent out an invitation. His smile was as warm as jade, his demeanor was elegant, handsome, and at ease. Such a man, coupled with his status, almost no woman would refuse his invitation. Unfortunately, Yan Chenyu was one of them. "Many thanks for the Crown Prince's good intentions. Little Yu appreciates it, but I won't go to the Crown Prince's palace." Yan Chenyu rejected him without any hesitation. In her mind, besides Jiang Qin, all the other men were nothing but shit. The Crown Prince, who had been smiling, was suddenly stunned. He had been rejected, and in such a decisive manner. This was the first time something like this had ever happened before. However, the Crown Prince put on a bright smile again. "Since Miss Yan doesn't want to go to the Crown Prince's palace, I will ask someone to arrange a better place for Miss Yan to cultivate in the martial palace. This place is too shabby." "No need, this place is pretty good." After Yan Chenyu finished speaking, she turned around and walked away without even turning her head back. This action made the crown prince's face twitch. Ever since he was born, he had never been rejected by a woman. There had never been a woman who didn't give him face. This Yan Chenyu was the first one. Presumptuous, Wu Zong shouted at Yan Chenyu, but the crown prince waved his hand and stopped him. Crown Prince, our little Yu is already taken, I suggest you save your breath. The Huang dog said to the crown prince with an indifferent tone. This dog didn't care about the crown prince at all. Even if it was the imperial emperor, as long as he wasn't happy, the Huang dog wouldn't give him any face. A woman like Lady Yan is not someone that just anyone can match up to. The crown prince, Ling Ling, gave the Huang dog a glance, then turned around and left with Wu Kong. Fuck, what's so great about that? The Huang dog spat at the back of the two men. Along the way, the crown prince's face darkened. This was the first time in his life that he had been defeated. Crown Prince, that Yan Chenyu is really looking down on you. In my opinion, you should teach her a lesson, force her into the crown prince palace, and let her be yours. Wu Zong was fanning the flames. Humph. I, the crown prince, have never failed to get a woman that I want. Who does that Jiang Chen think he is? With Yan Chenyu's stunning beauty, she should be a match for me. Since that little girl dared to reject me like this, when she's in my bed in the future, I'll definitely teach her a good lesson. The crown prince coldly harumphed. Crown Prince, what do you plan to do? A cunning look flashed across Wu Zong's eyes. Don't worry, I can't force a woman like her. I'll take it slow, I have plenty of time. I don't believe that with my charm, I can't win a woman's heart. The crown prince said with a confident smile. Of course. The crown prince is a handsome and burly man, and you've broken through to the late combat's soul realm at such a young age. Not only that, you're the crown prince, the next emperor, and you're also the leader of all the golden guards. Which woman under the heavens doesn't dream of throwing themselves into your arms? Yan Chenyu is no exception. Wu Zong flattered the crown prince once again. He was feeling really happy. Judging from the crown prince's expression, he was determined to win Yan Chenyu's heart, and this was the best result he wanted. With the crown prince as the fuse, the conflict between him and Jiang Qin would definitely erupt. Southern Continent, Nangong family. Recently, Jiang Qin had been accompanying Nangong Wendian in secluded cultivation. While Nangong Wendian was breaking through to the combat's soul realm, Jiang Qin was stabilizing his cultivation. He had obtained a lot of benefits from the minor three tribulations, and he needed some time to digest them. There are 7 more days until the duel. Judging from Brother Nan's aura, it should be soon. Jiang Qin could sense that Nangong Wendian's aura was constantly changing, and it was becoming more and more profound. This was a good thing for Nangong Wendian. Besides that, Jiang Qin was really interested in the Nangong family's hidden treasure that could produce 9 solar holy water. However, his current status was quite special, and he was just a guest in the Nangong family. Therefore, he couldn't check it out. It looked like he could only wait until the duel was over and find an opportunity to get in touch with Nangong Wendian. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, the crown prince had gone to the martial palace to look for Yan Chenyu almost every day. Let's wait for another 5 minutes, and if Nangong Wendian still doesn't come out, Nangong Wenyan will be the winner. Nangong Yunjing coldly harumphed and said. Boom! Right after Nangong Yunjing's words left his mouth, a loud explosion suddenly sounded out from the southern side of the Nangong family. A powerful shockwave shot up into the sky, and after that, a muscular young man jumped out from the explosion. Who said I, Nangong Wendian, won't accept the challenge? Chapter 410. After Nangong Wendian appeared, a young man dressed in white followed him. He automatically stood on the Nangong family's side. However, since everyone's attention was on Nangong Wendian, no one paid any attention to this young man in white. Nangong Wendian's domineering appearance at the last moment immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. At this moment, Nangong Wendian's aura was extremely powerful, and cracking sounds could be heard coming from his body. His entire being was extremely powerful, as if he had been reborn. The aura he was emitting was not any weaker than Nangong Wendian's. Wendian has broken through to the combat soul realm. Good, good. Nangong Yunfan was really surprised, and he was so excited that his body was trembling. Ha, good job, Wendian. We finally have a chance to win this battle. He burst into laughter. He was really happy that Nangong Wendian had broken through to the combat soul realm at the last moment, and this had given the Nangong family hope for today's battle. So young master was in a critical moment just now, that's why he didn't show himself. I thought he was scared. Fuck you. Young master is fearless, how could he be a coward? Now that he has broken through to the combat soul realm, I'm sure he can beat that Nangong Wendian into a pig's head. It's hard to say. Both of them have similar talents, but Nangong Wendian has broken through to the combat soul realm for quite some time, while young master has just broken through. If they really fight, I don't think young master will have the upper hand. There's still hope, he's much stronger than before. Let's just watch the show. The battle between two geniuses of the younger generation is going to be exciting. All the people of the Nangong family were discussing among themselves, guessing who was stronger between Nangong Wendian and Nangong Wendian. In short, since Nangong Wendian had broken through to the combat soul realm, this battle was going to be interesting. If Nangong Wendian was still at the same stage as before, he would just be courting death. This little bastard really broke through to the combat soul realm. Nangong Yunjing's expression instantly darkened. Initially, he thought Nangong Wendian would only be a divine core warrior when he came back, but he never expected Nangong Wendian to break through to the combat soul realm in such a short amount of time. Furthermore, it looked like Nangong Wendian was strong enough to fight his son. Don't worry. This guy just broke through to the combat soul realm at the last moment. Compared to young Master Wendian, there is still a gap between him and young Master Wendian. If they really fight, I'm sure he won't be a match for young Master Wendian. A guest beside him said. Alright, let the duel begin. Nangong Yunfan let out a loud shout, signaling the official start of today's duel. Since they were going to win 2 out of 3 duels, the first duel between the younger generation was the most crucial one. On the high fighting stage, Nangong Wendian and Nangong Wendian were facing each other. Wherever their gazes met, sparks would immediately fly. Wendian, if I were you, I would just admit defeat and ask your father to give up the position of clan chief. That way, you won't have to come out here and die. You should know that today's match is a death match, and I will never show any mercy when I attack. Even though you've broken through to the combat soul realm, you are still no match for me. Nangong Wendian said. He was extremely confident in his own strength. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Nangong Wendian, you and I have been fighting against each other since we were young. Today, let's put an end to this. Nangong Wendian's aura was unstoppable, he did not put Nangong Wendian in his eyes either. Humph. Wendian, what you're doing is useless. Since we were young, you've never been better than me in any aspect, and your talent is lower than mine as well. How are you going to fight against me? The position of young clan chief should have been mine, it's all my grandfather's fault. Since you and your father are so stubborn, I'll kill you today and take back what belongs to me. Nangong Wendian coldly harumphed. A powerful energy wave burst out from his body and swept across the entire fighting stage. The energy wave turned into a strong gale and swept toward Nangong Wendian. Humph! Nangong Wendian coldly harumphed as well. He completely unleashed his energy, causing it to surge toward his opponent like a tidal wave. Rumble! The two energy waves collided with each other, producing a loud explosion. A huge energy whirlpool was formed at the center of the collision, and the shock waves spread out in all directions, giving everyone a suffocating feeling. Fortunately, the fighting stage was protected by some powerful warriors, otherwise, the two attacks alone would have been enough to destroy the entire fighting stage. Below the fighting stage, it didn't matter if it was Nangong Yunfan's group or Nangong Yunjing's group, everyone were nervously watching the fight. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. With his eyesight, he could easily tell the difference between the two men. Both of them are equally powerful, it won't be easy to determine a winner between them. However, Nan's 10,000 everlasting elephant skill is not as simple as it looks, it's extremely powerful during fights. Therefore, Nan has a great chance of winning this fight, or it could even be said that he has a 100% chance of winning. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He was certain that Nangong Wendian would win this fight. If that was the case, the Nangong family would have won the first fight, and as long as they won the second fight, they wouldn't have to fight the third fight. A stone raises 1,000 ripples. Nangong Wenyan suddenly let out a loud shout. His body flew high up into the sky, then he abruptly threw a punch towards Nangong Wendian. This punch brought along an endless gust of wind, and a gigantic fist shot out from the energy whirlpool. The energy waves spread out in all directions, and it looked like countless waves were dancing in the air. The power of this punch was extremely great. The frightening energy attack arrived in front of Nangong Wendian in the blink of an eye. Sky-trampling barbarian elephant. Nangong Wendian let out a loud shout as well. His majestic body leapt into the air as well. Right at this moment, an illusionary barbarian elephant appeared around his body. It was a gigantic golden barbarian elephant, and it had completely merged with Nangong Wendian. At this moment, it gave people the illusion that Nangong Wendian was the barbarian elephant, and the barbarian elephant was Nangong Wendian. Bang! The barbarian elephant transformed from Nangong Wendian raised its huge hoof and stomped on the illusionary fist. Impossible. He has just broken through to the combat soul realm, how could his combat strength be so strong? It's even stronger than mine. This time, Nangong Wenyan was utterly shocked. All along, he had looked down on Nangong Wendian in his heart, and had never placed him in his eyes. Therefore, he was 120% confident that he would win this battle. But now, he had been defeated by Nangong Wendian twice in a row. How could he possibly accept this reality? Nangong Wenyan, take this. Nangong Wendian's hair was fluttering in the wind, and he looked like a ferocious beast that came from the ancient times. His entire body was unleashing a violent aura, and the myriad star ruler in his hand suddenly turned into a gigantic ruler that was more than 30 meters long. After that, it pierced through the sky and smashed down toward Nangong Wenyan's head. I don't believe you can defeat me. Nangong Wenyan gnashed his teeth in anger. Once again, he thrust his silver spear forward and collided with the gigantic ruler. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. A faint smile emerged on his face. Nangong Wenyan's mind was in a mess, and his combat strength was severely affected. There was no way he could fight Nangong Wendian, and the result of this duel was obvious. Nangong Wenyan was going to be defeated. Bam! The myriad star ruler smashed down. The silver spear couldn't withstand it any longer. Once again, Nangong Wenyan coughed up blood from the impact, and the spear in his hand almost flew out from his hand. He was falling down from the sky. Haha, Nangong Wendian let out a loud laugh. Now that he had the upper hand, he didn't show any mercy. The gigantic ruler in his hand kept smashing down like a violent storm. Bam! Finally, Nangong Wenyan couldn't withstand the final strike. The spear in his hand flew out, and was caught by Nangong Wendian. Nangong Wenyan's body was covered with wounds, and blood was dripping down from his body. He fell onto the fighting stage with a plop. What? Nangong Yunjing cried out in shock. He simply couldn't believe his own eyes. This was something that he had never even dreamt of, or perhaps, this was something that he had already predicted, but the target had changed. In his mind, the person who was going to be beaten up was Nangong Wendian, not his son. How is this possible? Young Master Wenyan lost. Kuchuan, who was standing next to Nangong Yunjing, was also shocked. This was completely different from what he had expected. Ha, good, good. Nangong Yunfan burst into laughter. Right at this moment, only the word good could describe how proud he was feeling right now. Nangong Wendian had won. Not only did it mean that there was hope for him to win today's duel, it also meant that his son was stronger than everyone else, and he was the best candidate for the position of young master. Young master is really amazing. On the fighting stage, Nangong Wendian put away the myriad star ruler and the silver spear, then he returned to the Nangong family's camp. He wouldn't return the silver spear to Nangong Wenyan, and since he didn't kill Nangong Wenyan, the silver spear could be used as interest. Kid, well done, well done. Nangong Yunjing said as if it was a matter of fact. Don't even think about it. Let me tell you, Nangong Yunjing, as long as I'm still alive, I won't let you get what you want. Father's treasure will never be taken by an outsider. I'll use all my strength in today's battle. Let's do it. Nangong Yunfan was furious. In order to get the position of patriarch, Nangong Yunjing had resorted to any means possible, and he even wanted the family's treasure. For hundreds of years, the treasure had been the biggest secret of the Nangong family, and no one had ever told anyone about it. Only the higher-ups of the family knew about its existence. Now that the old man had passed away, as the current family chief, Nangong Yunfan had to protect the treasure. Come, let's see how you're going to use all your strength. Nangong Yunjing's body moved, and he completely unleashed the energy of a late combat soul warrior. It covered the entire sky above the Nangong family, and the powerful energy waves made it difficult for everyone to breathe. On the other side, Nangong Yunfan's grey robe was fluttering in the wind. He had also completely unleashed his energy, and when the two energies collided with each other, sparks were produced. He's so strong. A mighty late combat soul warrior is indeed not someone ordinary men can compare with. Just the energy he unleashed is enough to suffocate everyone. That's right. A mighty warrior like this is not something we can imagine. I wonder when we'll have the chance to reach such a level. Stop dreaming. With your talent, you'll be lucky if you can break through to the combat soul realm in your lifetime. You'll have to wait until the sun rises from the west to reach the family chief's level. Who do you guys think is stronger? Between the family chief and Nangong Yunjing, who will win this battle? It's hard to say. They are brothers, and they've been cultivating the same skills since they were young. Now that their cultivation levels are at the same level, it's going to be really difficult to determine a winner. All the onlookers of the Nangong family were discussing among themselves. After the first match had ended, the situation had become more and more intense. Everyone was paying close attention to the next match, because today's match would directly determine the future of the Nangong family. Rumble, the battle was about to begin. Nangong Yunfan and Nangong Yunjing both had the same attack and skills, and they were equally matched. It looked like it would be really difficult to determine a winner in a short period of time. Nangong Wendian turned around and placed his arm on Jiang Chen's shoulder, then said, "Little Chenzi, I really have to thank you for your guidance. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the combat soul realm so easily. Now that you've broken through to the combat soul realm as well, that's great. If I can't avoid the third match today, I'll have a better chance of winning with you. I hope Uncle can win. If that's the case, I won't have to fight anymore." Jiang Chen casually shrugged his shoulders. Since he came to the southern continent, he needed to keep a low profile. He had been in the limelight when he annihilated the Demon Palace and Dancing Sun City, but luckily, he had covered his face with the golden barrier. Nangong Wendian raised his head and looked toward the fighting stage. Energies were tumbling about, and destructive energy vortexes could be seen everywhere. Two figures were moving back and forth, leaving afterimages everywhere. They were locked in a fierce battle. However, both of them were at the same level, and it was unrealistic for them to determine a winner in a short period of time. "Little Chenzi, you have sharp eyes. Let's see if my dad can defeat my uncle," Nangong Wendian asked. He was very confident in Jiang Chen's judgment. Both of them are at the same level, and their combat strength is also at the same level. If they keep fighting like this, they won't be able to determine a winner even if they fight for a year. The key is to see what skills they have up their sleeves, and judging from this, Uncle might be in danger. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. "What do you mean?" Nangong Wendian's expression turned serious. With his eyesight, he couldn't see any signs of his dad losing. At least, for now, Nangong Wendian seemed to be in danger. He had no idea how Jiang Chen came to the conclusion that Nangong Yunfan was in danger. It's very simple. If there's a person who knows Uncle the most in this world, it must be Nangong Yunjing. Since he dares to fight Uncle today, he must be well prepared, and he has enough confidence in himself. In other words, he has a trump card that's enough to defeat Uncle, because he has already established a relationship with the Profound River Palace. The Profound River Palace is very powerful, and since this superpower has decided to meddle in the Nangong family's internal affairs, they will definitely provide Nangong Yunjing with help. Therefore, I'm sure that Nangong Yunjing has a terrifying trump card, and if Uncle doesn't have it, this battle will be very dangerous. Jiang Chen said slowly. He didn't try to lower his voice, so all the upper echelons of the Nangong family could hear him clearly. Including 2E, all of their expressions changed. If Jiang Chen didn't remind them, they wouldn't have thought of this. But now, after hearing what Jiang Chen said, they immediately felt that it made sense. Since Nangong Yunjing started the fight, it was impossible that he didn't have a trump card. At the same time, Nangong Yunjing knew Nangong Yunfan very well, including what powerful trump cards Nangong Yunfan had. Under such circumstances, Nangong Yunjing had a very high chance of winning. 2E and Liang Zhui couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen. They had never taken this friend of Nangong Wendian seriously, but after listening to Jiang Chen's words just now, they had a new impression of Jiang Chen. Regardless of how strong he was, just his eyesight and intellect alone were enough to prove that he wasn't an ordinary man. Let's see what powerful trump cards Yunjing has. 2E said as he squinted his eyes. Rumble, on the fighting stage, thunderous booms could be heard, and the shock waves from the fight could be felt everywhere. The fighting stage below the stage had cracks all over it. It was certain that after this fight, the fighting stage would be destroyed. And this was because the two of them were fighting in the sky. If they were fighting on the fighting stage would have already been turned into ashes. This was a fight between two of the strongest warriors of the Nangong family. Just the shockwaves and aura emitted from the fight were enough to suffocate the onlookers. They could only look up to this kind of power. Rumble. Another muffled explosion was heard. Both of them had exchanged another attack, and both of them were pushed back a few dozen meters. Once again, they were equally matched. Yun Fan, if this goes on, it's going to be hard for us to decide the winner, said Nangong Yunjing. However, his eyes were glowing with a strange light, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Heavens, it's the profound river palace's holy maiden, Wu Ningzhu. How are we going to fight this match? Nangong Yunjing actually invited the #1 genius among the southern continent's younger generation. Although Wu Ningzhu is still young, she has already broken through to the late combat's soul realm, and is known as the #1 warrior below the combat king realm. I heard that not long ago, during the incident in the Dancing Sun City, Wu Ningzhu fought against 3 great guardians of the Demon King Palace alone, and she didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. None of us from the Nangong family are her match. We're finished, we're all finished. Wu Ningzhu is invincible. Even if Elder 2E were to fight her, I don't think he could last more than 10 strikes. The people from the Nangong family became restless. For all of them, Jiang Qin was a stranger. They had never heard of this young man before. They knew he was just a friend young master brought back, and he was only a combat soul warrior. How could he be qualified to fight Wu Ningzhu? At this moment, the scene on the battle stage was completely different. After Jiang Qin appeared, Wu Ningzhu's eyes that were as bright as the stars immediately fell on his body. After that, she started sizing him up. "Miss Wu, looks like you've fully recovered from your injuries," Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Wu Ningzhu's expression instantly changed. She immediately confirmed Jiang Qin's identity. "It's you." Wu Ningzhu's voice was filled with shock. Her beautiful eyes were staring at Jiang Qin's face. It was her biggest regret that she wasn't able to see this young man's face that day. Now that she had met him, she really didn't expect him to be so handsome. "That's right, it's me." Jiang Qin nodded his head. At this point, there was no need for him to hide his identity anymore. With Wu Ningzhu's eyesight, she should be able to recognize him at first glance. "Ningzhu thanks young master for saving my life that day. I never thought I'd be able to meet young master again." Wu Ningzhu slightly bowed toward Jiang Qin, expressing her gratitude for what he had done that day. She was very clear about what happened that day. The Dancing Sun City had been completely locked down, and if it wasn't for this young man in front of her, the entire city would have been destroyed. Her father and family would have been killed by those beasts, and she herself would have been captured by the Demon King Palace as well. Even if she didn't die, she would definitely be humiliated. Therefore, no matter how arrogant Wu Ningzhu was, she would never forget Jiang Qin's kindness. Ever since that day, his figure had been deeply imprinted in her heart. Wu Ningzhu's voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. What's going on? Why is Wu Ningzhu thanking him? Why is she being so polite to him? Wu Ningzhu wants to thank him for saving her life. I remember now. Dozens of days ago, when the Demon King Palace attacked the Dancing Sun City, a young man dressed in white appeared out of nowhere and faced heavenly tribulation in the city. He killed 3 guardians of the Demon King Palace in a row. So it was him. Oh heavens, it's him. The hero that the profound river palace has been searching for all this time is actually in the Nangong family. We were really blind before this. He's able to kill the guardians of the Demon King Palace and attract heavenly tribulation. He's an incredible monster. Everyone became excited. Obviously, they had all recalled what had happened in the Dancing Sun City not long ago. When they looked at the young man's clothes, they realized that he was exactly the same as the rumors said. An existence who could attract heavenly tribulation at the combat's soul realm. He was a peerless monster. So it's nephew Jiang Qin. I'm such an old fool, I didn't expect this. Amazing, truly amazing. With nephew Jiang Chen's help, the Nangong family will definitely be safe. Nangong Yunfan suddenly burst into laughter. I never thought this would happen. That peerless monster has been hiding in our Nangong family all this time. It looks like we've all neglected him. This is a true genius. Wu Ningzhu owes Jiang Qin a favor, and today's battle is really beneficial to us. Tu Yi suddenly felt relaxed, and the way he looked at Jiang Qin had become serious. Liang Zhui and all the upper echelons of the Nangong family were looking at Jiang Qin with different expressions. Although they didn't experience what happened in the Dancing Sun City, they had heard a lot about it. Someone was facing heavenly tribulation at the combat's soul realm, and it was impossible for them not to know about it. In terms of beauty and body, this Wu Ningzhu was on par with Yan Qinyu, but she was more charming and feminine, and men couldn't stand it. Wu Ningzhu's eyes shone brightly. I didn't expect benefactor to be so young. Big sister thanks you again for what you did that day. May I know why little brother is here in the Nangong family? Wu Ningzhu giggled. The way she addressed Jiang Qin as little brother caused Jiang Qin to stagger, nearly causing him to fall down from the sky. Those who were familiar with Wu Ningzhu knew that this high and mighty saintess was usually a serious person. But today, she actually teased Jiang Qin. Her temperament was very different from before. It looked like Jiang Qin's charm was really extraordinary. I'm here to fight for my friend. Big sister, do you think we should still fight? Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Although you've saved my life, I'm here today because of the palace chief's order. Therefore, I have to fight. Besides, big sister also wants to know how strong a peerless genius who can attract heavenly tribulation at the combat's soul realm is. If I'm not mistaken, you used the heavenly tribulation to kill the 3 great guardians of the Demon King Palace. Since that's the case, let big sister witness your true abilities. Don't worry, I'll be gentle when I attack. Wu Ningzhu once again gave Jiang Qin a flirtatious glance. She had completely changed her cold attitude, and when she saw Jiang Qin again, she became more talkative. God damn it, this bastard actually let Wu Ningzhu talk to him so much, and she seems to be very happy about it. The Profound River Palace's holy maiden is a proud and arrogant woman, and she has never been interested in any man. I never thought she would change so much today, and even reveal her flirtatious side. I'm so jealous. That guy is so lucky. I really want to go up there and leave a big footprint on his face. This is called charm. What do you know? No matter how arrogant Wu Ningzhu is, she is still a woman. Right at this moment, any man would be jealous of Jiang Qin. Being able to make Wu Ningzhu smile was the dream of many men. Alright, I also want to see if the #1 genius of the southern continent is worthy of his title. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. Both he and Wu Ningzhu had a good impression of each other. However, since he had broken through to the combat soul realm, he really wanted to see how strong this #1 genius of the southern continent was. This was a battle between geniuses, and only geniuses could attract other geniuses. Come, little brother. Wu Ningzhu's eyes lit up. With a wave of her hand, 7 bright flowers immediately appeared. These flowers were condensed by Wu Ningzhu using her yuan energy, and they looked extremely beautiful. Go! Wu Ningzhu gently opened her mouth, then the 7 petals flew toward Jiang Qin. Wherever they went, they would cause strong gusts of wind. Each of the petals carried a sweet fragrance, and they looked extremely beautiful. Amazing! Jiang Qin couldn't help but praise. Not only did Wu Ningzhu's attack contain a strong offensive power, the fragrance emitted from the petals was also able to confuse one's mind, causing one to be immersed in a beautiful feeling. In a battle like this, losing one's concentration for a short moment could be fatal. Wu Ningzhu was an extremely frightening opponent, and any slight carelessness would lead to death. However, Jiang Chen had a firm mind, and he wasn't even afraid of the great illusion realm, let alone this little charm skill. Roared Jiang Chen unleashed his energy, then he waved his hand and unleashed 3 silver-white flood dragons. Each of these flood dragons were extremely powerful, and they looked just like real dragons. They coiled around each other and dashed forward. Clang, 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 the flood dragon collided with the 7 petals, producing a metallic sound. The 7 petals were incomparably powerful, but they still couldn't withstand the attack of the 9 murdering flood dragons. After the 7 petals were completely destroyed, there was still a tyrannical flood dragon that didn't lose its momentum and rushed toward Wu Ningzhu. So strong! Wu Ningzhu's eyes trembled, and her expression changed dramatically. She had always thought that Jiang Chen had only killed the Demon King Palace's guardian with the help of heavenly tribulation, and as for his true strength, how strong could a man who had just broken through to the combat soul realm be? Only now did she truly feel how frightening Jiang Chen was. He's just playing with a beauty, and as long as he wants to, he can defeat Wu Ningzhu in the next second. Nangong Wendian said with a prideful expression. This was the person whom he had recommended with all his might. Nephew Jiang Chen is indeed a peerless genius. Even I have to admit that Wu Ningzhu is no match for nephew Jiang Chen. Nangong Wendian nodded his head. With his eyesight, he could easily tell that Wu Ningzhu had unleashed her trump card, the illusionary zither melody, while Jiang Chen had only unleashed one attack, and he hadn't even taken out his combat weapon yet. This is really shocking. I can't believe there's such a peerless genius in this world. I've truly underestimated him. Tui sighed. Me too. Such a young hero, it's our Nangong family's fortune that Wendian is able to befriend someone like him. Jiang Chen's future is limitless. Liang Zhui, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but praise Jiang Chen. He thought back to the first time he met Jiang Chen, and how he mocked and ridiculed him. Instantly, his face turned red, and he wanted to slap himself in the face. With his current strength, if he were to fight against Jiang Chen, he would definitely be killed in an instant. That day, Jiang Chen didn't argue with him, which was giving him a lot of face. All of a sudden, the musical notes in the air stopped, and the floating colors disappeared as well. Wu Ningzhu stood still with her zither in her hand, and stopped her attacks. Jiang Chen stopped attacking as well. With a calm expression, he stared at Wu Ningzhu. He had no idea what this little girl was going to do next. What's wrong? Why did you stop? I don't think there's a winner yet, right? I don't know. The spectators were all taken aback. They didn't know why Wu Ningzhu suddenly stopped attacking. Little brother, your sister admits defeat. Wu Ningzhu said. This was the first time in her life that she admitted defeat, but Wu Ningzhu knew very well that she had already lost. She knew it even better than all the spectators. As long as her zither music couldn't affect Jiang Chen's mind, she had already lost, and there was no point in continuing the fight. What? Nangong Yunjing cried out in shock. He felt he was staggering, and couldn't stand steadily. After that, he threw a glance at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with hatred. All the plans he had painstakingly arranged had failed because of this young man's appearance. How could he accept this result? Oh my God, Wu Ningzhu admitted defeat. This is unbelievable. This is the first time this invincible holy maiden admitted defeat. Everyone was shocked. Wu Ningzhu admitted defeat. This was unbelievable. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Jiang Chen was startled as well. He didn't expect this holy maiden to be so straightforward. She knew she was going to lose, so she admitted defeat right away. She didn't even care about her reputation as a holy maiden. This kind of attitude made Jiang Chen's impression of Wu Ningzhu rise to another level. However, although your sister has admitted defeat, I still want to taste the feeling of being defeated. Little brother, let's have one last attack. I hope you can use the sword you used that day to fight against my zither. It might be helpful to your sister. Wu Ningzhu said again. She could still vividly remember the miraculous giant sword she saw in the Dancing Sun City. If she could be defeated by that sword today, it would be a glorious defeat. Perhaps, she might even gain some unimaginable benefits during the process of defeat. Wu Ningzhu's eyes lit up. Fine, but, if I win, can you take off your veil and let me see your true face? Jiang Chen agreed without hesitation, but he had one condition. When facing the prettiest girl in the southern continent, any man would have the desire to take off her veil and see her true face. No, no man can take off my veil. Wu Ningzhu's tone suddenly turned sharp. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had only come to the southern continent to help the Nangong family. He had never thought that he would have any interaction with anyone here. Although Wu Ningzhu was extremely beautiful, Jiang Chen was not a lecherous person. Everyone had a desire for beauty. When Jiang Chen removed Wu Ningzhu's veil, he was merely curious. He had no interest in Wu Ningzhu at all. Rumble, just when Wu Ningzhu was about to say something, a sudden change occurred. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out from the deepest part of the Nangong family. It was an extremely violent movement. Over there, an ancient building was smashed into pieces, sending debris flying everywhere. Nangong Yunfan's expression changed dramatically. He knew that place very well. It was the place where the Nangong family's treasure was kept. What's going on? Nangong Yunfan was shocked. That treasure was protected by the profound sun formation, which made it extremely difficult for anyone to attack it, let alone exploding on its own. This was the first time something like this had happened in the Nangong family's history. The expressions of everyone from the Nangong family changed, especially those who knew about the treasure. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen was even more shocked than the people from the Nangong family. The heavenly saint sword in Jiang Chen's hand began to vibrate violently, producing an ear-piercing sword cry. At the same time, Jiang Chen sensed a very familiar aura. It was the aura of the heavenly saint sword, a resonance between the sword and the man. There's a third broken part of the heavenly saint sword here. Jiang Chen almost cried out in shock. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a thunderous sword cry suddenly sounded out from within the Nangong family. Following that, everyone saw a tens of meters long broken golden sword shoot up into the sky. The broken sword was extremely dazzling, and it looked extremely excited, as if it was a peerless treasure that had been suppressed for a very long time had finally found its master. Swoosh! The heavenly saint sword in Jiang Chen's hand also let out a sharp whistle, which was exactly the same as the broken sword's whistle. In the next moment, the tens of meters long broken sword suddenly shrunk down to only 1 meter long. With a swoosh, it flew next to Jiang Chen and started to circle around Jiang Chen. It seemed like it was very intimate with him. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. With a thought, the broken sword stopped moving and landed on his palm. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. He would never have thought that he would have such a great harvest on this trip to the southern continent. He had actually found the third broken part of the heavenly saint sword. What surprised Jiang Chen even more was that the treasure of the Nangong family was actually his broken sword. In the past, Jiang Chen had used the 9 solar energies to refine the heavenly saint sword, and this broken sword in front of him was the part that he had refined. With the help of the mystical sun formation, it wasn't strange that it could produce 9 solar holy water. This harvest was truly great. The heavenly saint sword had a total of 7 broken parts, and Jiang Chen had to find them one by one. This trip to the southern continent was really a stroke of luck. What's that? What a mystical broken sword. I don't know, but it's definitely a good treasure. This broken sword came from the Nangong family, so it should belong to the family. How did it end up in Jiang Chen's hands? Many people were shocked, even Wu Ningzhu's gaze fell onto Jiang Chen's hand. With her wisdom, she could already guess that this broken sword was the treasure of the Nangong family, and it was also one of the reasons why she came here to help Nangong Yunjing. Dad, this. Nangong Wendian was shocked as well. Even he didn't expect this to happen. Obviously, the broken sword wasn't snatched by Jiang Chen, it had jumped out of nowhere and landed in Jiang Chen's hand. That's the treasure left behind by the old man, it's the foundation of our Nangong family. We can't let it fall into someone else's hand. Tu Yi was extremely excited. On the other hand, Nangong Yunfan had a calm expression on his face. He stared at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes. I remember now. Dad, when I first came to the island of ice, little Chenzi found a broken sword like this, it's exactly the same as our Nangong families. The broken sword came to Jiang Chen on its own, as if it had always belonged to him. Nangong Wendian suddenly recalled the scene on the island of ice, and he finally understood why the broken sword jumped out of nowhere. Presumptuous. Put down the broken sword. Right at this moment, Nangong Yunjing shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at Nangong Yunjing with disdain. The heavenly saint sword was originally his, and now that it was in his hands, not even the God of heaven would be able to take it away. So, the reason you came to our Nangong family is for our family's treasure. Let me tell you, this treasure is the foundation of our Nangong family, don't even think about taking it away. Nangong Yunjing said with a stern expression. What if I insist on taking it away? Can you stop me? Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone, but his eyes were extremely sharp. Nangong Yunjing's body trembled, and he couldn't help but gasp. Only now did he realize how terrifying this young man in front of him was. With his current cultivation, there was no way he could stop him. If this young man really wanted to leave, even if everyone in the Nangong family joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to stop him. Little brother Jiang Chen, please, for Wintian's sake, leave the treasure here. Tu Yi said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. There was no way he would leave the heavenly saint sword, but Nangong Wendian was his brother. If he took the treasure away just like that, how was he going to explain it to Nangong Wendian? No need. Right at this moment, Nangong Yunfan spoke, and everyone's gaze fell onto him. Yunfan, what are you talking about? Nangong Yunjing looked at Nangong Yunfan. When the old master passed away, he left behind his last words. He said that this treasure has its own intelligence, and sooner or later, it will find its own master. If one day, it finds a fated man who can move this broken sword, no one from the Nangong family is allowed to stop him. Because of this treasure, the Nangong family has enjoyed hundreds of years of benefits, and this is a gift from the heavens. Everyone here has seen what happened today. It wasn't nephew Jiang Chen who tried to steal our treasure, it was the broken sword that jumped out and looked for nephew Jiang Chen. This has never happened before. Chapter 418. Nangong Yunfan's voice was very loud, so everyone on the scene could hear him clearly. It also let those who were not powerful enough to know that the Nangong family actually had such a treasure hidden away. In other words, the reason why the Nangong family was able to rise so quickly in the past 100 years was because of this treasure. At this moment, many of the younger generation who had once obtained the 9 solar holy water realized that the source of their 9 solar holy water was actually this broken sword. Nangong Yunfan, do you know what you're saying? This is the treasure left behind by father, it's the foundation of our Nangong family. If it's taken away by someone else, how will our Nangong family survive in the southern continent? Nangong Yunjing said with a loud voice. He had schemed and plotted all of this for the sake of becoming the family chief. In order to obtain that treasure, he even told the profound river palace about the treasure, so that he could get their help and ask their holy maiden to help him. However, he never expected that it would be ruined by a young man who came out of nowhere. Not only did he ruin his plan, he even wanted to take away the treasure. How could he accept this? Humph. Elder brother, don't be so stubborn. This is the rule left behind by father, and only the family chief can know about it. I don't mind telling you this, I've seen this magical broken sword with my own eyes, and Jiang Qin is the fated person. As the family chief of the Nangong family, I have the right to decide whether this broken sword will stay or not, and I have to follow the rule left behind by father. Nangong Yunfan coldly harumphed, then he cupped his fist toward Jiang Qin and said with a clear voice, Nephew Jiang Qin, this treasure has finally found its home. Even without this treasure, our Nangong family can still stand tall in the southern continent in the future. Don't worry, uncle. I, Jiang Qin, will definitely make up for the loss of our Nangong family. Jiang Qin stood on the fighting stage and bowed toward Nangong Yunfan. Taking away someone else's foundation was indeed immoral, but Jiang Qin had no other choice when it came to the Heavenly Saint Sword. As for the loss of the Nangong family, he would find a way to make it up for it. He would never let the Nangong family fall into decline because of losing this treasure. Bullshit. You want to make up for it. What can you do to make up for the loss of our Nangong family? Nangong Yunjing's eyes had turned red, and he roared at Jiang Qin with a loud voice. Today's result had thrown him into chaos, and all his plans had been ruined. In the future, he would no longer be able to fight for the position of the family chief. Noisy. Jiang Qin's expression turned cold. With a sway of his body, he turned into a trail of light and appeared in front of Nangong Yunjing in the blink of an eye. The cold tip of the Heavenly Saint Sword was pressed against Nangong Yunjing's neck, and the razor-sharp sword beam had pierced through Nangong Yunjing's skin, causing blood to flow out from the tip of the sword. Gasp! Nangong Yunjing gasped. Only now did he regain his composure. The shock in his mind had reached an extreme level. This young man's strength had actually reached such a level. Even with his late combat soul cultivation base, he couldn't react in time. Sensing the cold sword in front of his neck, Nangong Yunjing had no doubt that if this young man wanted to, his head would have already been separated from his body. In other words, he couldn't even withstand a single strike from this young man. What could he use to fight a man like this? Say one more word, and I'll kill you. Jiang Qin slowly put away the Heavenly Saint Sword. His tone was extremely cold. Nangong Yunjing felt his throat becoming dry. He wanted to say something, but he didn't have the courage to do so. Nangong Yunfan once again expressed his gratitude toward Jiang Qin, but he didn't mention anything about the broken sword. Nangong Yunfan was a smart man. He knew that he would never be able to get the broken sword back. Also, with the teachings left behind by the old man, he didn't mind losing the precious sword. Besides, he knew how great Jiang Qin's potential was, and it would only benefit the Nangong family if they could form a good relationship with a man like Jiang Qin. Even if they couldn't form a good relationship with Jiang Qin, they couldn't afford to make an enemy out of a man like Jiang Qin. Brother Nan's matter is my matter, please don't take it to heart, uncle. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Hearing the words "don't take it to heart," the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. You've taken away the most important thing of the Nangong family, and now you're telling me not to take it to heart. Can you be any more shameless than this? How could Jiang Qin not know what the others were thinking? Actually, he didn't plan to take the broken sword with him. At least, he wanted to leave some benefits for the Nangong family. Jiang Qin flipped his palm and took out a milky white jade bottle. An extremely masculine aura immediately came out from the bottle, causing everyone to feel refreshed. What is this? 9 solar holy water. Liang Zhui was the first to exclaim. Everyone present was a high-ranking member of the Nangong family. Over the years, they had all benefited from the 9 solar holy water. Therefore, they were all too familiar with the aura of the 9 solar holy water. The aura coming from the bottle was none other than the aura of the 9 solar holy water. Nephew Jiang Qin, this is. Nangong Yunfan looked at Jiang Qin. That's right, this is a bottle of 9 solar holy water. If we calculate the amount of 9 solar holy water that flowed out from the broken sword in the profound Sun Grand Formation, this bottle of 9 solar holy water is equivalent to the amount of 9 solar holy water that flowed out from the broken sword in the past 100 years. Please accept it as compensation for the loss of the Nangong family. Jiang Qin handed the bottle over to Nangong Yunfan. What? A bottle full of 9 solar holy water. 2E cried out in shock. Everyone else had their eyes wide open and were no longer able to keep their calm. They had no idea how Jiang Qin did it, but the amount of 9 solar holy water that flowed out from the broken sword was equivalent to the amount of 9 solar holy water that flowed out from the Nangong family in the past 100 years. This caused everyone's attitude towards Jiang Qin to change once again. Not only did they no longer feel dissatisfied, they even felt grateful towards Jiang Qin. The reason why the Nangong family hid that treasure was because they wanted to produce 9 solar holy water. Now that they had 100 years worth of 9 solar holy water, it no longer made any sense for them to keep that treasure. As for Jiang Qin, although it was a bit strenuous for him to produce so much 9 solar holy water, it was still an easy task. This third fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword was the one that he had created using the 9 solar energies in his previous life. It had the ability to absorb the sun qi and transform it into 9 solar holy water. Now that it was in Jiang Qin's hands, for someone like Jiang Qin who had mastered the 9 solar energies, producing some 9 solar holy water was just a matter of consuming his energy. After Jiang Qin obtained the broken sword, he immediately started producing 9 solar holy water. Once he had enough 9 solar holy water, he would be able to take the broken sword with him without any worries. Nephew Jiang Qin's kindness to our Nangong family will never be forgotten. Nangong Yunfan stood up and bowed towards Jiang Qin. Once Jiang Qin broke through to the Combat King realm, he would be able to unleash the true power of the dimensional shift. Little Qinzi, the Nangong family isn't stable right now, so I won't be accompanying you back. Once everything here is settled, I'll immediately head to the eastern continent to find you. Nangong Wentian said. Alright, you better focus on your cultivation. Once everything in the eastern continent is settled, we'll head to the divine continent. Jiang Qin patted Nangong Wentian's shoulder. Divine continent. Nangong Wentian's face lit up. That was a pure land, located at the center of the Saint Origin realm, the biggest piece of land. It was a place that countless warriors dreamed of visiting. That's right, a man born in this world doesn't seek to live forever, but to shine brightly like a shooting star. There's a more beautiful world out there, and we have no reason not to explore it. Our blood will never be extinguished. The divine continent is a place where true warriors gather, and a combat king warrior is nothing to us. Only by working hard will we be able to find a foothold there. Therefore, brother, work hard. Jiang Chen smiled at Nangong Wentian. After that, he turned into a trail of light and disappeared into the night. He had left and started his journey back to the southern continent. Blood, passion, Nangong Wentian, don't lack it. Nangong Wentian murmured to himself. Looking at Jiang Chen disappearing into the night, he suddenly felt his blood boiling. He knew that at this moment, he had finally set a goal for himself. Nangong Wentian stood under the full moon for a long time, before he turned around and went into seclusion to cultivate. He was clear that with his cultivation and talent, he might be considered a genius in the southern continent, but in the divine continent, he was nothing. Jiang Chen was on his way back to the eastern continent. He couldn't stop worrying about the situation in the eastern continent, as there were too many enemies there. The Shengguan clan and Myriad Sword sect wouldn't let this go easily. He could only hope that nothing bad would happen while he was away. In fact, Jiang Chen didn't worry about the Shengguan clan and Myriad Sword sect at all. These two superpowers were at most on par with the Nangong family, and with Jiang Chen's current strength, he could easily destroy them. What worried Jiang Chen the most was the martial saint dynasty. It was a true colossus. Eastern continent, within a special courtyard located in the center of the martial palace, two powerful energies suddenly appeared. They turned into two beams of light that illuminated the night sky. Not long after, the beams of light disappeared, and two men walked out from their rooms. One of them wore blue clothes, had white hair, and had a handsome face. He was none other than Han Yan. The other man looked majestic, and had golden fur all over his body. He was none other than De Huang Dog. At this moment, the man and the dog's aura were extremely powerful. They looked at each other and laughed out loud. Brother Yan, De Huang, congratulations on breaking through to the combat soul realm. Yan Qinyu walked out from her room after sensing the powerful energies. When she saw Han Yan and De Huang Dog breaking through to the combat soul realm at the same time, a joyful expression emerged on her face. You broke through at the same time as this guy. De Huang Dog said with a smile on his face. A few days ago, De Huang Dog suddenly felt sleepy, so he immediately went back to his room to sleep. He never expected that he would break through to the combat soul realm at the same time as Han Yan, who was still in secluded cultivation. This was indeed something worth celebrating. More of Gu Tianma's bloodline has awakened in my body. After breaking through to the combat soul realm, I feel extremely powerful. Even a mid-combat soul warrior won't be a match for me. Han Yan's white hair was fluttering in the wind, and his face was filled with confidence. The strength of Gu Tianma's bloodline was similar to De Huang Dog's dragon horse bloodline, and the further he progressed, the more frightening he would become. Daddy too. Furthermore, after breaking through to the combat soul realm, Daddy has also awakened an extremely frightening innate ability, Kaka. De Huang Dog burst into laughter. Abnormal. Han Yan couldn't help but glare at De Huang Dog. For some unknown reason, he felt this dog's laughter was extremely perverted. He had no idea what kind of innate ability this damn dog had awakened, but he was sure it was something extremely frightening. Little Chenzi has been gone for half a month, and I have no idea when he'll be back. Han Yan said. He went to the southern continent, and I don't think he'll be back anytime soon. Oh right, Xiao Yu, did that dog shit Crown Prince come to bother you again? De Huang Dog looked at Yan Qinyu and asked. Hearing the word, Crown Prince, Yan Qinyu immediately furrowed her brows, and a disgusted expression emerged on her face. What Crown Prince? Han Yan was startled, then he asked. The Crown Prince of the martial saint dynasty, the son of the Imperial Emperor. That bastard likes Xiao Yu, and he's been bothering me every day. Damn it. De Huang Dog cursed. He really hated this Crown Prince. The crown prince comes every day, and he just came this morning. But I think his patience is running out. Yan Chenyu said with a frown. I'm afraid something bad is going to happen. Han Yan furrowed his brows as well. Although they didn't have to worry about the Shengguan clan and myriad sword sex revenge with Wu Jiu's help, the crown prince was no ordinary man. Although Han Yan had never met the crown prince before, with the crown prince's status and perspective, he would definitely try his best to get the woman he liked. Why don't we just leave the martial palace? Yan Chenyu said. She really hated the crown prince. Since the first time the crown prince came with Wu Zong, he had been coming every single day. Where can we go if we leave the martial palace? The entire eastern continent belongs to the martial Saint dynasty, and it's going to be very difficult for us to escape from the crown prince's eyes. Besides, if we leave the martial palace, we'll have to face the Shengguan clan and myriad sword sex relentless pursuit. Han Yan said. Martial Saint dynasty, the 10th emperor's mansion. Is that Jiang Qin really not in the martial palace anymore? Sheng Wanxing asked. That's right. The crown prince has been coming to the martial palace to harass Yan Chenyu every single day, and he hasn't seen Jiang Qin even once. With Jiang Chen's temper, he didn't even kneel down in front of the emperor. If the crown prince went to harass his woman, I'm afraid he would have already shown up. Wu Zong said. That guy has left the martial palace, and it's very dangerous to let him leave our sight. This guy has extraordinary talent, and he's improving at an incredible speed. If we let him continue growing, it'll be very disadvantageous for us. We have to find a way to lure him out. Tiangang Yi said in a cold tone. But we don't even know where he is right now. How are we going to lure him out? The 10th emperor furrowed his brows. Don't worry, just wait. The crown prince has lost his patience with Yan Chenyu, and I'm guessing he's going to use some tricks. Chapter 420. The next day, early in the morning. In the deepest part of the martial Saint dynasty, in the imperial emperor's palace, the crown prince arrived early in the morning. My son, why are you here so early in the morning? Is there anything urgent? The imperial emperor asked. He was quite pleased with his son. Being able to reach such a high cultivation at such a young age, it was highly possible that his son would surpass the imperial emperor in the future. Father, I'm here to ask a favor. The crown prince bowed toward the imperial emperor. Oh. Is there anything you can't handle in the martial Saint dynasty? Tell me about it. The imperial emperor was surprised. With the crown prince's identity and status, there was nothing he couldn't handle in the entire martial Saint dynasty, or even the entire eastern continent. Father, I've fallen in love with a girl recently. The crown prince went straight to the point. Being able to fall in love with a girl is a blessing that my son earned in his past life. The imperial emperor didn't feel surprised at all. No one knew his son better than his own father, and he knew his son's hobbies and problems very well. In the imperial emperor's eyes, being lustful wasn't a bad thing, as it was a man's nature. Besides, the crown prince was going to be the emperor's man in the future, so it was normal for him to have a harem. Father, this girl is from the martial palace, and she's under the 9th emperor's special protection. If I take her by force, I'm afraid I'll offend the 9th emperor. Therefore, I have no choice but to ask father for help. The crown prince said. His patience toward Yan Chenyu had run out. He had been visiting the martial palace every day to please Yan Chenyu, but she had ignored him and even showed him disgust. This made the crown prince feel frustrated, and at the same time, he was filled with resentment. He had never suffered such a setback in his life, but the more difficult a girl was, the more it would arouse a man's desire to conquer her. Therefore, the crown prince didn't want to wait any longer. He just wanted to get his hands on Yan Chenyu as soon as possible. It's the ninth emperor again. The imperial emperor furrowed his brows. Whenever the ninth emperor's name was mentioned, he would have an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Especially when the ninth emperor was opposing him, the feeling would become stronger. Father, the ninth emperor thinks that he has done a great job, and he's so arrogant that he doesn't even put you in his eyes. This is really damaging to your dignity. You should know that you're the true ruler of the Martial Saint dynasty, the true ruler. Don't tell me you still have to listen to that Wuzhou. The crown prince said gloomily. The crown prince's words were like a sharp thorn poking into the imperial emperor's heart, causing his expression to change, and a cold light to shoot out from his eyes. Good, my son, I will immediately issue an imperial edict to grant you and that woman a grand wedding. The imperial emperor said. With a flip of his palm, a silk cloth glowing with a golden light appeared in front of his face. With a wave of his hand, an imperial decree was written on the silk cloth, and he handed it over to the crown prince. Thank you, father. A wild joy immediately emerged on the crown prince's face. The reason why he didn't try to snatch Yan Qinyu was because he didn't want to get into a conflict with Wuzhou. Now that he had the imperial emperor's imperial decree, he could do whatever he wanted. With the imperial emperor's decree, who would dare to go against it? At noon, 5 or 6 powerful figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the martial palace, startling many people in the martial palace, including Yan Qinyu and the others. Many people raised their heads to look at the sky, and when they saw the identity of these people, their expressions immediately changed. This group of masters must have some reason to come to the martial palace. Someone said in a low voice. 6 men appeared in the sky. One of them was a graceful and elegant man, and the one leading the group was none other than Prince Wukong. The rest of them were the 7th emperor, the 10th emperor, the Shangguan clan's family chief, Shangguan Xing, the myriad sword sect chief, Tiangang Yi, and a highly respected late combat soul elder from the myriad sword sect. Any one of these men could easily cause an entire region to tremble with just a stomp of their feet. Wu Zong's face was filled with a warm smile. With a flip of his palm, a golden imperial edict appeared in his hand. After that, Wu Zong shouted towards Yan Qinyu's direction, "The imperial edict has arrived. Yan Qinyu, receive the imperial edict." Wu Zong's voice was extremely loud, and everyone in the martial palace could hear it clearly. That's the imperial emperor's imperial decree. The imperial emperor actually issued an imperial decree to Yan Qinyu. I wonder what's going on. Yan Qinyu is Jiang Chen's woman. I don't think she has anything to do with the imperial emperor. Who knows? All these men have grudges with Jiang Chen. I don't think it's anything good. Many people were shocked by what they saw. The imperial emperor was a high and mighty figure, and even if he wanted to do something, he would only do it with a verbal order. It was very rare for him to issue an imperial decree directly. Within the courtyard, Yan Qinyu, Han Yan, and De Huang Dog all had a bad feeling about this. What's going on? Right at this moment, a loud shout was heard. A muscular Wuzhou flew out from the martial palace and hovered in the sky, standing opposite of Wu Zong and the others. The imperial decree has been issued by the imperial emperor. Uncle Zhou, aren't you going to show your respect when you see the imperial decree? Wu Zong held the imperial decree in his hand and said to Wuzhou. Wuzhou furrowed his brows and stared at the imperial decree. With his eyesight, he could easily tell that this was the real imperial decree, and it couldn't be imitated. Wuzhou bowed toward the imperial decree and asked, "Why did the imperial emperor issue an imperial decree to Yan Qinyu?" "Of course, it's something great. The crown prince has taken a liking to Miss Yan Qinyu, and the imperial emperor has issued an imperial decree to arrange the marriage between Yan Qinyu and the crown prince in 3 days at the crown prince's palace." "Uncle Zhou, this is something great. It's the dream of countless women under the heavens. Wu Zong was laughing so hard that his eyes couldn't even be seen. Although he was congratulating Yan Qinyu, his attitude was filled with pride. What? Wu Jiu cried out in shock. At the same time, Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's expressions changed dramatically as well. Motherfucker. Han Yan couldn't help but curse out loud. He didn't expect this to happen. Obviously, the Imperial Emperor wanted to show Wu Jiu his power by issuing the Imperial Decree this time, letting Wu Jiu know that he was the ruler of the martial Saint dynasty, and that his dignity couldn't be violated. However, not only had Wu Jiu disobeyed the Imperial Decree, he had even torn it in front of everyone. This was equal to slapping the Imperial Emperor's face in front of everyone, and it gave the Imperial Emperor an excuse to punish Wu Jiu. Humph. I'm going to see the Imperial Emperor. Wu Jiu coldly harumphed and prepared to fly toward the martial Saint dynasty. There's no need. Right at this moment, another figure came from afar. This man was handsome and had a majestic appearance. He was wearing a golden robe, and behind him were dozens of golden guards in golden armors. He was none other than the Crown Prince. Wu Jiu, you've torn the Imperial Decree, showing no respect to the Imperial Emperor. That's a crime punishable by death. As the Crown Prince, I'm going to arrest you in front of everyone. The Crown Prince's voice was extremely powerful. Therefore, Yan Qinyu had no choice but to pretend that she had agreed to marry the Crown Prince, giving the others enough time to leave. Hearing what Yan Qinyu said, Wu Jiu finally calmed down from his furious state. Only now did he realize the consequences of his impulsive actions. He wasn't the only one who had implicated Jiang Qin, he had also implicated those brothers who Jiang Qin regarded as his own life. In the end, Wu Jiu shook his head helplessly. He wouldn't leave the martial Saint dynasty, but he had to buy some time for Han Yan and the others. All right, I promise you. The Crown Prince kept his golden halberd and looked at Yan Qinyu with a smile on his face. As long as he could marry Yan Qinyu, he wouldn't pursue Wu Jiu for the time being. After all, Wu Jiu wouldn't be able to escape, and he would have plenty of chances to do so in the future. Crown Prince, Wu Jiu tore the Imperial Decree. This is a crime punishable by death. The 7th Emperor looked at the Crown Prince. 7th Imperial Uncle, I'll report Wu Jiu's crime to my father. Today is my wedding day, so all of you can leave now. The Crown Prince waved his hand, and the Golden Guards immediately retreated from the encirclement. As the commander of the Golden Guards, the Crown Prince was their direct superior. Therefore, they had to obey his orders unconditionally. The 7th Emperor and the others retreated as well. Although they weren't satisfied with the fact that they couldn't punish Wu Jiu today, they weren't idiots. They knew that they couldn't spoil the Crown Prince's mood. After all, Wu Jiu had already committed the crime of tearing the Imperial Decree, and he would be punished sooner or later. Miss Yan, now you can follow me to the Crown Prince's palace, right? The Crown Prince looked at Yan Qinyu and revealed a smile that he thought was extremely gentle. Yan Qinyu nodded and walked to the Crown Prince's side. The Crown Prince reached out his arm and was about to put his arm around Yan Qinyu's waist, but Yan Qinyu sensed it and moved aside. Your Highness, I've already promised to marry you. Before I marry you, please respect me. All right, I was being too reckless. The Crown Prince hurriedly smiled apologetically, but in his heart, he was cursing. However, he liked a conservative and pure woman like Yan Qinyu the most. The harder it was to touch her, the more his heart itched. I'll let you be arrogant for a while. After all, there are only 3 days left. After you marry me, I'll definitely teach you a good lesson. The Crown Prince thought to himself. He was already imagining how he would teach Yan Qinyu a lesson. Let's go. Yan Qinyu said. The crown prince hurriedly walked to Yan Qinyu's side. The two of them flew up into the sky, followed by the golden guards. Seeing this, Yan Qinyu stopped and said with a frown, I want to be alone with the crown prince. You can leave now. Hearing this, the golden guards immediately looked at the crown prince. They had always listened to the crown prince's orders. Didn't you hear, Miss Yan? The two of us want to be alone, why are you following us? The crown prince scolded the golden guards. The golden guards bowed to him, then they flew in another direction. The crown prince didn't mind Yan Qinyu's actions at all. Yan Qinyu was just an early combat soul girl, and even if she had wings, she wouldn't be able to escape from his palm. Crown Prince, let's go. After saying that, the two of them turned into two trails of light and disappeared from the scene. Wu Jiu's face darkened as he looked at the two disappearing women. He turned to the seventh emperor and the others and shouted, Get lost. Humph. Old Zhou, what are you being so arrogant for? Tearing the imperial decree with your own hands is a capital offense. Sooner or later, you'll be punished by the imperial emperor. The seventh emperor coldly harumphed. Do you believe that I won't tear you apart with my own hands just like I did to the imperial decree? Wu Jiu said with a vicious tone. He was like a lion that was on the verge of going berserk, and could go berserk at any moment. Let's go. Is that so? Look behind you. Yan Qinyu said with an indifferent tone. Chapter 423. It didn't matter if Yan Qinyu was just fooling him or not, the powerful attack coming from his back was real. It forced the crown prince to turn around, and what he saw immediately shocked him. What he saw was a gigantic creature made entirely out of ice, and just like before, it was attacking him at an incredible speed. What? The crown prince cried out in shock. He couldn't believe his own eyes. He had killed this monster with his golden halberd just now, but this monster had just reappeared in front of him in perfect condition. Even with the crown prince's extraordinary knowledge and experience, he had never seen such a bizarre monster before. Roar! The Ice Demon King let out a loud roar and threw itself at the crown prince like an ice mountain. It was fighting with no fear of death. Ice prison, trap. Of course, Yan Qinyu wouldn't let go of this opportunity to attack together with the Ice Demon King. She immediately unleashed a white mist, which instantly turned into an ice prison that covered the crown prince from top to bottom. You guys don't have what it takes to fight me. The crown prince was extremely furious. The golden halberd once again appeared in his hand. The sharp halberd instantly destroyed Yan Qinyu's ice prison. The ice prison unleashed by Yan Qinyu was extremely frightening, and even a mid-combat soul warrior would be trapped by it. However, the crown prince was too strong, and Yan Qinyu was no match for him. She could only interfere with the crown prince's attack, and the Ice Demon King was the real main force in this battle. Yan Qinyu was the crown prince's opponent. Although the Ice Demon King wasn't a match for the crown prince, it was an existence that couldn't be killed. If it couldn't be killed, it would definitely affect the crown prince's mind, and it would continuously consume his combat strength. The crown prince was incredibly powerful. He swung his golden sword horizontally and sliced the Ice Demon King in half, killing it on the spot. However, in the next moment, another intact Ice Demon King appeared, and it looked exactly the same as before. Even the aura it released was exactly the same as before, and it didn't seem to have weakened at all. Damn it, what the fuck? The crown prince couldn't help but curse out loud. Anyone who encountered a monster like this would definitely curse out loud. No matter how strong one was, what could one do when facing an existence that couldn't be killed? Rumble, right after the Ice Demon King appeared, it was instantly killed by the Crown Prince with the golden halberd. But what was even more insane was that the Ice Demon King's ability to resurrect itself was simply too powerful, as it could resurrect almost instantly. Even after being killed by the Crown Prince more than a dozen times, the Ice Demon King was still as ferocious as ever. It was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Damn it! The Crown Prince clenched his teeth in anger. He had a feeling that he was about to go crazy. He suddenly had a feeling that even if this monster just stood there and let him kill it, he wouldn't have the ability to kill it. After all, when the Ice Demon King was near the Black Ice Talisman, its ability to hide and resurrect was absolutely terrifying. Not everyone knew the Great Soul Derivation skill, and not everyone was a reincarnated almighty being like Jiang Qin. In the following period of time, Yan Qinyu and the Ice Demon King kept attacking the Crown Prince. The more the Crown Prince fought, the more depressed he became. In the end, he started screaming out loud, as his mind was in a mess. It was all because of his anger. Damn it, what can I do when facing such an abnormal monster? Facing the joint attack of Yan Qinyu and the Ice Demon King, the Crown Prince's best option was to kill Yan Qinyu first, then continue fighting with the Ice Demon King. But of course, the Crown Prince didn't want to kill Yan Qinyu. This was the woman he had been trying to get his hands on, and he hadn't even touched her yet, so how could he just kill her? As for the Crown Prince, who was distracted by the Ice Demon King's immortal body, he had forgotten that he could still capture Yan Qinyu and use her to threaten the Ice Demon King. For him, capturing Yan Qinyu was still an easy task. Unfortunately, the Crown Prince's mind was in a mess right now. All he could think about was fighting the Ice Demon King and killing it. He didn't have the time to think about other strategies. What he didn't know was that if the battle continued like this, he would be the one at a disadvantage. No matter how strong the Crown Prince was, he would eventually run out of energy, and that was exactly what Yan Qinyu wanted. Right at this moment, none of the three people in the middle of the battle noticed that a Dehuang dog had appeared not far away from them. He was sneakily sneaking around with a malicious smile on his face. Jijia, little Yu is getting more and more sinister. She actually tricked the Crown Prince into coming to this damned place to fight. But that monster is really powerful, I can't believe it can't be killed. It's even scarier than the 9-life crystal beast in Inferno Hell. I really wonder how little Chenzi managed to subdue this big guy. De Huang Dog murmured to himself. He had been here for a while, and he had clearly seen the battle between Yan Qinyu, the Crown Prince, and the Ice Demon King. However, he hadn't done anything yet. This dog was a smart man. He didn't attack because it wasn't the best time yet. De Huang Dog knew that he had just broken through to the combat soul realm, and his combat strength was at most equal to Yan Qinyu's. Therefore, even if he attacked the Crown Prince, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Arg! Suddenly, the Crown Prince, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, let out a loud roar. He once again shattered the Ice Demon King with his golden halberd, and at the same time, knocked Yan Qinyu dozens of meters away. Here's my chance. From afar, De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. A pair of wings of light emerged from his back, and he dashed toward the Crown Prince with lightning speed. He had been waiting for this opportunity for quite some time. The Crown Prince was already panicking, and he didn't expect that a De Huang Dog would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Also, De Huang Dog was extremely fast, so when the Crown Prince discovered this uninvited guest, all he saw was a perfectly round dog's butt. He could clearly see that the butt that was covered in golden fur was intentionally shaking toward him. In the next moment, the Crown Prince felt that the dog's butt was much bigger than before. After that, he heard a disgusting voice. Invincible De Huang ecstatic fart. Before the crown prince could finish his words, a thunderous voice suddenly sounded out from the perfectly round dog's butt. It was extremely loud, and it was even louder than a thunderclap. It could even be described as earth-shattering. Rumble, just this sound alone was enough to deafen people. However, what was truly terrifying was definitely not this sound, but the mass of green air that instantly rushed out from the dog's butt. That's right, it was green. Or rather, it was just a fart. The green air shot out like a cannonball, and then exploded, turning into a mass of green fog. Without any deviation, it just happened to envelop the crown prince. Everything happened too quickly, and it was too shocking. The crown prince, who was already panicking, didn't even have the chance to react before he was hit. With the crown prince's strength, if he was at his peak, he might still be able to dodge it. However, it was a pity that the Huang dog had already seized the opportunity and wouldn't give the crown prince any time to react. Hence. Ugh, fuck, it's so smelly. Ugh. I'll fuck you, ugh. The crown prince had completely gone crazy. He didn't even have the slightest bit of his image as a crown prince. He immediately vomited crazily, and he didn't forget to curse loudly. The crown prince tried his best to dodge, but the green air was like a tarsal bone. Wherever the crown prince went, it would follow. He couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. Wakaka, the Huang dog turned around, threw his head back and let out a loud laugh. This master dog's ecstasy fart is delicious, right? Yan Chenyu furrowed her brows. Even though she was standing far away from the crown prince, she could still smell the foul stench coming from the crown prince. Not only was this dog's fart stinky, it also had a fishy smell. It was simply invincible, and it wasn't difficult to imagine what kind of torture the crown prince was going through right now. Puppy dog, Yan Chenyu was speechless as well. Only now did she remember that after the Huang dog broke through to the combat soul realm, he had awakened an extremely powerful innate skill. At that time, she felt that the Huang dog's tone was a bit obscene, but now, she realized that this invincible skill could no longer be described as obscene. Invincible De Huang ecstasy fart, just the name alone was enough to make anyone faint. Just by looking at the crown prince being tortured, one could easily imagine how powerful this fart was. It was truly a must-have skill for disgusting people. Bastard! Ugh! I'm the crown prince. Ugh! I'm going to kill you, ugh! The crown prince felt like he was going crazy. He never knew that there was something in this world that could unleash such a heaven-defying fart. Ugh! Open! Finally, the crown prince couldn't take it anymore. He unleashed all his strength and finally managed to force Jiang Chen's green energy out of his body. However, he wasn't in a good condition right now. His eyes had turned red, and he was gasping for breath. Go, don't give him any chance to react. The Huang dog shouted out loudly. Without needing him to say anything, the Ice Demon King had already arrived in front of the Crown Prince, and its gigantic fist smashed onto the Crown Prince's chest. Crack! Right at this moment, the Crown Prince had just unleashed his energy to deal with the Huang dog's fart, so he was completely defenseless. Therefore, he had to face the Ice Demon King's powerful attack head-on. How could he possibly withstand it? The Ice Demon King's attack instantly caused him to vomit blood, and his body was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Swoosh! Yan Chenyu was closing in on the Crown Prince. In her hand, an ice sword completely condensed from ice beams appeared, and she immediately slashed it toward the Crown Prince's crotch. Slash! Arg! The sharp ice sword slashed across the Crown Prince's crotch. The Crown Prince felt a cold sensation coming from his crotch, and then something fell off from his crotch. Chapter 424. At the edge of the southern continent, a white-clothed figure was flying across the sky like a bolt of lightning. This white figure was none other than Jiang Qin, who was rushing to the eastern continent from the southern continent. Jiang Qin, who was traveling at high speed, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety in his heart. This kind of anxiety was exactly the same as when he killed the blood devils in Yellowstone. A bad premonition emerged in Jiang Chen's heart. Damn it, this is so annoying. I hope nothing bad will happen to me. Jiang Chen cursed. He unleashed the dimensional shift to its limit, increasing his speed once again. It would take him at least half a month to reach the eastern continent, and that was under the condition that he didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. Traveling like this was extremely boring. Therefore, Jiang Chen simply took out the third fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword. Every time I fuse a fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword, its power will increase dramatically. Now that I've obtained 3 fragments, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I reach the Divine Continent to find the remaining 4 fragments. Now that I've fused all 3 fragments together, the Heavenly Saint Sword will immediately possess the power of a king weapon, and I'll be able to fight an ordinary king weapon. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He was very confident in his Heavenly Saint Sword. Furthermore, after obtaining the 3rd fragment, he would be able to use the 9 solar energies to produce 9 solar holy water at any time. This was a huge fortune. The Heavenly Saint Sword's material was extremely hard, and it was no doubt very difficult to fuse with it. However, it was different for Jiang Chen. He was the Heavenly Saint Sword's master, and his origin was connected to it. Furthermore, apart from the true dragon flame in his body, he also had the Heavenly Lightning Flame, which was the purest form of Yang. When these 2 flames fused together, its power would be unimaginable. With the help of these 2 flames and the great soul derivation skill, fusing with the Heavenly Saint Sword was a piece of cake. While Jiang Chen was fusing with the Heavenly Saint Sword while traveling, the Martial Saint dynasty was in an uproar. Inside the Martial Saint Palace. With a grim expression, the Imperial Emperor stared at the Crown Prince who was lying on the ground. Right now, the Crown Prince was in a coma. Having his genitals cut off was a fatal injury for any man. Even though the Crown Prince was a late combat soul warrior, he still couldn't withstand the pain. Coupled with the humiliation and hatred he felt, it was normal for him to faint on the spot. Inside the palace, dozens of emperors, Shang Wanxing, and Tian Gangyi were all present. None of them dared to breathe too loudly. They weren't idiots, they knew that the Imperial Emperor was currently in a state of rage. Although he didn't show it, they knew that they couldn't afford to offend him. Tell me, who did it? The Imperial Emperor's voice was so cold that it could freeze anyone who heard it. The pressure of a combat king warrior was unleashed from his body, causing everyone to feel as if they were suffocating. This was the gap between a combat soul warrior and a combat king warrior that couldn't be crossed. This was the pressure unleashed by a true superior. The Imperial Emperor was furious, there was no way he wouldn't be furious. Castrating the Crown Prince was something that had never happened in the entire history of the Martial Saint dynasty. The current Crown Prince, the heir to the throne, had been castrated by someone. Not only was the Crown Prince castrated, it was a direct slap to the Imperial Emperor's face. This was a provocation to the entire Martial Saint dynasty. Putting all this aside, the Crown Prince was the Imperial Emperor's son, the son he was most proud of. If not, he wouldn't have chosen him to be the Crown Prince. His own son had been castrated, and as a father, it wasn't hard to imagine how angry he would be. Plop, a late combat soul golden guard, knelt down onto the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Imperial Emperor, when I found the Crown Prince, he was still conscious. It was Yan Qinyu who did it. Isn't that Yan Qinyu only an early combat soul warrior? How could she possibly hurt the Crown Prince?" The Imperial Emperor's voice became louder. I don't know. The Crown Prince only said a few words before he fainted. The Golden Guard told the truth. Imperial Emperor, this is a blasphemous act, we can't let him off easily. The seventh Emperor took a step forward and said with a loud voice. Imperial Emperor, Wujio is related to all of this. Today, the Crown Prince went to the Martial Palace to issue the imperial decree, but Wujio tore the imperial decree in front of everyone, showing no respect for the Imperial Emperor. That Yan Chenyu colluded with Wujio and attacked the Crown Prince. Perhaps Wujio is related to the Crown Prince as well. I suggest the Imperial Emperor immediately issue a decree to capture Wujio, and kill all those who are related to Jiang Qin, especially that Yan Chenyu. The 10th Emperor said in an eerie manner. Sheng Wansheng and Tian Gangyi who stood next to him didn't show any of their expressions, but deep down, they were extremely happy. They never thought things would turn out like this. The Crown Prince had been castrated. With this, no one would be able to escape from the blame, as the Imperial Emperor would never let this matter go. This result was much better than what they had expected. Wujio, I've always treated you well, but you've betrayed me. The Imperial Emperor clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. After that, he said to the crowd with a loud voice, pass down my order, head to the Martial Palace and capture Wujio, as well as all those who are related to Yan Chenyu. Capture them all. If anyone dares to resist, kill them on the spot. Yes, Imperial Emperor. The crowd cupped their fists toward the Imperial Emperor, then walked out of the Martial Saint Palace. This time, all the emperors, including the late combat Soul Golden Guard, were dispatched. Obviously, the Imperial Emperor was serious this time. After everyone left, the Imperial Emperor stared at the Crown Prince who was lying on the ground. A strong killing intent emerged from his body. Whoever dares to touch the Crown Prince, none of you will be able to live. The Martial Palace. It was already dusk, and the storm that happened during noon had yet to settle down. The entire Martial Palace was still in a state of turmoil, and everyone was talking about what had happened. Everyone in the Martial Palace knew that the palace chief was doomed. The Martial Palace belonged to the Martial Saint dynasty, not an individual. Therefore, although Wujio was the palace chief, everything in the Martial Palace was still under the Martial Saint dynasty's control. In other words, all the geniuses here were prepared for the Martial Saint dynasty, and it didn't really matter who the palace chief was. Furthermore, Wujio had disappeared for 10 years, so there weren't many people who were loyal to him in the Martial Palace. As for those geniuses from the younger generation, all of them were looking forward to joining the ranks of the Golden Guards one day. Wujio's life and death had nothing to do with them. The crime of tearing the imperial decree was too serious. Even if the Crown Prince spared Wujio's life, the Imperial Emperor wouldn't let him go. Deep within the Martial Palace, Wujio and Xianyi were standing side by side, as if they were waiting for something. Of course, they had no idea that the Crown Prince had been castrated. Xianyi, do you think the Imperial Emperor will punish me? Wujio asked. In fact, in his mind, he had always treated the Imperial Emperor as his brother, just like how he was willing to give up the spot to enter the Island of Ice for his brother. Xianyi shook his head and didn't say anything. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees everything clearly. Xianyi wasn't an idiot, he believed in Jiang Chen's judgment. Furthermore, as the Imperial Emperor, he wouldn't want his life to be marked by someone else. I'll wait here and see how the Imperial Emperor will punish me. A smile emerged on Wujio's face. I wonder if Little Yu has escaped from danger. Don't worry, Little Yu isn't a reckless person, I'm sure she has a way to escape from danger. Xianyi said. Right after Xianyi's words left his mouth, more than a dozen extremely powerful auras came from afar, and soon, they arrived above the Martial Palace. All of these men were furious, and their auras were extremely powerful. All of them were late combat soul warriors, especially those middle-aged men who wore golden robes. Each of them was a man at the top of the martial Saint dynasty, and no matter if it was their status or identity, no one could compare with them. They were all emperors, the brothers of the current emperor, and they possessed a supreme status. Let's go. Seeing this, Wu Jiu's body flickered as he flew towards those newcomers. Xian Yi followed closely behind him. However, Xian Ye's heart had already sunk. He had never imagined that such a scene would appear. Moreover, these people seemed to harbor malicious intentions. The imperial emperor has ordered us to capture Wu Jiu. An emperor who looked to be in his 50s immediately shouted out when he saw Wu Jiu. Swoosh! Right after this emperor's words left his mouth, the other men immediately attacked. In an instant, Jiang Chen, Wu Jiu, and Xian Yi were surrounded by them, and they were about to attack. Wait! Wu Jiu remained calm and didn't show any signs of panic. Is this the imperial emperor's order? Of course. Wu Jiu, you've committed a heinous crime, and the imperial emperor won't forgive you. This time, the imperial emperor has ordered us to capture you. The seventh emperor said with a loud voice. Good, good. You don't have to do anything, I'll surrender myself. Wu Jiu let out a loud laugh. His laughter was filled with desolation and sorrow. Wu Jiu, this is the best decision you can make. Let me ask you, where are Yan Qinyu and her accomplices? The 10th emperor asked. I'm the one who tore the imperial decree, it has nothing to do with them. Wu Jiu said. Nothing to do with them. Are you kidding me? It looks like you still don't know what happened. Let me tell you now, that Yan Qinyu attacked the crown prince with an extremely brutal method, and she directly cut off the crown prince's root. Right now, the crown prince is unconscious, lying in the martial Saint Palace. Not only is this incident related to them, many more people will be implicated as well. Let me tell you, this is a crime worthy of having their entire family executed. Wu Jiu, hand them over now. The 7th emperor said. What? Wu Jiu and Xian Yi cried out at the same time. They finally understood why the imperial emperor was so angry, and why he sent so many great warriors to the martial palace to capture the crown prince. It was because the crown prince had been castrated by Yan Qinyu. The muscles on Wu Jiu and Xian Ye's faces couldn't help but twitch. Who would have thought that Yan Qinyu would be so decisive? She directly cut Yan Qinyu's body. But the most important thing was, how did she do it? Chapter 425. This little girl is too impulsive, the consequences are going to be really serious. Wu Jiu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Lord Jiu, do you still want to protect the dynasty? In fact, even if little you didn't hurt the crown prince, I'm afraid this outcome would still be unavoidable. The imperial emperor wants to kill you, and if the crown prince can't get his hands on Yan Qinyu, he will definitely lose his temper. The 7th emperor, the Shengguan clan, and the myriad sword sect are all targeting Jiang Qin, and no one will be able to escape from this. Therefore, I think even if Yan Qinyu kills the crown prince, the consequences will still be the same. All of this is within Jiang Chen's expectations, it's just that it came too soon. Xian Yi said with a sigh. Although he was from the martial Saint dynasty, he didn't work for them. He would only follow Wu Jiu for the rest of his life, and now that the imperial emperor wanted to kill Wu Jiu, his impression of the martial Saint dynasty had fallen to the bottom. Wu Jiu, stop wasting time. Hurry up and hand over all the people related to this matter. Also, bring your son Wu Lang to the martial Saint Palace and await the imperial emperor's punishment. The 10th emperor said with a loud voice. They have all left. Now, the only person you want in the martial palace is me. Wu Jiu said. There was still no fear on his face. What? Escaped? The third emperor, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted. Humph. Search every corner of the martial palace and find them. If anyone dares to resist, kill them on the spot. The seventh emperor coldly harumphed. Just as his voice faded, Shang Guanxing and Tian Gangyi had already dashed towards the martial palace, while the other emperors also headed in different directions. They couldn't just rely on Shang Guanxing's words to say that there was no one here. Seeing this, Wu Jiu finally felt that Yan Qinyu's decision at noon was a wise one. She had given Han Yan and the others enough time to escape. If not, none of them would be able to escape. Wu Jiu had an indifferent expression on his face. With Han Yan and the others' abilities, they would have long escaped. It was impossible for these people to find them in the martial palace. For these late combat soul warriors, it wouldn't take them too long to search through the entire martial palace. Not long after that, the few of them returned. Judging from their expressions, it was obvious that they hadn't found anything. They really escaped. Shang Guanxing said. Humph. Every land under the heavens belongs to the martial saint dynasty. Even if they run to the ends of the earth, they will still be in the martial saint dynasty's territory. There's no way they can escape. Let's go, we'll bring Wu Jiu back first. The third emperor coldly harumphed. The group brought Wu Jiu and Xian Yi and flew toward the martial saint dynasty. Oh my god, did you guys hear that? The crown prince was castrated by Yan Qinyu. Is this true? Since it came from the mouths of the emperors, it can't be wrong. I really didn't expect that this Yan Qinyu, who looks so gentle and weak on the surface, could actually be so vicious. The most important thing is, how did she do it? The Crown Prince is the commander of the Golden Guards, and he is a late combat soul warrior. With Yan Qinyu's strength, even if she sneaked up on him, there's no way she could have done it. This is really strange. Palace Master is done for this time. Something big happened to the Crown Prince, the Imperial Emperor will definitely be furious, and everyone related to Jiang Qin will be dragged into this. This is too scary. Luckily, I'm not related to them. Martial Saint Palace. When Wu Jiu was brought here, the Crown Prince had already woken up. He was sitting on a rattan chair nearby. Although he still had a painful expression on his face, he looked like he had recovered a lot. I think we can divide ourselves into a few groups and imprison them separately. That way, the effect will be better. Even if Jiang Qin shows up, he will still give us a headache. The 10th Emperor said. Alright, let's distribute the tasks. 2 late combat soul warriors will be sent to each group, and they will lead some golden guards and warriors from the martial saint dynasty. We have to imprison all the people related to them, no one is allowed to escape. If anyone dares to resist, kill them immediately. With that, no matter where Jiang Qin shows up, he will definitely die. The 3rd Emperor immediately made his decision. That's right. No matter how much of a genius Jiang Qin is, he is still just a divine core warrior. If he dares show up, he will definitely die if he bumps into a late combat soul warrior. Not only Jiang Qin, Yan Qinyu and all the others who escaped might be lured out as well. At that point of time, we can capture them all at once. Tiangang Yi's face was filled with a gloomy expression. The Myriad Sword sect and Shengguan clan hated Jiang Qin to the core, and now that the opportunity to get their revenge had arrived, they were extremely happy. There's no need for all of us to deal with these small fries. The 4th Emperor, who had been silent all this while, shook his head. He didn't seem to be interested. Let me distribute the tasks. Shangguan Clan Chief, Sect Chief Tiangang. The Qi province is the birthplace of Jiang Qin, so all the people related to this matter will be controlled by you two superpowers. The third emperor looked at Shangguan Sheng and Tiangang Yi. Don't worry, third emperor, we'll definitely complete the task. Both of them cupped their fists toward the third emperor, then they turned around and left. They weren't just representing themselves, they were representing two superpowers. They were the two superpowers of the Jian province, and they could easily destroy the entire Qi province with just a fart. Normally, these two superpowers wouldn't even bother to deal with a small Qi province like this. But now, in order to lure Jiang Qin out, and because it was the Imperial Emperor's order, they had no choice but to take it seriously, and they were willing to do it. Old 7, Old 10, and the Vice Commander of the Golden Guards, you three bring the Golden Guards and head straight to Mount Origin to control the Jiang and Yan families. The rest of you, wait for an opportunity. The third emperor said. Understood. The 7th emperor, 10th emperor, and the Vice Commander of the Golden Guards immediately turned around and left, flying toward Mount Origin. Even with their speed, it would take them at least one day to reach Mount Origin from the Marshall Saint dynasty. Dusk, Black Sect. Right now, the Black Sect had moved to Yellowstone. Since they had conquered the entire Qi province, the Black Sect had truly become the #1 superpower in this region, the boss of all superpowers. No one in the Qi province dared disobey their commands. As the Black Sect continued to grow, more and more disciples were recruited, and Daoist Black had broken through to the combat soul realm. With this, the Qi province was no longer at the bottom of the eastern continent. Red Sun Town's townspeople had also received great benefits. The entire town was under the Black Sect's protection, and the younger generation could become the Black Sect's disciples without any conditions. All of this was because of that young man in white clothes. Right now, in the Black Sect Central Square, there was a huge statue of Jiang Qin. When Jiang Qin first arrived at the Black Sect had never experienced a moment of peace. Now that Jiang Qin had left, and although the number of people in the Black Sect had increased, it had become much quieter. Before nightfall, a loud explosion suddenly sounded out from the sky. Powerful energies suddenly descended from the sky. At this moment, the entire Black Sect sky was filled with strong winds, and everyone could feel a tremendous pressure pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to even breathe. What's going on? What's happening? Someone cried out in shock. Many disciples walked out from their rooms and stared at the sky where the hurricanes were raging. Chapter 427. What a powerful aura! Why is there such a powerful aura descending upon the Black Sect? Why do I sense a dangerous aura? These people are coming with ill intentions. The weather is going to change. The people of the Black Sect couldn't remain calm any longer. All of them walked out and looked into the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the divine core warriors of the Black Sect flew out as well. Among them were some heavenly core geniuses and sect elders. The two men in the lead were the sect chief, Daoist Black, and the alchemist, Guoshan. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They had no idea what this storm was all about. Sect chief, what is that? Someone asked. He raised his head and stared at the dragon-like tornado in the sky, and his expression immediately became ugly. So many great warriors, I've never seen so many great warriors in my life. Daoist Black had a serious expression on his face. With his eyesight, he could tell that all these great warriors were humans. Soon, the tornado above them disappeared, and a group of over 100 men appeared above the Black Sect. Each of them was glowing brightly, and they were using their yuan energy to illuminate the dark night sky. The night was dark and the wind was strong. This was going to be an extraordinary night. Looking at the group of over 100 men, the two men in the lead had extremely powerful auras. Only Daoist Black could sense that these two men were late combat soul warriors. Behind them, there were over 30 divine core warriors, and the rest were all heavenly core warriors. Gasp! Although there were only 2 combat soul warriors, Daoist Black couldn't help but gasp. Let alone 2 of them, even one of them was more than enough to destroy the entire Black Sect. Perhaps only the top 3 provinces of the Eastern continent would have late combat soul warriors. However, no matter if it was the aura or attitude of these 2 men, they both carried the aura of someone in a superior position. Obviously, they weren't ordinary men. All disciples of the Black Sect, listen up. I'm the clan chief of the Shengguan clan from the Jian province, Shengguanxing, and this is the Myriad Sword sect chief, Tiangang Yi. The disciples of the Black Sect, Jiang Qin, Yan Qinyu, Han Yan, Yuzi Han, Guanayun, and Tian Shan, have all committed a heinous crime. The Martial Saint Dynasty's imperial emperor has personally ordered us to kill their entire families. From now on, everyone in the Black Sect is a criminal, and they will be imprisoned immediately. Shengguanxing's voice was loud and clear. Every single word he said was like a thunderclap. It was so powerful that everyone in the Black Sect could hear it clearly. Shengguanxing's words had thrown the entire Black Sect into a panic. How could this be? 2 of the strongest men from the Jian province are here. It looks like the Black Sect is finished. Heavens! What did Jiang Qin do? Not only did he offend the Shengguan clan and Myriad Sword sect, he even offended the Martial Saint Dynasty. What should we do? Are we going to be dragged into this? A calamity has descended from the heavens. We're finished, we're completely finished. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have joined the Black Sect. Bullshit. Without senior disciple Jiang, the Black Sect would have been finished long ago. All of you who joined the Black Sect later, if you dare say anything bad about senior disciple Jiang again, I'll be the first to kill you. All the disciples of the Black Sect had ugly expressions on their faces, and despair could be seen on their faces. All of them knew about the grudges between Jiang Qin, the Shengguan clan, and the Myriad Sword sect, but Jiang Qin had left the Black Sect, and they never expected that he would be dragged into this mess again. Daoist Black and Guoshan were shocked as well. Capture all the men from the Yen family, bring them to the Fragrant Sky City, and imprison them together with the Jiang family. The 7th Emperor told Yuan Long, yes, 7th Emperor. Yuan Long replied. After that, he brought 30 golden guards and flew toward the Red City. In the 7th Emperor's mind, there was no way any big family could be hiding in such a remote area, and there was no need to imprison them. 7th brother, let's head to the Fragrant Sky City now. Once we control that Jiang Chen's hometown, I want to see how Jiang Chen is going to fight us. An evil smile emerged on the 10th Emperor's face. It was as if he could already see Jiang Chen's death. Chapter 428. Fragrant Sky City, Jiang Family. Ever since the incident with the dimensional creatures, many cities in this area had been rebuilt, and Fragrant Sky City was no exception. As the leader of this area, the Jiang family had played a big role in rebuilding the city. During this period of time, the Jiang family had led the people out of the shadows, and many cities had almost been rebuilt. Fragrant Sky City was the fastest city to recover, and the buildings were almost fully restored. It was even more luxurious than before. As a citizen of Fragrant Sky City, everyone was grateful to the Jiang family, and to the young master of the Jiang family who could do anything. For everyone, the Jiang family had given them a new lease of life, and they had saved their lives. This meant that the Jiang family was going to be prosperous. At least in this area, Jiang Chen's reputation was unparalleled, and the chief of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhenhai, had become the king of this area. Everything in the Jiang family was the same as before. Jiang Zhenhai was cultivating the Xianyuan skill, and noon was the best time for him to cultivate. Right now, he was sitting quietly in his courtyard, circulating the Xianyuan skill and absorbing the pure yang energy. Rumble, suddenly, in the originally calm sky, a strong gust of wind whistled. Rays of golden light filled the air, and very soon, dozens of extremely powerful figures appeared in the sky above the Jiang clan. Jiang Zhenhai quickly woke up from his cultivation. He felt a huge pressure, and it made it difficult for him to breathe. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw were those uninvited guests. What a powerful aura! Jiang Zhenhai's expression changed dramatically. He was a divine core warrior now, but when he sensed the aura of these people, he felt that even if he used all his strength, he would still be killed by them like an ant, and he wouldn't be able to fight back. Such experts were rarely seen even in the big provinces of the eastern continent, let alone in the Scarlet City region. The Scarlet City region was separated by the Origin Mountain Range. Everything here seemed to be sealed off. The forces on the other side of the Origin Mountain Range would never set foot in here. So, why did so many powerful experts suddenly descend upon the Jiang family today? But Jiang Zhenhai wasn't an idiot. He knew that with his own abilities, there was no way he could attract so many powerful warriors to the Jiang family. The only person who could do this was his son, Jiang Qin. Jiang Zhenhai was calm in the face of danger. No matter who the opponent was, as long as it was related to his son, he would not be afraid. All members of the Jiang family, listen up. Jiang Chen has committed a heinous crime, and he has offended the martial Saint dynasty. The imperial emperor has personally given the order to annihilate all members of the Jiang family. All members of the Jiang family, big and small, are to be imprisoned immediately. If anyone dares to resist, they will be killed on the spot. The seventh emperor's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that shook the entire area. All these men were too weak, and they couldn't compare with the Black Sect. None of them had ever seen a combat soul warrior, let alone a late combat soul warrior like the seventh emperor. Some of the weaker men nearly fainted just from hearing his voice. The Jiang family was instantly thrown into chaos. The sudden arrival of the enemies and the news had caught them off guard. The martial Saint dynasty, what kind of powerful existence was that? They had never even heard of it before. But there was one thing they knew: their troublemaking young master had offended a powerful enemy like the martial Saint dynasty, and now, he had brought a huge disaster to the Jiang family, and they were going to annihilate all members of their family. Obviously, the reason why they didn't kill them and only imprisoned them was to lure his son out. Bastard! The 10th emperor was furious. He was about to attack Jiang Zhenhai, but was stopped by the 7th emperor. Jiang Zhenhai was the most important person in the family, and if he was killed now, they would lose a big bargaining chip. However, after listening to Jiang Zhenhai's words, the 7th emperor and the 10th emperor's faces turned ugly. What Jiang Zhenhai said was right. If they couldn't find Jiang Qin, then they would use his family to threaten him, which was a bit shameful. However, Jiang Qin had great potential, and they couldn't find him anywhere, so they had no choice but to use this kind of shameful method. If you have the guts, then kill me. My son will definitely avenge me. Jiang Zhenhai's aura fluctuated, and his whole body was filled with the courage of a man. As a man, he needed to have his own style, and as a father, no matter how big a hole Jiang Qin poked, he would help him cover it up. Even if he couldn't lose his son's face. He could bear any consequences related to Jiang Qin, including his own life. I didn't expect you to be so strong-willed. Don't worry, Jiang Qin will definitely appear, and when that time comes, you and your son will be reunited. Golden Guards, immediately imprison all the members of the Jiang family. The seventh emperor gave the order. A small force like the Jiang family was too weak to withstand a single blow from the Golden Guards. It only took them 10 minutes to imprison all of them. What are you looking at? Do you want to die? A Golden Guard slapped the face of one of the Jiang family servants, who accidentally looked at him. Slap. The slap landed on the servant's face, and his skull was smashed into pieces, and he died on the spot. Damn, he can't even take a hit. The Golden Guard cursed in a depressed manner. Looks like we can't just slap these people, we can easily kill them. Another Golden Guard murmured. The faces of the Jiang family servants turned pale. Their opponents were too strong, and any one of them could easily kill all of them. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. Not long after the Jiang family was imprisoned, the deputy commander of the Golden Guards, Yuan Long, brought a group of people from the Yan family to the Jiang family in Fragrant Sky City, and imprisoned all the people from both families. Obviously, the Yan family had already known about the whole incident, and since it was all because of Yan Qinyu, there was nothing much to say. Yan Qinyu was the Yan family's treasure, and the Yan family was willing to bear the consequences of her mistakes. In the Jiang family's main hall, Jiang Zhenhai met with Yan Zhanyun. These two important people were imprisoned together. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. Brother Yan, do you regret it? Jiang Zhenhai asked. Why would I? I, Yan Zhanyun, have a daughter and son-in-law like them, and they are the pride of my life. Even if I die, I will still be able to rest in peace. Yan Zhanyun didn't show any signs of fear. Seventh brother, these two people are the most important. In my opinion, we should ask Yuan Long to bring them to the martial Saint dynasty. The 10th emperor said. All right. Yuan Long, bring these two people to the martial Saint dynasty and imprison them. The 7th emperor said to Yuan Long, this subordinate obeys. Yuan Long cupped his fist toward both of them. After that, he waved his sleeve and disappeared, along with Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun. 3 days later, a sudden news came out from the martial Saint dynasty. The imperial emperor had personally given the order that all those who were related to Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu would be executed. The black sect had been imprisoned, and everyone related to them had been imprisoned as well. Chapter 429. The news spread quickly, as if someone was controlling it from behind the scenes. In just one day, the news had spread across the entire eastern continent. With such a huge storm, it could be said that everyone knew about it. Jiang Chen's name had already spread far and wide, and with the news, Jiang Chen's name had been pushed to the teeth of the storm. Jiang Chen's name had spread far and wide. In a city closest to the martial palace, Yu Zihan and the other two men were furious after hearing the news. 9 generations of my family. Damn it, I can't believe the imperial emperor is so cruel. Everyone in my Yu family is trapped now, I'm going to save them. Yu Zihan's eyes turned red. My family is trapped as well, I don't know how they are doing right now. The imperial emperor is a person who holds the highest position in the world, how could he involve his own family in this matter? Damn it. Guan Yun clenched his fists tightly. Ever since he heard the news, he had been in a mess, and could no longer keep his calm. Damn it, let's go. If my family is dragged into this mess because of me, I won't be able to rest in peace even if I become a ghost. Tian Yishan had always been a calm man, but right now, he had lost his temper. No one would be able to stay calm in such a situation. His family was trapped, and he felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Senior disciple Tian, senior disciple Guan, let's go save them together. Yuzi Han said. Alright, even if it's a dragon's pond or a tiger's den, we'll still go. If anything happens to my father, I'll never forgive myself. Guan Yun's energy fluctuated. Damn it, if it's my head, if it's my life, I'll risk it. Tian Yishan clenched his teeth. The three of them instantly reached an agreement. They were going to the Qi province to save their family. People always had impulsive moments, and right now, the three of them were completely filled with anger and impulsiveness. It was hard for them to stay rational. They had no idea what was happening in the Qi province, and with their cultivation, if they went to the Qi province to save their father, they would have no chance at all. Right when the three of them were about to leave, two figures suddenly broke into the hidden courtyard where they were hiding. They were none other than Wu Lang and Han Yan. Are you three crazy? You're going to die. Han Yan reprimanded them. It was obvious that he had heard the conversation between the three of them. Senior brother Han, my family has been imprisoned. Are we really going to wait here? Yuzi Han said. Do you know what's the situation in the Qi province right now? Do you know who imprisoned the Black Sect? Han Yan scolded with a loud voice. He and Wu Lang had been hiding in the imperial city, and as a prince, Wu Lang had some trusted subordinates in the imperial city. Therefore, the information he gathered was much more accurate than what was spread outside. Please don't act on impulse. The Qi province is controlled by the Shengguan clan and Myriad Sword sect, and these two sects have joined forces to control the Black Sect and your family. According to what I know, the Imperial Emperor is extremely furious this time, and he wants to kill everyone and their family members. There are at least 2 late combat soul warriors in each location, and the ones controlling the Qi province are the Shengguan clan's clan chief, Shengguan Xing, and the Myriad Sword sect chief, Tiangang Yi. The reason they joined forces to attack the Black Sect is to lure Jiang Qin out. I know what you're feeling right now, because I'm feeling the same way. My father is locked up in the heavenly prison, and I don't know if he's still alive or not. Wu Lang said. Senior brother Tian, senior brother Guan, Zihan, this is obviously a trap set up by the martial Saint dynasty. With our strength, not only will we not be able to save our family, we'll also get ourselves killed, and we might even get them into trouble. Han Yan said. Hearing the two's words, the three of them calmed down quite a bit from their previous impulsive state. Although they were anxious, Han Yan and Wu Lang's words were not wrong at all. With their cultivation levels, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they tried to save Mo Wuji. Brother Yan, what should we do now? We can't just keep hiding like this, can we? Guan Yun asked. Without Jiang Qin, Han Yan was their pillar of support. Wait for little Qinzi to show up. Han Yan said in a serious manner. Han Yan is right. You guys should know that once the imperial decree is passed down, all 9 of their family members will be killed, and none will be spared. However, they're only imprisoning them, and they haven't killed anyone yet. What does this mean? It means that the imperial emperor is worried about Jiang Qin's revenge. The reason they're doing this is to lure Jiang Qin out and kill them all at once. Including the imperial emperor, everyone here has witnessed how frightening Jiang Qin is. If the imperial emperor were to kill all 9 of Jiang Qin's family members and friends, he would definitely worry that Jiang Qin will hide in the dark for 8 to 10 years. At that time, it would be a disaster for the entire martial Saint dynasty. Therefore, the reason why they're imprisoning these people is to lure Jiang Qin out. A peerless monster like Jiang Qin has to be killed as soon as possible, so as to avoid any future troubles. Therefore, before Jiang Qin shows up, they won't kill anyone. Wu Lang paused for a brief moment, then continued, furthermore, with our current strength, apart from waiting for Jiang Qin to come back, is there any better way? That's right, they're afraid of Big Brother Jiang's revenge. That's why they're imprisoning them, hoping to lure Big Brother Jiang out. If we strike now, we'll fall right into their trap. Yu Zihan nodded his head. He had finally recovered from his impulsive state. That's right, we were too impulsive just now. Tian Yishan nodded his head as well. But our enemy this time is the Martial Saint Dynasty, they're too powerful. Junior disciple Jiang has always been creating miracles, and I hope he can do the same this time. If not, the consequences will be unimaginable. There are too many people involved this time. Guan Yun said. Right now, Jiang Chen was their only hope. Hope was always better than despair. Furthermore, they had been following Jiang Chen for quite some time now, and it seemed like there was nothing in this world that Jiang Chen couldn't do. For a long time, those who went against Jiang Chen never had a good ending. Of course, we can't just sit here and do nothing. Let's go to the Qi province now, at least we can find out more about the situation there. Of course, we need to be extra careful when we're in the Qi province, and we can't expose ourselves. Han Yen suggested. That's a good idea. Finding out more about the situation is better than waiting here and doing nothing. How about this, the few of you go to the Qi province, and I'll continue hiding in the Imperial City. If there's any new information, I'll inform you immediately. Wu Lang said. Alright, Brother Wu, until next time. Han Yen cupped his fist toward Wu Lang. After that, he left with Yu Zihan and the other two, quietly heading toward the Qi province. I wonder how little Yu and De Huang will react when they hear the news. Yu Zihan said worriedly while rushing toward the Qi province. That's right. It seems like the Yen family is being controlled as well. I hope little Yu doesn't do anything stupid. Guan Yun said. Don't worry, little Yu is no longer the same little Yu as before. She'll be able to stay calm when something happens. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid little Yu and De Huang are going to Mount Origin. Furthermore, both of them are very strong, so there shouldn't be any problems. Han Yen said. As long as Yen Qinyu and De Huang were together, there shouldn't be any problems. Sigh, I wonder when Big Brother Jiang will come back. Yu Zihan let out a long sigh. Humph. When little Chenzi comes back, it will be their doomsday. Anyone who dares to touch little Chenzi's family and friends is the same as courting death. Han Yen let out a cold harumph. He knew Jiang Qin too well. What the Imperial Emperor did had undoubtedly offended Jiang Chen's reverse scale. It was an unforgivable mistake, and with Jiang Chen's methods, the consequences would be unimaginable. One day later, Yen Qinyu and a Huang dog arrived at Mount Origin without alerting anyone. Yen Qinyu's pretty face was filled with a gloomy expression. After knowing that the Yen family and Jiang family had been captured, she couldn't calm down. No, I have to go save them. I can't let anything happen to the Yen family and Jiang family. The Yen family has been implicated because of me, so I have to save them. The Jiang family must be safe as well. If anything happens to father-in-law, I'm afraid Chen Gij's anger will sweep across the entire eastern continent. Yen Qinyu was extremely emotional. There was no way she could stay calm, as those were her family members. With what the Imperial Emperor did, it doesn't matter if anything happens to his father or not, Jiang Chen's anger will still sweep across the entire eastern continent. However, Xiao Yu, I know you're eager to save them, and I also know that you have the help of an ice demon. But, before we do anything, I think it's better for us to find out more about the enemy. This place is desolate, so wait for me here. I'll go to the Jiang family and Yen family to gather some information, then we'll discuss further. De Huang dog said. That's a good idea. But, De Huang, you have to be careful. Yen Qinyu nodded her head. Just as Han Yan had said, the current Yan Qinyu was no longer the ignorant girl she used to be. She was able to keep her cool in a critical situation. If she attacked without knowing the enemy's situation, the consequences would be very serious. She and De Huang Dog had rushed here as soon as they heard the news, but they didn't see Wu Lang. Therefore, they had no idea what the situation was like. De Huang Dog was a mysterious man. Yan Qinyu didn't have to worry about him finding out more about the enemy. Don't worry, if this master dog wants to hide, even a combat king warrior won't be able to find me. De Huang Dog confidently shook his head, then he disappeared from the scene. Yan Qinyu looked into the sky with tears in her eyes and said softly, "Qin Gij, will you be able to come back in time?" On the other side, Jiang Qin, who had been flying for 7 days straight, suddenly felt as if he had heard Yan Qinyu's call. His calm heart couldn't help but twitch. Something must have happened. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. During the past few days, he had been feeling uneasy and restless. For the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, this kind of situation was very rare. Just now, he had experienced it once, and it was even more violent than the previous times. This gave Jiang Qin a very bad feeling. No matter who it is, whoever dares to hurt the people around me will have to face my, Jiang Chen's, wrath. Chapter 430. After fusing with the third part of the broken sword, the heavenly saint sword's power had once again increased, and it had now become a king weapon. Although it was still a perfect ranked combat weapon due to Jiang Chen's cultivation, the power it could unleash was already comparable to a king weapon. With the help of the heavenly saint sword, Jiang Chen's speed increased once again. He was in a hurry, so he used the dimensional shift, 9 phantom wolves, and all the other skills that could increase his speed. At this speed, it would take him 4 days at most to reach the eastern continent. Eastern Continent, Mount Origin. 2 hours after De Huang Dog left, he returned and met up with Yan Qinyu. "De Huang, how is it?" Yan Qinyu asked. "It's not looking good. All the men from the Yan family have been brought to the Fragrant Sky City, and they're being imprisoned together with the men from the Jiang family. Furthermore, they're being led by the 7th Emperor and the 9th Emperor, along with dozens of golden guards. With our strength, it's impossible for us to save them. Even if we manage to save them, they won't have anywhere to run to." De Huang Dog said. What he said was very reasonable. With their abilities, not only would they not be able to defeat the 7th Emperor and the 9th Emperor, even if they managed to save the men, where could they run to? Those men would only become Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog's burdens. They're only dealing with the Jiang family and Yan family, yet they sent out such a powerful force. Looks like their target is Qin Gij. Yan Qinyu was not an idiot. She immediately understood what was going on. If they were just dealing with the Jiang family and Yan family, any golden guard would be able to wipe them out. But now, even the 2 emperors had come all the way here. It was obvious that they were here for Jiang Qin. "Oh right, how are my father and father-in-law?" Yan Qinyu asked. Hearing this, De Huang Dog furrowed his brows. But in the end, he still said, "I don't think they're in a life-threatening situation, but it's not looking good either, because they've been brought to the martial saint dynasty." Needless to say, De Huang Dog's ability to gather information was top-notch. In just 2 hours, he had managed to gather all the information he needed. Furthermore, he had done it right under the nose of 2 late combat soul warriors. Just this ability alone was enough to make people admire him. What? Yan Qinyu's expression changed. Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun were imprisoned in the martial saint dynasty. It seemed like the martial saint dynasty was going to keep their last resort. Although she was worried, Yan Qinyu quickly calmed down. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and her expression was solemn. I hope they are all right. It seems like we can only wait for Chingij to come back. Xiao Yu, how about this? You continue hiding here and keep an eye on the situation in Fragrant Sky City. I'll immediately fly to the southern continent. If I meet Jiang Qin, I'll tell him everything that happened here. De Huang Dog said. All right, then be careful. Yan Chenyu nodded her head. The current situation was extremely critical, and only when Jiang Qin came back would they have a chance to turn the situation around. With their current strength, there was no way they could turn the situation around. Big Yellow left the place and flew toward the direction of the southern continent. The situation here should be relatively stable for now, and before Jiang Qin showed up, those who were imprisoned shouldn't be in any danger. The Huang Dog's speed was extremely fast. On the other side, Jiang Qin was riding on the Heavenly Saint Sword, and his speed was even faster. Along the way, he unleashed his aura, scaring all the demon beasts who tried to block his way. None of them dared to stop him. 2 days later, Jiang Qin, who was flying at high speed, suddenly saw a golden light flickering in front of him. The golden light was obviously a man, and when Jiang Qin saw the golden light, his eyes immediately lit up. De Huang Dog. Jiang Qin was very familiar with De Huang Dog, and he was able to identify it just from its body shape. Without hesitation, he sent out his divine sense to De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog didn't notice Jiang Qin's presence at first, but after receiving Jiang Qin's divine sense, he immediately stopped flying and started flying toward Jiang Qin. Soon, the man and dog met up. Damn it, you're finally back. Seeing Jiang Qin again, De Huang Dog was really excited, especially when he sensed that Jiang Qin had broken through to the combat soul realm. It gave him a ray of hope. De Huang Dog, what happened? Jiang Qin's expression darkened. He knew De Huang Dog too well. If not for something serious happening, this dog wouldn't have talked to him in such a serious tone, and he wouldn't have come all the way to the southern continent to look for him. Something big happened. After you left, the Martial Saint Dynasty's crown prince tried to violate Little Yu, and the imperial emperor decreed a marriage. The Huang Dog kept talking, telling Jiang Qin everything that had happened, including the imperial emperor decreeing a marriage, Wu Jiu tearing the imperial decree with his bare hands, Yan Qinyu castrating the crown prince, and the imperial emperor's enraged decree that ordered the crown prince's entire family to be annihilated. Boom! As soon as Big Yellow finished his words, a surge of anger burst out from Jiang Qin's body. Both of his eyes shot out 2 beams of cold light that were almost 3 meters long. It was extremely frightening. Annihilate my entire family. Jiang Qin said with an extremely cold voice, my family, my friends, anyone related to me, even if they suffer a slight loss, I'll make the imperial emperor suffer my fury. Jiang Qin had made countless enemies, and no matter what methods his enemies used, he would take it head-on. Even if it was a bloody battle, he would still enjoy it. However, Jiang Qin hated it when others used the people close to him as a condition to threaten him, and this had undoubtedly offended Jiang Qin's reverse scale. The moment he received the news, the fate between Jiang Qin and the Martial Saint Dynasty had been decided. There are too many people involved in this, we better hurry back. The Imperial Emperor's purpose is to lure you out, and if you don't show yourself, I'm afraid they will take extreme measures. De Huang Dog worriedly said. Let's go. Without saying another word, Jiang Qin increased his speed to the maximum. Even De Huang Dog descended onto the Heavenly Saint Sword and flew toward the eastern continent. His heart was burning with anxiety right now. These days, he had been restless, and he had a feeling that something big was going to happen. However, he had never thought that something this big would happen. Instead, he was filled with fear. Without hesitation, he shouted out, "Young madam, don't come here, leave now." The girl was none other than Yan Qinyu. She had been hiding in Origin Mountain all this time. After receiving the news of the murder in Fragrant Sky City, she could no longer sit still. Today, she had been hiding here. When she saw that the one who was killed was Jiang Qing, she decided to make a move. She knew the relationship between Jiang Chen and Jiang Qin. Although they were master and servant, Jiang Qing was loyal to Jiang Qin. Chapter 431. Yan Qinyu didn't know if she could save Jiang Qing, but she knew she had to show herself. She couldn't just stand by and watch Jiang Chen's friends die. Even if it was just for the sake of relieving the pain in her heart, she had to do everything she could. If she just watched Jiang Qing get killed today and didn't do anything, she wouldn't even be able to pass her trial. So what if she was going to die? Who could just watch their family being killed without doing anything? Women had their own brave side as well. Yan Qinyu. When one of the golden guards saw the young girl in white, not only did he not show any signs of fear, his face was filled with surprise. It looked like the seventh emperor's trick was very effective, as he was able to lure Yan Qinyu out on the second day. "Young madam, run!" Jiang Qing screamed at the top of his lungs, but Yan Qinyu remained indifferent. Her speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, she had already arrived in front of Jiang Qing. An icy light flashed and pierced through the head of a golden guard. Unfortunately, before Yan Qinyu could reach Jiang Qing, three powerful auras suddenly appeared, pressing towards Yan Qinyu. "Yan Qinyu, I didn't expect to lure Jiang Qin out, but you did. Good, the Crown Prince has been thinking about you," the seventh emperor said with a sneer on his face. The other two were the 10th emperor and Yuan Long, who had just returned from the martial Saint dynasty. All three of them were late combat soul warriors. Yan Qinyu's expression darkened. It was obvious that this was a trap, and with her abilities, there was no way she could save Jiang Qing. Three late combat soul warriors, there was no way she could handle them. As the emperors of the martial Saint dynasty, how could you use such a despicable method to kill an ordinary man? I really don't know where your faces are. I, Yan Qinyu, dare to show myself today because I'm not afraid of you. Yan Qinyu said Lang Lang. Humph. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Don't worry, we won't kill you, you're the Crown Prince's man. The seventh emperor coldly harumphed. I'll stay here, but you have to let Jiang Qing go. Yan Qinyu said with the same indifferent tone. Young madam. Jiang Cheng's face was instantly covered in tears. His tears were like a broken dam, and he couldn't control them anymore. Men don't cry easily. Facing the blade just now, he didn't even frown, but Yan Qinyu's words had made him cry. He was just a lowly servant, and his death wasn't something to be regretted. How could he make the young mistress sacrifice him just to save his life? Young madam, with your words, even if Jiang Qing dies, he will die with a smile. Tell young master that Jiang Qing dies without regrets. A ruthless glint flashed across Jiang Cheng's eyes. He lowered his head and glanced at the sharp blade placed across his neck by the other golden guard. Without any hesitation, he quickly prostrated himself. Puchi! The blade was so sharp that it sank halfway into Jiang Cheng's neck, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. The golden guard was greatly alarmed. He had never thought that his opponent would be so bloodthirsty and use such a method to end his life. Jiang Qing. Yan Qinyu's body swayed as she shouted out loudly. Tears could be seen in her eyes. After that, she turned around and flew far away. She would never forget Jiang Cheng's final look. He died with a smile on his face. He died without any regrets, just so she could run away as soon as possible. Yan Chenyu didn't let Jiang Qing down. Without hesitation, she turned around and left. She wanted Jiang Cheng's death to be worthwhile. Where do you think you're going? The seventh emperor was the first one to react. He immediately chased after Yan Chenyu. Roar! A monster made entirely from ice suddenly descended from the sky, blocking the seventh emperor's path. Die! Countless beams of light burst out from the seventh emperor's palm as he unleashed a palm strike toward the Ice Demon King. Boom! The Ice Demon King didn't fear death. It threw its gigantic fist toward the seventh emperor's palm strike, but it was knocked back dozens of meters by the seventh emperor's palm strike. After that, it once again dashed toward the seventh emperor. What a powerful monster! The seventh emperor was startled. This monster actually possessed the combat strength of a late combat soul warrior. How did such a mighty warrior appear here? With his cultivation, he actually didn't sense it at all. This was really strange. Yuan Long, you stay here and guard this place. 10th brother, you go after Yan Chenyu. The seventh emperor turned around and said to the two men in the distance with a loud voice. After being delayed by the Ice Demon King, Yan Chenyu had already disappeared. All right. The 10th emperor unleashed his energy, then he immediately chased after Yan Chenyu. Seeing this, the Ice Demon King reacted quickly. It immediately gave up on the 7th emperor and chased after the 10th emperor. Humph. Stay here. The 7th emperor coldly harumphed. A sharp long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed toward the Ice Demon King. Facing the sword, the Ice Demon King didn't even try to dodge, it didn't even try to defend itself. Just like that, it was slashed in half by the 7th emperor. So, it's so weak. The 7th emperor sneered. But too bad, before his smile could disappear, it immediately froze. The monster that he had just slashed in half had suddenly appeared in front of the 10th emperor, blocking his way. What? How is this possible? Both the 7th emperor and the 10th emperor cried out in shock at the same time. They stared at the monster in front of them as if they were looking at a ghost. A monster that had just been killed, and now, it had come back to life. This was ridiculous. Even with their vast knowledge, this was the first time they had ever seen something like this. Roar the 10th emperor was shocked. However, the Ice Demon King wasn't slow at all. It wasn't afraid of death at all. For it, death was easier than eating. Without hesitation, it raised its gigantic fist and charged toward the 10th emperor. The Ice Demon King was fighting the 10th emperor, while the 7th emperor was chasing after Yan Chenyu. The Ice Demon King reacted extremely quickly, it immediately gave up on the 10th emperor and went to stop the 7th emperor. Like this, the Ice Demon King was fighting two emperors at the same time, and it was killed dozens of times. After it was killed for the last time, it never showed up again. The two emperors chased after the Ice Demon King for a few thousand miles, but they still couldn't find any trace of Yan Chenyu. Damn it, what kind of abnormal monster is that? Why can't it be killed? The 7th emperor couldn't help but curse. As soon as Yan Chenyu appeared, the three of them would surround her together. That way, even if the monster appeared again, it would be useless. Xiao Yu, let's go. Yan Hongtai shouted when he saw Yan Chenyu. Ah, Yan Chenyu, it seems like you are a loyal person. But today, let's see how you can escape from us. The 7th emperor laughed out loud. Just as he finished speaking, something strange happened again. Two powerful auras appeared from afar. At the same time, a thunderous voice was heard. If you dare touch her, I will make you regret being born. Chapter 432. The commotion was so loud that everyone couldn't help but look into the distance. What they saw were two golden lights moving at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the outskirts of Fragrant Sky City. A handsome young man in a white robe, and a Dehuang dog that was as strong as a bull. This combination was unique in this world. Chen Gij. Yan Chenyu was extremely surprised, and tears started flowing down from her eyes. These days, she had been under a lot of pressure, and it made it hard for her to breathe. She was just a teenage girl, and she had never experienced anything like this before. How could she compare with Jiang Qin, who had lived for more than 1,000 years in her heart? Now that Jiang Qin had finally appeared, Yan Chenyu felt relieved. She knew that as long as her Chen Gij was back, everything would be fine. Jiang Chen. The 7th Emperor, 10th Emperor, and Yuan Long cried out in surprise as well. However, their shocked expressions soon turned into wild joy. They had finally achieved their goal. Jiang Chen had finally appeared. We are saved. Yan Meng suddenly laughed out loud. He was the first person from the Yan family to get in touch with Jiang Qin. He was also the one who introduced Jiang Qin to the Yan family. He had an inexplicable confidence in Jiang Qin. It seemed that as long as Jiang Qin appeared, everything would be fine. Look! Young Master Jiang Qin is back. This is great. This is great. There is nothing young Master Jiang Qin can't do. He will definitely kill all these bastards. I told you young Master Jiang Qin would definitely show up. Too bad he came one day late. Otherwise, Jiang Qin wouldn't have died. Sigh. It's good that he's back. Let's chase these murderers out of Fragrant Sky City and return peace to Fragrant Sky City. During this period of time, the people of the Fragrant Sky City had been angry, but they didn't dare say anything. They could only watch as the Jiang family and Yan family were bullied, and they couldn't do anything about it. But now that Jiang Chen had returned, they had found their backbone. Jiang Chen, why don't you continue to be a coward? Don't you know that with your strength, appearing now is equivalent to courting death? A prideful sneer could be seen on the 7th Emperor's face. As long as he could kill Jiang Qin, this matter would come to an end. After killing Jiang Qin, he would start executing the punishment of exterminating all 9 generations of his family. He would kill everyone here to show the dignity of the martial saint dynasty. Jiang Qin didn't pay any attention to the 7th Emperor's words. He didn't even look at the 7th Emperor, because at this moment, his gaze was fixed on Jiang Cheng's head, and he couldn't move it away. Especially when he saw the smile and satisfaction on Jiang Cheng's face, Jiang Qin suddenly felt as if his heart had been pierced by something, and the pain was unbearable. Taking advantage of the fact that the 3 of them were all focused on Jiang Qin, Yan Chenyu dashed out of their encirclement with lightning speed and arrived beside Jiang Qin. The 3 of them didn't care about Yan Chenyu's escape. In their eyes, Jiang Chen's importance was much greater than Yan Chenyu's. Chen Gij, Jiang Qing said that he would still be your slave in his next life. He is willing to die for you, and he has no regrets. Xiao Yu is useless, I couldn't save him. Yan Chenyu cried out involuntarily. Boom! Yan Chenyu's words made Jiang Chen's anger erupt like a volcano, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. A golden flame of anger rushed out from the top of his head like a golden dragon, and it seemed as if it could burn everything down. 2 heads, and the current situation of Yan Meng and the other 2, with Jiang Chen's experience, how could he not know what was going on? The enemy must have used this extreme method because he hadn't shown up yet. Anger, anger, anger. Jiang Chen's anger rose higher and higher. The enemy had crossed the bottom line in his heart, and his anger continued to burn like a raging flame. Under the impact of this anger, the dragon transformation skill started to circulate automatically. As the anger burned, Jiang Chen didn't notice that new dragon marks were forming inside his body. It was a kind of stimulation, a kind of transformation. Jiang Chen had become stronger. Slave. No, he is my brother, my family. Jiang Chen stared at Jiang Cheng's head and said word by word. His words were gentle, but also cold. You killed my family, killed my brothers, I want you all dead, all of you. Jiang Chen's eyes still didn't leave Jiang Cheng's head, but his words were directed at the seventh emperor and the others. Kill them. Someone from the crowd of Fragrant Sky City shouted angrily. Boom. At this moment, Jiang Chen moved. With a sway of his body, he arrived in the sky. He stretched out both his hands and grabbed the heads of Jiang Cheng and the Jiang family's alchemist. He bowed toward the alchemist's head, then he stored it into his storage ring. As for Jiang Cheng's head, it was placed on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Wrapped in a golden light, it looked extremely sacred. Clang! With a bright flash, the heavenly saint sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. An ice-cold killing intent swept across the place. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and looked at the seventh emperor and the others. Let's attack together and take him down. The seventh emperor shouted out loudly. The 10th emperor and Yuan Long both had smiles on their faces as they dashed toward Jiang Chen at the same time. In their minds, Jiang Chen was still a genius with extraordinary talent. Compared to late combat soul warriors, he was still too weak. Too bad, they had made a huge mistake. The growth of a genius was not something they could imagine. Brother, let's kill them together. Jiang Chen rubbed Jiang Cheng's head with his hand. The scenes of the past kept appearing in his mind. The flatterer who followed him all the time, but had always been loyal to him. He could even imagine how Jiang Qing died without any regrets yesterday. The seventh emperor was the first one to dash toward Jiang Qin. He carried an imposing aura, and the long sword in his hand unleashed a boundless sword beam that pierced through the sky toward Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he unleashed a sword attack. The heavenly saint sword was covered in flames. The combination of the true dragon flame and heavenly lightning flame, as well as Jiang Chen's fury, transformed into a brilliant flaming sword that slashed toward the seventh emperor. Clang! The two swords collided with each other. The seventh emperor's sword was like a fragile bubble that couldn't withstand a single blow, and was instantly slashed in half by the heavenly saint sword. What? The seventh emperor immediately cried out in shock. He looked at Jiang Qin as if he was looking at a ghost. The combat weapon in his hand was the best among all superior weapons, and it could be said to be invincible. But now, it had been slashed in half by his opponent. This was too frightening. What shocked the seventh emperor even more was that after fighting with Jiang Qin, he finally realized how frightening Jiang Qin was. Jiang Chen's combat strength was like a majestic mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. Swoosh! The seventh emperor was stunned, but Jiang Qin wasn't slow at all. He thrust the heavenly saint sword forward, and with a slashing sound, one of the seventh emperor's arms was sliced off. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, and under the reflection of the sunlight, it looked extremely dazzling. Before the seventh emperor could even scream, Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword had already landed on his neck. The sharp sword beam had already pierced through his skin, causing blood to flow out. It was too fast. Before the 10th emperor and Yuan Long could even approach, the 7th emperor had already suffered a crushing defeat, and his life had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. So strong. The Huang dog's face shook, and a joyful expression emerged on his face. He knew Jiang Qin would be very strong after breaking through to the combat soul realm, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Yan Chenyu, who stood next to De Huang Dog, had a smile on her face. In her mind, Jiang Qin was an omnipotent existence. The seventh emperor's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat, and his body was trembling. He no longer had the awe-inspiring appearance he had before. When he sensed Jiang Chen's ice-cold killing intent, he began to feel scared. He knew what Jiang Qin was capable of, but he didn't expect Jiang Qin to be this strong. Kneel down and apologize to my brother. Jiang Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a peerless god of slaughter. He was in control of the seventh emperor's fate, and he didn't give him a choice. What did you say? You want me to kneel down? The seventh emperor was furious. With his status, he was the emperor of the martial Saint dynasty, a man who stood above tens of thousands of people. It was impossible for him to kneel down in front of a lowly human head. Boom! Arg! A tremendous force came from the heavenly saint's sword, causing the seventh emperor to let out a miserable shriek. Both his legs were bent, and he fell to his knees in midair. At this moment, it was no longer up to him whether he wanted to kneel or not. Presumptuous! How dare you humiliate the emperor of the martial Saint dynasty like this? Yuan Long shouted out loudly. Together with the 10th emperor, both of them attacked Jiang Qin at the same time. Both of them knew how strong Jiang Qin was, therefore, they didn't hold back in their attacks, and used their strongest combat strength. They didn't believe that Jiang Qin was so strong that they couldn't defend against him. Jiang Qin gazed at both men with an indifferent expression. He wasn't someone who had just broken through to the combat soul realm, he had 7,000 dragon marks in his body. Just now, because of the dragon transformation skill's transformation, he had formed another 500 dragon marks. He had been growing stronger. Jiang Qin stretched his hand forward, unleashing the true dragon palm. The gigantic blood-red dragon claw looked like a real dragon descending from the heavens, and it slapped the 10th emperor away. A late combat soul warrior couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Qin. With 7,500 dragon marks, a late combat soul warrior like the 10th emperor was much weaker than Wu Ningzhu. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Qin didn't hold back, the true dragon palm would have killed the 10th emperor. Capture him! Jiang Qin shouted out loudly. However, before he could finish his words, De Huang Dog had already flown out and arrived in front of the 10th emperor. On the other side, Yuan Long, who was rushing toward Jiang Qin, was scared out of his wits when he saw what had happened. He no longer had any desire to fight, and he immediately turned around and fled. None of you can leave now, none of you will live. Jiang Qin looked like a god of war who had just descended from the heavens. The heavenly saint's sword was slashed out with lightning speed, giving Yuan Long no chance to dodge it. But there was no way he could withstand it. Arg! Yuan Long let out a miserable shriek. Half of his body had been sliced off by Jiang Qin, but his vitality was still strong, and he was still alive. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Qin brought Yuan Long's body to Jiang Qin, forcing him to kneel down together with the 7th emperor. On the other side, De Huang Dog had also brought the severely wounded 10th emperor to Jiang Qin. Kneel down! De Huang Dog shouted at the 10th emperor. Apologize to my brother. Jiang Qin's energy wrapped around the three men, causing them to feel suffocated. Chapter 433. The entire scene was deadly silent. Everyone was having a hard time breathing. All the golden guards who rushed out from the fragrant sky city had ugly expressions on their faces. Many of them were combat soul warriors, but after witnessing Jiang Qin's godlike combat strength, none of them had the courage to attack. They just stood in the sky, not even having the courage to run away. Even Yuan Long couldn't escape, so how could they? The answer was obvious. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Yan Meng shouted excitedly. Soon after, the entire Fragrant Sky City was filled with shouts. The people of the Jiang family and the Yan family, who were originally trapped in the Fragrant Sky City, heard the shouts, and their faces were filled with despair. It's young master. Young master is back. This is great. We're saved. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. There was no way they wouldn't be excited. They had been living in a gloomy state for the past few days, especially when their enemies started killing people. This made them feel as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. In the sky above the Fragrant Sky City, Jiang Chen had crushed 3 late combat soul warriors in an unstoppable manner. He had captured all 3 of them with lightning speed, and all of them were severely injured, like arrows at the end of their flight. There was only one person in the world with such earth-shattering battle prowess. Jiang Chen glanced at De Huang Dog and Yan Chenyu. Both of them understood what he meant, and they immediately rushed into the Fragrant Sky City. Yan Chenyu took advantage of the moment, and the Golden Guards were still in a daze. She brought the Ice Demon King and rushed into the Fragrant Sky City, rescuing Yan Meng and the other 2. After that, the Ice Demon King started attacking the Golden Guards, causing them to cry out in pain. Although the Ice Demon King couldn't defeat the 7th Emperor, it was still a piece of cake for it to defeat these Golden Guards. De Huang Dog went straight to the Jiang family. Jiang Chen had always been a meticulous man. Although he had captured the 7th Emperor and the other 2, he still had to consider the safety of the Jiang family and the Yan family. None of these Golden Guards were easy to deal with, and once they realized what was going on, they would definitely threaten the lives of the Jiang family and the Yan family. That was not what Jiang Chen wanted. With Yan Chenyu and De Huang Dog's lightning-fast attacks, there was no way those Golden Guards could stop them. They could guarantee the safety of the Jiang family and the Yan family. In the sky, the 3 men who were under Jiang Chen's control were all disheartened, especially Yuan Long. Half of his body had been chopped off. Even if he didn't die, it was basically impossible for him to recover. He would be a cripple in the future. On top of Jiang Chen's shoulder, Jiang Cheng's smiling head was wrapped in a golden light, looking extremely mystical. Jiang Chen ignored the battle between the Ice Demon King and the Golden Guards, slowly raised the Heavenly Saint sword and pointed it at the 7th Emperor. Starting from you, apologize to my brother. Bullshit. Jiang Chen, with my status, it is impossible for me to apologize to an ant. The 7th Emperor shouted. Swoosh. Before he could finish his words, a sword light was unleashed, cutting off one of the 7th Emperor's ears, causing him to fall down from the sky. Ah! Jiang Chen, how dare you hurt me? I am the 7th Emperor of the current dynasty. His Majesty will not let you off. While screaming, the 7th Emperor didn't forget to threaten Jiang Chen. Swoosh! Another sword light was unleashed, cutting off the other ear of the 7th Emperor, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. When it came to ruthlessness, the 7th Emperor and Jiang Chen were far inferior. Honorable 7th Emperor, you can continue to resist. Next will be your left eye, then your right eye, then your nose, then the tendons of your hands and feet, and then your internal organs. I, Jiang Chen, will let you experience my methods one by one. I have a method that will allow you to see your own heart beating before you die. Do you want to try it? Jiang Chen's voice sounded like it came from hell, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. You! The 7th Emperor felt as if his soul was about to leave his body, and his body was trembling in fear. Death was indeed scary, but living a life worse than death was even scarier. He finally understood how ruthless Jiang Chen was. If he were to be tortured by Jiang Chen, just thinking about it made his soul tremble. Jiang Chen, if I apologize, will you let me go? The seventh emperor asked. No one wanted to die, especially those who had lived a good life. An existence like the seventh emperor, who was above tens of thousands of people, treasured his life the most. He had never thought that he would have to face death one day. You have to die, all three of you have to die, but it's just a quick death or a painful death. Let me remind you, don't even try to commit suicide. In front of me, you don't even have the ability to kill yourselves. Jiang Qin said word by word, causing the three of them to fall into despair. Buzz, the heavenly saint sword was pointed at one of the seventh emperor's eyes. The seventh emperor's body trembled, and he didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He said to Jiang Cheng's head, I'm sorry. Kowtow 3 more times. Jiang Qin said coldly. What? Jiang Qin, don't push your luck. Ah. The seventh emperor was extremely furious. He felt like he was going to die soon, so he didn't want to be humiliated to death. However, his resistance was useless. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Qin had already swung his sword, leaving 2 scars in between his eyes. Both of his eyes had been destroyed, and the scorching pain was something that even a late combat soul warrior couldn't endure. Jiang Chen's eyes were completely destroyed. Jiang Chen, kill me, the seventh emperor let out a heart-wrenching roar. He was afraid of death, but at this moment, he longed for it. He wanted to kill himself, but under the pressure of Jiang Chen's energy, he couldn't even kill himself. Kowtow. Jiang Chen was a cruel and merciless man. The tip of the sword landed on the seventh emperor's nose. Although the seventh emperor was in great pain, he was still able to stay conscious. He could clearly feel the cold light coming from the tip of his nose, causing him to tremble in fear. No, I'll kowtow. The seventh emperor had completely broken down. In his mind, Jiang Chen wasn't a human, he was a devil through and through. After kowtowing 3 times in a row, the seventh emperor felt as if he had lost all his strength. Jiang Chen, kill me now. Chapter 434. Young master, I'm relieved to see you come back safe and sound. What a pity for Zhongqing. Zhou Beijin was crying. He was extremely sad about Jiang Cheng's death. The death of any member of the Jiang family would make him sad. The Jiang family was located in a remote area, and they could have lived a free and easy life. They shouldn't have met with such a disaster. Jiang Chen's face darkened again when Jiang Qing was mentioned. Although he had killed all his enemies to avenge Jiang Qing, in Jiang Chen's eyes, no matter how many enemies they had killed, they couldn't be as precious as Jiang Qing. However, Jiang Qin wouldn't dwell too much on this matter. As an old man who had lived 2 lives, Jiang Qin had seen all kinds of things and gone through all kinds of life and death situations. This was Jiang Cheng's destiny. However, when a man died, the living had to do something for the dead. What Jiang Qin wanted to do was to let Jiang Qing die a glorious death, without any regrets. Soon, Yan Qinyu brought Yan Meng and the other 2 back to the Yan family. Their faces were filled with excitement. No matter what, they had managed to save their lives today. Not only that, they had witnessed the tragic death of their enemies. It could be said that all the resentment in their hearts had been vented out. Yan Hongtai greets young master. Thank you for saving our lives. Yan Hongtai said. The 3 of them bowed to Jiang Qin at the same time. They were extremely satisfied with this young master of the Yan family. Great elder, please don't say that. You were all dragged into this by Jiang Qin, and I should apologize to you. However, we are a family, and this is not the time to be polite. I still have a lot of things to do, and the stability of the Jiang family still depends on you. Jiang Chen said. Young master, just do what you need to do. We will be here. Yan Hongtai said without hesitation. Jiang Chen's words had warmed his heart. Furthermore, everyone knew what Jiang Chen was talking about. The grudge between them and the martial Saint dynasty was already irreconcilable, and they had to fight to the death. Now that Jiang Chen had returned, the world was destined to be plunged into chaos. Young Master, Old Master and Chief Yan have been brought to the martial Saint dynasty. I wonder if their lives will be in danger. Zhou Beijin said worriedly. I already know about that. As long as I'm still alive, my father, father-in-law, and brother Zhou will be safe for the time being. The Imperial Emperor has captured my most important family, so he's destined to face my, Jiang Chen's, wrath. I want the entire martial Saint dynasty to disappear from the eastern continent. A sharp light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Every dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it would die. Jiang Chen's family and friends were his greatest reverse scale. Kaka, good. Brat, you're really domineering. It looks like the history of the eastern continent is going to be rewritten. The Huang dog let out an excited laugh. He was a guy who wanted to see the world in chaos. The martial Saint dynasty had ruled the eastern continent for so many years, and if anyone dared to say they could get rid of such a colossus, it would be a joke. However, since it was Jiang Chen who said it, the Huang dog had reason to believe that if there was someone who could change the history of the eastern continent, it would be Jiang Chen. De Huang, collect the heads of the 7th Emperor, 10th Emperor, and all the Golden Guards. Then, you'll head to the Black Sect in the Qi province immediately and give Sheng Wansheng and Tiangang a big gift. Tell them to keep their heads, and wait for me, Jiang Chen, to come and kill them. Jiang Chen unleashed his energy and said to De Huang dog. His entire body was filled with a domineering aura. All of these heads were covered in blood, and their faces were filled with fear and terror. A huge word made of human heads was floating above the Black Sect, as if the god of death had just arrived. The top 3 heads belonged to the 7th Emperor, 10th Emperor, and Yuan Long. What? Sheng Wanxing cried out in shock, and his eyes almost popped out from their sockets. It's the 7th Emperor and the others, and those Golden Guards. They went to take control of the Fragrant Sky City, and now they're all dead. Who did this? Tiangang Yi couldn't remain calm any longer. He knew the 7th Emperor and the others' cultivation and combat strength very well. Even those Golden Guards were extremely frightening existences, but now, they had all been killed by someone, and a huge word made of human heads had appeared. This was extremely frightening, and what did this mean? Damn dog. Sheng Wanxing took the Huang dog's action as a provocation and humiliation. He was the dignified Shengwan clan's clan chief, and he had a noble status. But now, even a dog dared to humiliate him with his butt. This was simply intolerable. Therefore, Sheng Wanxing let out a loud shout and once again shortened the distance between him and the Huang dog. Thus, a tragedy happened. Rumble. A thunderous rumble suddenly came from De Huang dog's butt. Even Sheng Wanxing was startled by the sudden rumble. He saw 7 green balls shooting out from De Huang dog's butt at an incredible speed, and they kept growing larger. In just a blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Sheng Wanxing. Blurg. Sheng Wanxing was hit by the green ball, and he inhaled a large amount of it. After that, he felt terrible. Sheng Wanxing felt as if all his internal organs were tumbling, and his face began twisting. Arg! It stinks. Blurg. The dignified Shangguan clan's clan chief started vomiting without any regard for his image. How could he still maintain his image? Kaka, you still want to chase after this grandpa dog? Enjoy this grandpa dog's fart. The Huang dog shook his butt left and right in front of Shangguan Xing, then he turned into a golden beam and disappeared. When Shangguan Xing dispersed all the air currents and was about to kill the Huang dog in a rage, he couldn't find the Huang dog. He had long disappeared, so how could he chase after him? Was he going to eat his fart? Damn dog. The next time I see you, I'll skin you alive. Shangguan Xing felt like he was going crazy. He had never hated a man, no, it was a dog, an extremely detestable dog. He was a man with a noble status, but he was fooled by a dog. If this news were to spread, he would lose all his face. The Huang dog's newly acquired innate ability was simply heaven-defying. Putting aside how deadly it was more than enough to disgust anyone to death. After awakening this innate ability, he had used it twice, once on the Crown Prince, and once on Shangguan Xing. Both times, he had achieved unexpected results. Only peerless warriors like the Crown Prince and Shangguan Xing could achieve such a result. If it was any ordinary man, he would either be killed instantly by the fart, or he would be suffocated to death on the spot. Within a hidden mountain range not far from the Black Sect, 4 men had witnessed everything that happened today, and their faces were filled with excitement. These 4 men were Han Yan and the other 3 who had been hiding here for the past few days. Just now, they had witnessed the appearance of the Huang dog, and the huge character formed by dozens of human heads. This is great. Little Chenzi is finally back. Han Yan's eyes lit up. Big brother Jiang is so awesome. He even killed the 7th emperor and 10th emperor. Looks like all the golden guards who went to the fragrant sky city are dead, and all their heads are here. The Huang is really domineering, he just brought us a huge character with human heads. Yu Zihan was really excited. He had been anxiously waiting for so many days, and finally, the good news had arrived. Looks like junior disciple Jiang has broken through to the combat soul realm. Junior disciple Jiang is really frightening. He has just broken through to the combat soul realm, but he can already kill peak combat soul warriors. Guan Yun said with mixed emotions. Jiang Chen was definitely the #1 genius he had ever seen. In front of Jiang Chen, no one would dare call themselves a genius. Come, let's go find De Huang. When little Chenzi arrives, the war will begin. A smile emerged on Han Yan's face. Now that he had found his backbone, it was time for him to go all out and fight. It wasn't easy for Shangguan Xing to find De Huang dog, but it was much easier for Han Yan and the others to find De Huang dog. It all depended on whether De Huang dog wanted to find him or not. Sensing the auras of these 4 men, De Huang dog immediately came out. Not long after that, the 4 men met up with De Huang dog in a valley about 1,000 miles away. De Huang, tell us what happened in the fragrant sky city. The first thing Han Yan asked when he saw De Huang dog was what happened in the fragrant sky city. The 4 of you have been hiding outside the Black Sect. Daddy sensed your auras just now, and you saw the character with human heads. I'm sure you can guess what happened. That guy Jiang Chen has an incredible combat strength. He killed 3 late combat soul warriors, and he asked this master dog to bring these human heads to him as a gift. Tomorrow, Jiang Chen will be here. Just wait for the good show. De Huang dog said with an excited expression on his face. That character with human heads is really powerful, and it's very intimidating as well. Even the 2 emperors were killed by it. I think Shangguan Xing and Tian Gangyi should be scared now. But, I'm afraid the Imperial Emperor will find out about this, and it won't be good for us to save them. Yu Zihan worriedly said. Even if we don't do that, the people from the Martial Saint dynasty will find out by now. Look over there. De Huang Dog threw his glance into the distant sky, and the four men followed his gaze. What they saw was a huge golden cloud flying toward the black sect. There were at least 5 late combat soul warriors in this golden cloud, and the only power in the eastern continent that had such a force was the Martial Saint dynasty. They're from the Martial Saint dynasty. Tian Yishan cried out in shock. They really found out about this. Looks like there's going to be a good show. I wonder if junior disciple Jiang can handle this. Guan Yiyun worriedly said. Don't worry, since the Martial Saint dynasty has become Little Chenzi's enemy, they won't have a good ending. Han Yan said with a sneer on his face. He had absolute confidence in Jiang Chen. Over at the black sect side, the huge human heads hadn't disappeared yet. When those men who had just arrived saw the huge human heads, they immediately became furious. This time, there were more than 200 men. 5 late combat soul warriors, the 3rd emperor, the 4th emperor, the 5th emperor, the 6th emperor, and the fully recovered crown prince and Wukong. Behind them were a huge group of golden guards, and some mighty warriors from the Martial Saint dynasty's imperial palaces. Just counting the combat soul warriors, there were more than 50 to 60 of them. A group like this couldn't be described with just the word powerful. Bastard! Damn Jiang Chen! I'm going to tear him into 1,000 pieces. The 3rd emperor furiously roared. This was the first time in the history of the Eastern continent that an emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty had been killed. This was an extremely audacious act. Using the heads of my 2 imperial uncles and all the golden guards to form a huge character, this is a humiliation to the Martial Saint dynasty. I, the crown prince, swear that I'll make Jiang Chen die without a burial place. The crown prince was furious. He had trained all the golden guards, and every single one of them was an elite. But now, all of them had been killed, including the deputy commander of the golden guards, Yuan Long. The crown prince's tone was extremely sharp. It wasn't because he was angry, but because he had lost his manliness. Even if Jiang Chen had 9 lives, he still wouldn't be able to escape. On this day, the news of Jiang Chen's return started spreading, and the huge character of a human head had caused a huge commotion in many places. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen had returned, and he had killed 2 emperors and the deputy commander of the Golden Guards with a lightning-fast method. Such an achievement was really frightening. Those who were once Jiang Chen's enemies were rejoicing in their hearts. They rejoiced that they stopped in time and didn't continue to fight with Jiang Chen. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would have been annihilated by Jiang Chen. A storm was brewing. Many people were waiting to see what would happen. The Qi province was undergoing a huge change, and both the Martial Saint dynasty and the Jian province had gathered here. They had no idea how Jiang Chen was going to deal with this. The next day, in the middle of the night, Jiang Chen arrived in the Qi province. He quickly found De Huang Dog and the others, then he met up with them. Little Chenzi. Han Yan walked up to Jiang Chen and gave him a big bear hug. It was a happy reunion between brothers. Big brother Jiang, many warriors from the Martial Saint dynasty came to the Black Sect yesterday. Yu Zihan said. Did the Imperial Emperor come? Jiang Chen asked the question he was most concerned about. I'm not sure, but I don't think he's here. I can sense no combat king warriors from those warriors yesterday. They are currently being controlled by people from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect, and I'm sure all the late combat soul warriors from these 2 superpowers are in the Black Sect. Also, they still have some great warriors guarding their headquarters. Therefore, the group that imprisoned Zihan and his family won't be too strong. You guys can definitely save them. With you guys, you can definitely save them. Jiang Chen said. He had always been meticulous when doing things, and he always looked at the bigger picture. Especially when it came to saving people, not only did he have to do it quickly, he also had to ensure the safety of the hostages. With his appearance, he would be able to tie down all the strong warriors in the Black Sect, and it would be much easier for Han Yan and the others to save them. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, Yu Zihan and the other two's eyes immediately lit up. They had been feeling restless for the past few days. Their family members were being held captive, and although they were worried, there was nothing they could do. If it weren't for the fact that they still had some sense left in them, they might have already risked their lives. Now that Jiang Chen had returned, they had finally found their backbone. Thinking about how they were going to save their family members soon, the three of them couldn't help but feel excited. You guys go now, and we'll strike once the sun rises. Jiang Chen said. Following Jiang Chen's order, the four men and the dog immediately left the place and flew toward the Yu family, which was the closest to them. Today was the day the eastern continent's turbulence would begin. Time passed by quickly. When dawn arrived, Jiang Chen had arrived outside the Black Sect. Right now, the Black Sect was heavily guarded, both inside and outside. There were more than a dozen golden guards standing guard in front of the Black Sect's main gate. The weakest among these golden guards was at the late Divine Core Realm, and there were 3 combat soul warriors. All of them were wearing golden armors that shone brightly, giving them an awe-inspiring appearance. When they saw a young man dressed in white walking toward them from afar, the golden guards immediately greeted him. Stop right there. Who are you? The leader of the group shouted out loudly. The golden guards of the Martial Saint dynasty are indeed elites, what a pity. The young man in white shook his head and sighed. A pitiful look could be seen in his eyes. You're Jiang Chen. The leader immediately reacted. He stared at the young man in white, and a name popped up in his mind. The way this young man dressed and looked exactly like the legendary Jiang Chen. Besides, apart from Jiang Chen, who else would dare intrude into the Black Sect at this moment? That's why I said it's a pity. After saying that, Jiang Chen unleashed a sky-piercing killing intent from his body. He waved his hand, unleashing 5 gigantic dragons that danced in the air. In an instant, they dashed into the group of golden guards and completely surrounded all of them. What a joke! Didn't the Imperial Emperor just give out the Imperial Decree? But, I do want to see who will get their families executed. All outsiders who showed up in the Black Sect today will have to die, just like what happened to the Fragrant Sky City. I'm not joking. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He had a clear understanding of the enemy's army. There were a total of 9 late combat soul warriors, and it was indeed a powerful formation. However, if he wasn't prepared for it, even if there were 9 more of them, he still wouldn't be able to kill them all. So you're Jiang Chen. You don't look like much. The Crown Prince kept looking at Jiang Chen. He felt that he was stronger than this young man in every aspect, but Yan Qinyu actually liked Jiang Chen and not him. You're the Crown Prince, right? A eunuch like you should keep your mouth shut. Jiang Chen's words hit the Crown Prince's sore spot. Chapter 438. Although Jiang Chen didn't know who the Crown Prince was, it was easy for him to recognize him. He was a late combat soul warrior at such a young age, and he was qualified to stand side by side with the emperors. In the entire Martial Saint dynasty, apart from the Crown Prince, there was no one else like him. Most importantly, the Crown Prince's eunuch voice was too iconic. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admit that Yan Qinyu's move was really ruthless. For a man, there was nothing more important than that. Jiang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Jiang Chen's words immediately made the Crown Prince lose his mind. Although there was only a single word difference between eunuch and Crown Prince, there was a huge difference between the two words. This single word was enough to drive the Crown Prince crazy. He immediately drew out his golden halberd and prepared to attack Jiang Chen. Crown Prince, don't be rash. The fourth emperor who stood next to the Crown Prince immediately stopped him. The Crown Prince was an important part of the 9 stars killing formation. There were 9 late combat soul warriors, and none of them could be missing. Furthermore, although the Crown Prince had a strong cultivation base, he was no match for Jiang Chen. Also, he had lost his mind, so if he just charged forward like this, he might be killed by Jiang Chen in an instant. Jiang Chen, are you really going to save them all by yourself? Aren't you being too confident? The third emperor said with a sneer. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to the third emperor, he just kept pointing his spear at the Crown Prince. The reason he came here today was not only to kill someone, but also to save someone. The entire black sect was in the enemy's hands, and he had lost the initiative. Therefore, he had to seize the initiative as soon as possible and ensure the safety of the people of the black sect. This Crown Prince was the best way to do that. Jiang Chen's strength didn't just come from his cultivation base and combat strength, he also had extraordinary wisdom. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he could keep a calm mind, and make the most accurate and beneficial judgment, just like what he was doing now. Crown Prince, actually, being a eunuch isn't that bad. At least, you can keep your life. You should thank Yan Qinyu for only cutting off your balls, and not killing you. You should learn to be grateful. Jiang Chen continued talking to the Crown Prince. Boom! A towering fury erupted from the top of the Crown Prince's head, turning into a tangible beam of light. Jiang Chen's words were like a sharp thorn that pierced into his heart, causing him to feel endless humiliation. What kind of man would he be if he lost his balls? He was the next Crown Prince, but would the martial Saint dynasty allow a eunuch to become the emperor? Obviously, it was impossible. Even if the imperial emperor agreed to it, the old emperor would never agree to it. His bright future had been ruined just like that. From a prince who was respected by all, he had suddenly become a laughingstock. For the past few days, even the servants of the martial Saint dynasty had been looking at him with strange expressions. On the other hand, the Crown Prince had always been lustful. Now, facing the 18 peerless crown concubines of the Crown Prince Palace, he had no interest at all. Even the way his women looked at him had changed. Although those crown concubines didn't dare to directly contradict the Crown Prince and were respectful on the surface, the disdain in their eyes was real. It was as if they were saying, "You can't do it." Heavens, how could a man endure being told that he couldn't do it? More importantly, he really couldn't do it. Don't be angry. As the Crown Prince, you need to have some manners. You can be a man, but being a woman isn't a bad thing. No, I don't think you can be a woman either. It doesn't matter if you can't do it, even if you can't touch a woman anymore, you can still have a lot of power. Perhaps, the martial Saint dynasty will be the first to let a eunuch become the emperor. Jiang Chen talked non-stop. Every word he said made the Crown Prince feel like he was on the verge of going crazy. He was a typical example of someone who didn't pay with his life. Shut up! Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, the Crown Prince let out a loud shout. A powerful shockwave burst out from his body, and the third emperor was knocked back a few steps by the shockwave. The Crown Prince was a man at the same level as Wu Ningzhu, and ordinary late combat soul warriors were no match for him. Furthermore, the Crown Prince was currently in a violent rage, and had completely gone mad. Even if the third emperor wanted to stop him, he wouldn't be able to. Not good. The third emperor was shocked. When he finally reacted, the crown prince had already dashed forward with incredible speed. In just the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Jiang Qin. The golden halberd turned into a golden light, causing ripples in the air as it slashed toward Jiang Qin. This is the effect I wanted. Jiang Qin's lips curved upward into a faint smile. This was his goal. Right now, Jiang Qin had 8,000 dragon marks in his body, and no combat soul warrior was a match for him. Even someone like the crown prince was no match for him. Quick, stop him! The third emperor cried out in alarm. In an instant, the king weapon appeared in his hand, and all the late combat soul warriors charged toward the crown prince. The crown prince's impulsive action had messed up all their plans, and they didn't even have time to complete the 9 stars killing formation. Too bad, it was too late for them to act now. Jiang Qin wouldn't give them any chance to do so. The heavenly saint sword appeared in Jiang Qin's hand, glowing with a bright sword light. He forcefully swung the heavenly saint sword, cutting the crown prince's golden halberd in half. Right when the crown prince had a bad feeling about this, the tip of Jiang Qin's sword was already pressed against his throat. It was too fast, and if Jiang Qin pushed the sword even a little bit further, the crown prince would be dead. Right at this moment, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over the crown prince's head, and he immediately sobered up. If anyone takes another step forward, I'll kill him right away. Jiang Qin controlled the crown prince with his energy, and with the heavenly saint sword pressed against the crown prince's throat, he shouted toward the third emperor and the others. Jiang Qin, don't be impulsive. The third emperor and the others immediately stopped moving. Their hearts were filled with fear, terrified by Jiang Qin's frightening strength. This young man was too powerful. The crown prince's overall strength was stronger than theirs, but in front of Jiang Qin, he couldn't even fight back. Third Emperor, are you really going to let him go? Shang Wanxing asked. Let him go, the crown prince's life is more important. The third emperor said. After that, he used his divine sense to communicate with the others. You guys listen up, secretly use the 9 stars killing formation. After we evacuate the Black Sect, once Jiang Qin lets the crown prince go, immediately set up the formation and surround him. I have a king weapon in my hand, so I'm not afraid of him. Our target today is Jiang Qin, not the Black Sect. Once we kill Jiang Qin, we'll kill everyone here. Chapter 439. All men from the Martial Saint Dynasty, Shangguan clan, and Myriad Sword Sect, evacuate the Black Sect immediately. No mistakes are allowed. The third emperor's voice resounded through the skies above the Black Sect. After receiving the order, all the men who had trapped the Black Sect flew up into the sky and arrived behind the third emperor. When the men of the Black Sect heard the order, they were startled for a moment, but soon after, a joyous expression emerged on their faces. Especially when they saw all the men who had trapped them leaving, the pressure in their hearts was instantly lifted. The humiliation and suffering they had been enduring for the past few days had finally disappeared. Some of them even started crying. Why did all these men suddenly evacuate? Idiot! Do you even need to ask? It must be senior disciple Jiang Qin's contribution. Senior disciple Jiang Qin is really amazing. With just his strength alone, he made those men from the Martial Saint Dynasty surrender. He's our idol. See? I told you senior disciple Jiang Qin would definitely come and save us. Let me tell you, senior disciple Jiang Qin is an omnipotent existence in the Black Sect. He has created countless miracles and myths. I believe that one day, senior disciple Jiang Qin will be able to overthrow the martial Saint dynasty. At that point of time, the Black Sect will be the new emperor of the Eastern continent. Everyone were extremely excited. The happiness had come too suddenly, and they didn't even have the chance to react. In the deepest part of the Black Sect, in the secret chamber where Daoist Black and Guoshan were imprisoned, there were two combat soul warriors hiding. They were from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. They had received Shang Wanxing's message and were hiding in this secret chamber, keeping a close watch on Daoist Black and Guoshan. They were going to be the bargaining chips for Jiang Qin to release the crown prince. Didn't you two hear that? Your master asked you to evacuate. Daoist Black said with a smile on his face. Shut up. One of them scolded and slapped Daoist Black's face. Humph. You can't hide your little tricks from Jiang Qin. Guoshan let out a cold humph. He knew very well what kind of person Jiang Qin was. Jiang Qin had always been a meticulous person. If Shang Wanxing wanted to play this kind of trick, he would have a long way to go. In the sky above the Black Sect, under the lead of the Third Emperor, a mighty group of over 300 men had arrived. They were emitting an imposing aura, and one of them was Jiang Qin. Facing an army like this, how many men could remain calm? Only Jiang Qin could. Standing behind the Third Emperor and the others, Crown Prince Wu Zong was gnashing his teeth as he glared at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had killed his father, and this was a great hatred for him. However, he was helpless at the same time. Ever since the trip to the Island of Ice, the gap between him and Jiang Qin had widened. Now, the two of them were on completely different levels. It was almost impossible for him to avenge his father, and he could only rely on the Third Emperor and the others. Jiang Qin, we've left the Black Sect, can you let the Crown Prince go now? The Third Emperor said. There are still people who haven't come out yet. Don't play this kind of trick in front of Daddy, my patience is limited. Don't think I don't dare kill the Crown Prince, if I want to kill him, it'll be as easy as killing an ant. Jiang Qin said with a cold expression. He was cultivating the great soul derivation skill, and his soul energy was extremely sensitive. Just like what Guoshan had said, Shang Wanxing was trying to play this kind of low-level trick in front of him. The Third Emperor furrowed his brows as he stared at Shang Wanxing and Tian Gangyi. Shang Wanxing's expression darkened. He thought to himself that this Jiang Qin was indeed a mysterious man, and he was very difficult to deal with. The two men he sent here were both combat soul warriors, and they were experts in concealment. But Jiang Qin was still able to sense their presence even though he was just standing there. Such an incredible perception. Come out! Shang Wanxing shouted out loudly. In an instant, two figures flew out from the Black Sect and arrived next to Shang Wanxing. Within the Black Sect, Daoist Black and Guoshan looked at each other. Both of them couldn't help but laugh. We didn't choose the wrong person. Daoist Black said. Sect Chief, should we go out and see how strong Jiang brother has become? He's actually able to force the martial Saint dynasty, Shangguan clan, and Myriad Sword sect to compromise. Guoshan said with a smile on his face. Both men casually tidied up their messy clothes, then they walked out from the secret chamber. What greeted them was Jiang Qin, who was wearing a snow-white robe. He was controlling a handsome young man, and he was facing a formidable group of a few hundred men all by himself. His face was filled with a carefree expression, and no signs of panic could be seen on his face. Jiang Qin, can you let them go now? Everyone has left. The Third Emperor was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Today's battle was extremely frustrating, and it was completely different from what he had imagined. Before the battle even started, his side had already been greatly restricted. Everyone here was a man with a prestigious status, but now, they were being led by the nose by a young man. It was no wonder they felt frustrated. Are you kidding me? If I let them go now, doesn't that mean you're going to start a war right away? The black sect will still suffer. I, Jiang Chen, am not afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. Between you and I, one of us has to die, and a battle is unavoidable. There's a desolate mountain range 1,000 miles away from here. Let's find a place to fight. What do you think? Jiang Chen said. He and these men in front of him were going to fight to the death, and a battle was unavoidable. This was the reason why Jiang Chen came here. Only by killing his enemies would he be able to feel at ease. Now that the crown prince was in his hands, he still had the initiative. He had no choice but to draw the battlefield away from here. If not, the entire black sect would be implicated. If so many mighty warriors were to fight, just the shockwaves alone would be enough to wipe out the entire black sect. All right, I'll agree to your request. The third emperor agreed without any hesitation. What Jiang Chen said was exactly what he was thinking. Initially, he was worried that Jiang Chen would use the crown prince to threaten him, and that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare start a war with him. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would say what he wanted to say. If that's the case, this way please. Jiang Chen said. The third emperor brought along a few hundred men and left the black sect. They were flying far away, and Jiang Chen was following behind them with the crown prince in his hand. Look, they're leaving. Didn't you hear that? Senior disciple Jiang Chen is going to fight a life and death battle with them. Heavens, there are so many mighty warriors. Senior disciple Jiang Chen is going to fight them all by himself. Can he really defeat them? Never underestimate senior disciple Jiang Chen's ability. Didn't he just save us? Can you imagine how senior disciple Jiang Chen can save us from so many mighty warriors? All the disciples of the black sect were discussing amongst themselves. Right at this moment, Daoist Black and Guoshan flew up into the sky as well. Daoist Black said with a loud voice, "No one is allowed to step out of the black sect." After that, both of them flew away and followed behind Jiang Chen from afar. This was an unprecedentedly grand battle, and since they had regained their freedom, they had to go and have a look. Along the way, both Sheng Wanxing and Tian Gangyi had gloomy expressions on their faces. They had imprisoned the black sect for so many days just to lure Jiang Chen out. But now, they had lured Jiang Chen out, but the result was completely different from what they had expected. Not only had they lost the initiative, they had also lost all their bargaining chips. However, both of them still had some bargaining chips. Yu Zihan and the others' families were still under the control of the two superpowers, and if the situation really came to an end, they might be able to use them. Too bad, their plan was doomed to fail. Yellowstone, the Yu family. The sun had just risen, and miserable screams could be heard coming from within the Yu family. The people who imprisoned the Yu family were from the Shengguan clan, and the person in charge of this place was Shengguan Yu, an early combat soul warrior. He was accompanied by another early combat soul warrior, and besides them, there were 10 divine core warriors and 30 heavenly core warriors. A group of dozens of men had been ordered by Sheng Wanxing to imprison the Yu family. In their eyes, the Yu family was too weak, and they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Imprisoning the Yu family was really boring. Therefore, these men from the Shengguan clan had been venting their boredom on the Yu family for the past few days. They would often curse the people from the Yu family if they didn't like them, and miserable screams could be heard coming from the Yu family every single day. A few silhouettes were silently approaching the Yu family. Hearing the miserable screams coming out from the Yu family, Yu Zihan's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. "Don't worry, I'll sneak into the Yu family first and find out what's going on. After that, I'll kill the men who imprisoned your father and the others. Listen to my command, we'll kill our way in." De Huang Dog said. All right. Han Yan nodded his head. They trusted the Huang dog's decision. They were here to save their father, and if they just barged in recklessly, the enemy would definitely use the most important men of the Yu family to threaten them. If that happened, they would be in a passive position. Therefore, the Huang dog had to sneak into the Yu family and ensure the safety of the important men of the Yu family. After that, he would be able to kill all the men from the Shengguan clan. The Huang dog's body swayed, and in an instant, he disappeared from the Yu family. His majestic body kept shrinking, and when he entered the Yu family, he had shrunk to the size of a palm. The Huang dog was an expert in hiding, and with his incredible speed, no one would be able to detect him. In the center of the Yu family, Yu Tianlong, Yu Ziyan, and the others were imprisoned by two divine core warriors. All the men from the Yu family were tightly tied up and imprisoned in a main hall. Both men were chatting with each other, but right at this moment, a golden beam suddenly appeared in the main hall. "What's that?" one of the men cried out in shock. He hurriedly looked at the golden beam, and what he saw was a majestic De Huang dog. "Not good, it's De Huang dog." Both men had a bad feeling about this. The combination of Jiang Qin and De Huang dog was famous across the world, and everyone knew that this dog was a ferocious man. Since he had suddenly appeared in this place, he must be up to no good. Enemy attack. The divine core warrior reacted really quickly. He immediately stretched his neck and shouted out loudly. "Kaka, die for this master dog." The Huang dog let out a loud laugh. He didn't try to stop the two men from shouting out. Not only that, he roared out as well, then he leapt towards the two men. From the moment the Huang dog entered the main hall, both men's fates had been decided. Outside the Yu family, when Han Yan and the others heard the Huang dog shout, they immediately dashed towards him. Chapter 440. After someone shouted out that there was an enemy attack, he immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. The entire Yu family was in an uproar, and all the men from the Shengguan clan rushed out. Those from the Yu family who had fallen into despair suddenly felt like they had just seen a ray of hope, and their gloomy faces started glowing. To the Shengguan clan, it was an enemy attack, but to them, it was someone who had come to save them. Swoosh swoosh. Two powerful figures suddenly dashed out toward the direction where the sound of the enemy attack came from. Both of them were combat soul warriors, and the leading old man was Shengguan Yu. The place where the sound of the enemy attack came from was the place where the most important men of the Yu family were imprisoned. It was impossible for these two men to ignore it. Rumble, however, before they could reach the place, they heard a huge commotion coming from outside of the Yu family. After that, four men who were filled with killing intent suddenly appeared. "Stop right there, who are you?" Two heavenly core warriors from the Shengguan clan stood in front of them and shouted at Han Yan and the group. "Bastards, the ones who want your lives." Yu Zihan's eyes turned red. Without saying anything, he swung the long sword in his hand. The two heavenly core men didn't even have the chance to react, and they were instantly sliced in half by Yu Zihan. Blood splashed everywhere. Yu Zihan was furious. He unleashed his energy and kept running toward the inner area of the Yu family. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Humph. We've finally lured them out." Shengguan Yu coldly harumphed. He turned to the combat soul warrior next to him and said, "Old Six, bring some men with you and take them down, I'll go have a look inside." After saying that, Shengguan Yu flew toward the inner area of the Yu family. He couldn't stop worrying about the enemy attack and the blood-curdling screams, so he had to go check it out himself. On the other side, Old Six led a few dozen men from the Shengguan clan. "Who are you?" Old Six shouted out loudly. Young master of the Yu family, Yu Zihan, we're here to take your lives. Yu Zihan didn't waste any time. After telling them his name, he immediately dashed toward the enemies. Guan Yun and Tian Yishan followed him from both sides. Their killing intent soared to the sky. There was no point in talking to these men from the Shengguan clan, killing was the best option. Since you've come to die, that's great. Kill them. Old Six ordered decisively. He didn't take Yu Zihan and his group seriously at all. All the Divine Core warriors from the Shengguan clan charged towards Yu Zihan and the other two in an imposing manner while waving the combat weapons in their hands. Yu Zihan and the other two didn't show any mercy. 3 combat weapons slashed forward at the same time. Bright lights appeared, followed by miserable shrieks. 3 Divine Core warriors from the Shengguan clan were instantly sliced in half, and died on the spot. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Yu Zihan, Guan Yun, and Tian Yishan were all late Divine Core warriors, and they were the geniuses of the younger generation. Although they couldn't defeat combat soul warriors, they were more than enough to defeat anyone in the Divine Core realm. How dare you kill someone from the Shengguan clan? You're courting death. Old Six was enraged. He struck out a palm strike toward Yu Zihan and the other two, but it was blocked by a strong wind that came from the side. What he saw was a young man in blue robe with white hair standing in front of Old Six with a sneer on his face. Your opponent is me. The man who attacked was none other than Han Yen. This combat soul warrior was his target. Clang! Old Six could tell that Han Yen wasn't easy to deal with. He immediately drew his combat weapon and swung it toward Han Yen. I only need 1 strike to kill you, Han Yen said. After that, he waved his hand, unleashing a black devilish dragon that carried an endless amount of devil energy. Han Yen instantly transformed into a devil king. With his powerful Gu Tianma's physique, no one in the same realm as him could fight him. Ah! Old Six let out a miserable shriek. His entire body was penetrated by the devilish dragon. Han Yen didn't even need a second strike to kill him. Right when Old Six let out a miserable shriek, another miserable shriek sounded out from within the Yu family. Those men from the Shengguan clan who were scared out of their wits could tell that the miserable shriek came from their leader, Shengguan Yu. In other words, 2 combat soul warriors from the Shengguan clan had met with misfortune at the same time. Sure enough, right after Old Six's dead body fell from the sky, a majestic De Huang dog immediately dashed toward them with a human head in its mouth. Seeing this, the rest of the men from the Shengguan clan were terrified. 2 combat soul warriors were dead, how could they continue fighting? With their abilities, there was no way they could be a match for these ferocious fellows in front of them. No more fighting, we surrender. Someone shouted out loudly. No surrendering. Yu Zihan's words had decided their fates. Following the miserable shrieks, all the men from the Shengguan clan were killed. None of them were spared, and if any of them were left alive, they would become a huge threat to the Yu family. The Yu family had been imprisoned for a long time, and they had lost many of their men. As executioners, there was no way they would let them live. After killing all the men from the Shengguan clan, Yu Zihan didn't even have time to reunite with his family. The group immediately left. Their next destination was Guan Yun's family. They had to move fast. While Jiang Chen was busy dealing with the Black Sect, they had to settle everything here. On the other side, with Jiang Chen's help, the Third Emperor and the others had arrived in the sky above the desolate mountain range. This was a perfect place for a duel. Jiang Chen, can you let them go now? The Third Emperor said with an ice-cold tone. Of course, I, Jiang Chen, am a man of integrity. Besides, killing this eunuch is just dirtying my hands. Jiang Chen forcefully tossed the crown prince over. He didn't kill the crown prince, he didn't even injure him, because he wanted to see what the third emperor was going to do to him. Jiang Chen was never afraid of fighting. He loved fighting, especially challenging fights. He needed external pressure to improve himself. Set up the formation. The third emperor immediately shouted out. All the other late combat soul warriors were already prepared, and they immediately teleported to their respective positions. 9 late combat soul warriors lined up in a formation of 9 stars, trapping Jiang Chen within it. The rest of the men also gathered together and became part of the formation. The crown prince was filled with hatred. Just now, Jiang Chen said he would dirty his hands by killing him. This was a great humiliation to him. However, he didn't act on impulse this time. He had personally experienced how frightening Jiang Chen was, and if he wanted to kill Jiang Chen today, he had to use the 9 stars killing formation and the king weapon. If he acted on impulse again, he would be facing death. 9 stars killing formation. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The 9 stars killing formation was a formation where 9 mighty warriors worked together, and they could instantly combine their combat strength to fight their enemies. Even those golden guards were part of the formation, and they could constantly provide energy to the formation. This 9 stars killing formation was the same as all the other killing formations, and it worked on the same principle. With Jiang Chen's experience, he was able to see through it with just a single glance. You know about this formation. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.